A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka, Nothing Happened to My Daughter, series, part one. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka, Nothing Happened to My Daughter, series, part one. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there is so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, we are starting a new series on today, and it's called Kenneka Nothing Happened to My Daughter series, part one. This is the start of a new series, peoples, and I'm inviting everyone to come in. I'm inviting everyone from the Kenneka Jenkins community to come in. Now, let me set some guide rules and things. Everybody is welcome to come in. Everybody is welcome to share because they care. Everybody is welcome. But we're going to keep it respectful and we're going to keep it on point. If you got something to share, come on and share it and things, but we won't vilify no one. Everybody has the right to speak their piece. Everybody. And it doesn't matter what your mantra may be, doesn't matter how you feel, what you think, or what you want to do. Everybody is welcome to come and speak. Because what I want to do right now, people, is this I want to really give the community an opportunity to come and share because they care. I want to give everybody an opportunity. It ain't going to be no little eyes. It ain't going to be no big U's. It ain't going to be Edward Joseph sitting here giving a narrative and you guys are listening to me forever and a day and things. No, that's not going to be. What is going to be, people's, is that everybody in the community will have an opportunity to come and share because they care and to be able to speak and talk about this freely, regardless of what you may say or think. That is what we are going to do, peoples. That's what we're going to do. We're going to open it up to everybody. Going to open it up to everybody. So I was just sitting here looking at this guy. He had just killed a gigantic alligator. And so this baby, he won't be terrorizing the swamps no more. And they're going to have them some good alligator meat. I don't eat alligator, peoples, but I see the people hunt these things down and stuff. And they kill them and stuff. And so it's kind of like, oh my God. So yeah. So that's what it is, people. So um what I want to do, people, is I want to go because I want to start off with I want to start the series off with Teresa Martin when she had spoken and she had said nothing happened to my daughter. She said, I am, nothing happened to my daughter. And so that's why I want to start up the series with. And so you can join in at any given point in time, whatever you want to say and things. I'm going to send the link in the chat a little early so that people can be able to go ahead and chime in if ever you want to and things. So let me put my link in the chat. And so there we go. That's what it is. All right. So let me get my bearings, people. So I got to get my bearings. There are some things that I kind of went through this past weekend and things, and I'll share it a little later, not right now. There's some things that you know I there are some things that I have literally went through, and I'll share it a little later, not now, because I don't want to kind of put a damper upon the live right now. But it is a life changing, it is a life altering event and things, and I'm already knowing that there's going to be some people who's going to say some things and stuff, you know. But I want you to know that this has nothing to do with what they said. And it ain't had nothing to do with what I said, because at the end of the day, I still came on top. And at the end of the day, I still thank God for my life, health, and strength. And not only for my life, but for my son's life as well. There was an event that had happened that literally could have taken our lives just this past Friday. An event that occurred with me and my son that could have taken our lives, but through the grace of God, we are here. We are here. And I'm here to sit in. I'm here to continue the saga about Kenneka Jenkins and tell you a story. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. Where the devil tried to take us out, he couldn't, because God mighty hands has literally been over me and my son. And so if anybody wants to try to and take clout status, I tried to tell you that I told you so. Well, let me tell you, I am a true child of God. I am his servant and I am his son. I am blessed beyond measure. And nothing that you can say, and it's nothing that you can do, can ever change that. And so if you ever want to try to make fun or parody out of what is, well, then let me warn you now. He said, touch not my anointed, do not my prophet no harm. And so whether you feel that you God's truly anointed or appointed, or you God's prophet or preacher or evangelist or whatever and stuff, that's fine. That's fine. But see, the thing is this: when you want to put your mouth upon me and upon the things that has happened, well, then do so, and then watch God works, because he's going to work it out in my favor. He already did. God has already protected me and my son from certain death. Certain death. He did that. And so if you ever want to take that of what has transpired between me and my son, well, then do so, and then watch God work it out in my behalf. Now, that's all I have to say. I said that's all that I have to say. And then look at this, peoples. Look at this. There is a rainbow on the other side of the storm. And the outcome has become a whole lot greater than what was. And so what's to come is going to be a whole lot sweeter. It's going to be sweeter than a honeycomb. Thank you, Jesus. See, he reigns, peoples. He reigns supreme. And so I ain't got to worry about nothing, absolutely nothing, because the way that it turned out, even the people were surprised. They said, we ain't never seen nothing like this. We ain't never had nothing like this. This just doesn't happen. But see, let me tell you something. That ain't nothing but God working it out in my favor. Because see, there's a reason, there's a season for everything, peoples. And the reason is here and the season is here. This is my season. This is my season for elevation, for elevation and celebration, peoples. And I'm elevating and I am celebrating. And I tell you, I told you, peoples. I said changes is coming and change is here. And so thank you, Jesus. I mean, this is just going to afford me even more so something greater than I never even had, peoples. And it's on its way. But see, we have to go through some pain and suffering, peoples, in order to get to that journey. See, Jesus has gave us each a cross to bear. And it's just like the old song says, must Jesus bear this cross alone and all the world go free? For there's a cross for everyone, and there's a cross for me. And so, people, I am bearing my cross right now. And although I am in excruciating pain, there is gain on the other side. And I said, thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the fortitude to keep on pushing and pressing, even despite of what I have to go through. I thank you, Jesus. I thank you. You know, I just thank God for everything that he's done, peoples. Because see, where the devil tried to abuse me, where the devil tried to use me, when you tried to scorn me and put me down, God turned all of that madness around and meant it for my good. Because see, people's, I'm misunderstood. A lot of people think that they know Edward Joseph. And a lot of you people, y'all all the time got something to say, something negative. But see, look at what's happening to me now, peoples. Look what's happening to me. And so it really didn't matter how it's coming. Just know that it's coming. And just know that Edward Joseph is elevating and celebrating this day and forevermore. Thank you, Jesus. See, God is reigning, and he's reigning supreme, peoples. And what's to come is going to be something great that I have never, ever experienced in all of my life. And this situation that I have just experienced over this past weekend is something that is changing, life-changing and transforming. Something that's life-changing and transforming. But see, let me tell you something. That ain't nothing but the power of God. That ain't nothing but God and what he did. God aligned everything. I mean, God had allowed and aligned everything to happen. And everything happened in my favor. I said, yes, he did. He allowed everything to happen in my favor. And the outcome is just so great, peoples. And all I can do is just lay on my bed and try to lift my arms. But even without having to lift my arms, peoples, it's in my heart. And all I did was just whisper a prayer. And I said, Father, thank you. Thank you. Because I could have been up there with you right this past weekend, but you didn't see fit. I still got some things to do here on earth. So thank you for giving me another opportunity to come and speak to the people. Oh, yes, peoples. Oh, yes, yes. I thank God because he reigns. You know, he is my Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Yes, I believe in the Trinity, peoples. I do wholeheartedly so. I believe that everything that God said and did for us, I believe it, peoples. I do within my heart. And see, My whole life had flashed before me in just the split of a second. My whole life, my whole entire life had flashed before me. And I didn't know what to do. But after a moment or so, you know, it kicked in. And it's like, don't you dare give up. Don't you let go. Don't you dare throw in the towel. For I am with you always, even until the end of the ages. And so I'm going to give you the strength to get through this. Don't worry about nothing because it's already done. It is already done. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. And Gina to you says, greetings, Edward. And hello, Trish Hollywood. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. And Trish Hollywood says, hey, Edward in chat. Hey, Gigi. See, I'm getting that down. But it's just like what Gina to you said. It is already done, peoples. It is already done. And so what I'm going to show you, peoples, I'm not going to show you now because we're going to get into this. But what I'm going to show you is going to be remarkable. It is going to be life changing. And it's life changing for me as I know it. And I'm kind of like, wow, 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 wow. And I didn't even know that a blessing was already in store, but I didn't know that I had to suffer in this fashion. I didn't know it, but see, it was all by divine design. Because, see, let me tell you something, peoples. Nothing in this world happens. The devil can't do nothing to you unless his Lord allowed. See, God had to allow the devil to buffet you, just like he did Job. And so the devil tried to take me out of here, but he couldn't because it wasn't my time. It wasn't my time. But even in the midst of me going through, there was still a blessing on the other side. And so even though I'm suffering now, still a blessing. Count it all joy when you are into diverse temptation peoples, and that's what I do. I count it all joy. You know, there's joy when I think about what he's done for me, you know. I get joy when I think about what he's done for me. I get joy when I think about what he's done for me. I get joy when I think about what he's done for me. I get joy when I think about what he's done for me. Yes, I get joy when I think about people's what he's done for me. And so, peoples, I just want to share this little scripture with you right quick. I just want to share this with you right quick because this is going to be my testimony and things. And then we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this series. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. I said, let me share my screen. See, every opportunity I get, peoples, I have to give reverence to God. I absolutely do. Because this life-changing event that the Lord has allowed me to get through, and not only me, but my son. Ooh, thank you, Jesus. People, you just don't know if you ever get into a situation to where you lose a child. I could have lost my child. I could have been just like Teresa Martin, but not at the hands of evil men. I said, let me say that again. I said, I could have lost my child, but not at the hands of evil men. And so this is one of the reasons and one of the ways and why I continue to keep talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case, because see, if you ever lost a child, peoples, then you have experienced something so devastating. But see, I didn't, but I said I almost lost a child. And I almost lost a child 3 times. One with my daughter, one with my oldest son, and now just this past weekend, one with my baby son. And that's an event that I will never, ever forget in this life. Never. I never forget it, peoples. And so let me go ahead and let me give reference to the Lord, for he is worthy to be praised. So I want to share the scripture with you peoples, and then we're going to get on to what we're going to do. And this is in the book of James. It's James, the first chapter. And I don't know, I'm sure you guys can see it, but let me go ahead and let me increase this a little bit. Okay, what did I do? Okay, there it is right there. So yeah, you guys can see it now because I increased it to 300%. So you guys should be able to really clearly see it now. And it says, James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. My brother, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations, knowing that, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. But let patience have her perfect works, that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. But let him ask in faith, nothing wavering, for he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed. For let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. A double minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Let the brother of low degree rejoice in that he is exalted, but the rich in that he is made low, because as the flower of the grass he shall pass away. For the sun is no sooner risen with a burning heat, but it withers the grass, and the flower thereof falleth, and the grace of fashion of its perishes. So also shall the rich man fade away in his ways. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall not receive the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to them that love him. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, nor tempted by any man. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. Then when lust have conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. Do not err, my brethren. Every good gift and perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom no variableness, neither shadows of turning. Of his own will begat he us with the word of truth, and that should be a kind of first fruits of his creature. Wherefore, my brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God. Wherefore, lay apart all filthiness and superfluity of naughtiness, and receive with meekness the ingraft word, which is able to save your souls. But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving yourselves. For if any man be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in glass. For beholdeth himself and going his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty and continueth therein, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deeds. If any man among you seems to be religious, and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's religion is vain. Pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their afflictions, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. And so I want to just go back and I want to stop right here. And it says, my brethren, count it all joy. Count it all joy when ye fall into divers temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. May the Lord have a blessing to the reading, hearers, and doers of his holy and divine word. And that's what I wanted to leave with you today, peoples. Count it all joy. Count it all joy, peoples, when you fall into diverse temptation, knowing that the trying of your faith worketh patience. And so, peoples, let's me go and let me get into this, peoples. And we're going to go and we're going to talk about a young lady named TM. And that's just the acronym of what I have used to describe this woman, peoples. Her name is TM. For we know her as TM Peoples. But not only do we know her as TM, but that is not her name, but she goes by Teresa Martin Peoples. Teresa Martin Peoples. That's the name that she goes by, and that's the name that we're going to call her. But for short, peoples, we're just going to call her TM. Now, TM, peoples, has been a very naughty young lady, very naughty. And TM wanted to make us believe that she did not know anything about what transpired with her daughter, Kenneka. She wanted us to know, peoples, that she had no understanding whatsoever as to what transpired to Kenneka, and that she tried to play the role as a grieving mother, and she tries to play the role as if nothing happened to her daughter. But see, the peoples, when TM, had got the call, She played the role as the grieving mother, and she tried to make it seem to us that she had no understanding as to what happened to Kenneka. I didn't know. I had no clue. For I told the world when I first got the call, hey live, how y'all doing? My effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at the party, but ain't nothing happened to her. Those are the words that was spoken by TM. And those are the words, people, that resonate within my spirit. And I can't for the likes of me, people, understand how in God's name could TM ever formulate this narrative with her mouth and say nothing happened to my daughter. Nothing happened. And so us being ignorant to the fact, peoples, because we didn't know, we never was there, we had no clue. You know, we only can take the words of what she said and things because that was all that we knew at that time. But upon further review, upon further review, we come to understand that that was a major lie. That was a major lie, peoples. The truth wasn't in TM. She lied. And the question is, why did she lie? For what reason? What was the ulterior motive for lying? She lied to us and she lied to the family. She lied to the people. She lied to everybody, people. She lied. And there was no reason to lie and tell us nothing happened to Kenneka when people was, after a while of doing some research and stuff and looking at this case, we come to discover not only did nothing happen to Kenneka, but something did. Something happened to her. And we come to discover that something horrible happened to Kenneka. Something did, peoples. And so now I'm going to give everybody opportunity to come on and shoot your shot, say what you need to say and things and stuff. We're going to get into this. This is a community effort, peoples, and things. It ain't all about Edward Joseph giving a narrative and me trying to pump you up or, you know, all of that stuff. No. Whatever you feel, whatever you decide, peoples, you know, whatever you want to say, you're more than welcome to come on in. But there's going to be several things that I want to show people. This right here, but then there's going to be a post that I'm going to show. And I want to say thank you to 82 because 82, you did your work. You did your homework, baby girl. You are a deep diver. You may not can swim, but I said you are a deep diver. You are a deep diver, ma'am, and you always come through with the goodies. And so, people, so I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this, peoples, because you know, 82. She went in, and that girl went in hard and heavy, and I have to just literally tip my hats off to her. Y'all, hold on. I'm just trying to get a little something here and things. Just trying to get a little. Oh, okay. So it's on my community wall, but still, even it's on my community wall. I'm gonna save this. So here, while I'm doing this, let me just share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, but this is the final. This is the final voyage of the space shuttle, peoples. I said it's the final voyage of the space shuttle. It has completed its mission. And now it's going for all eternity to rest and to be in the museums. And so I wanted to make sure that I chronicle this. I know it's on my page, but I want to make sure that I chronicle this. This is the space shuttle, peoples, that is on its way to be memorialized for all eternity. This is the space shuttle Endeavor, peoples. The space shuttle Endeavor, and it has flown over the Golden Gate Bridge, peoples, for its final time to go into its resting place, peoples. And so let me chronicle this. Last flight of a space shuttle, the Endeavor, over the Golden Gate Bridge. Hey, that's what it is, peoples. And so I'm going to put this in my pictures folder. Say that in my pictures folder right there. All right, peoples. Say farewell to the space shuttle Endeavor. There it is right there, peoples. It's on its way. The last photo that you will ever see the space shuttle ever in flight, peoples. Ain't that something? And see, look, it's on the wings of another plane, and I didn't know how small the space shuttle is. It looks so big, but yet it's so small in comparison. And look at that, peoples. That had made many flights in outer space, and now it's going home to its final resting place. And that is the Golden Gate Bridge right there, peoples. And for many, many, many years, I had crossed that bridge. Many years I crossed that bridge. And it's a beautiful scene, peoples. I said it's a beautiful scene. So if you've never been to California, peoples, if you ever come, you need to go and get on that majestic bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, peoples. And just a little bit of time, peoples. And it'll be this year because my blessings is on its way. I'm going to mount a 4K camera onto my brand new car, and I am going to do a run through of California, and I'm going to show you all of the beautiful sights in California. I said, yes, my brand new car, peoples. And so that's where my blessings is coming in. And so I didn't know how it was going to be, but it's coming, peoples. I said it's coming. And so let me go ahead and let me call up this because this is very important. This is what 82 had sent, and we're going to get into this, peoples. Yeah, blessings and shout out to 82 because I tell you, 82, boy, she. If I didn't have 82, man, I don't know what I would have been able to do, peoples. But 82 all the time comes through. 82 is just right for you. That 82, boy, that 82 is something else. 82 is something else, peoples. And so, and I'm glad that she's on my side. I said I'm glad that she's on my side, people. So let me go ahead and put that down to the end there. Let me call it this other thing that she had sent. 82 has been on the ball. I haven't had a chance to really look at the various things that 82 had sent because, you know, I'm dealing with my own trauma and stuff right now, but I'm pressing through right now as I'm talking to you guys. Um, okay, so where's the first one that I did right here? Okay, so I have to be very, very careful. All right, so let me go back. Let me go back to the first one that she had sent. And let me call that up. Make sure that I put that down at the end. I got to close some of these tabs, people. So I got over 130 tabs open, but it's okay. Okay, so what's going on? It's like is making the things that I put up disappear. All right, so what we're going to do, because I don't know why it's doing that, is whatever tab I open up is making it disappear. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the first one here. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to look at the first one, and then we'll just call them up as we go along. But because it's keep changing it keeps changing the tab and things. Okay, so no, okay, you know what I'm doing? I'm not going to show this one. I'm going to show the other one. I'm going to show the other one first, and then we're going to look at that. Okay, so that's what happened. So I got to keep it close. I can't push it down. So when I push it down, then it's going to cancel out the other tab. All right, people. So shout out to Uncle Fed for this. This is what we're going to start off with, people. I said shout out to. Let me see. Damn, where is it now? Let me bring it close right there. And then let me bring that close right there. No, I'm gonna keep it right there where it's by Facebook. Okay, so then that way I know where it is. All right, so shout out to Uncle Fed, peoples. Shout out to Uncle Fed for this, but first we're going to look at this video, because every live we're going to do, that's the video that we're going to start off with, and then we're going to get into this. So let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples, and let's watch what TM had to say about Kenneka, and when she said that nothing happened to my daughter. Let's go.
Thank y'all for y'all prayers. I just want y'all to know my baby dead. Thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all prayers, but my fucking baby is dead. And guess what? But God. It's okay. It's okay. And for the record, no, didn't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. Didn't nobody do nothing to her. Ain't nobody do nothing to her. She was left at the party, but didn't nobody set up or nothing. She was found at this hotel right here in a freezer. In a freezer. My baby dead. Thank y'all once again. I love y'all. Peace.
Okay, people. So as we see, TM had says, thank y'all for your prayers, but my effing baby is dead. But thank y'all for your prayers. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at a party, and she showed the Crown Plaza peoples. She didn't show the Marriott. She didn't show the west side of Chicago. She showed the Crown Plaza. And that is so significant, people, that she showed the Crown Plaza, because where many content creators wants to allude that Kenneka was never at the Crown Plaza, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. Why would Teresa Martin go to the Crown Plaza to show the Crown Plaza and to say that her daughter was left at a party at the Crown Plaza if it didn't happen at the Crown Plaza? Trish Hollywood has said that's very strange. She knew all that, but yet she found out her daughter was missing. And see, people, that right there literally bothers me. It bothers me, peoples, because see, the thing is simply this, peoples. The thing is simply this. And I just want to walk this down real quick and stuff, and then I'm gonna show the thing of what Uncle Fed had did. Now I just want to lightly go over this, peoples. Now, it was stated by another content creator that a party on the west side of Chicago was happening. Yes, it was a party on the west side of Chicago. And yes, that party on the west side of Chicago was happening at the same time. Well, not at the same time, but it happened earlier. It happened earlier than the time to when they came to the Crown Plaza. It was a party on the west side of Chicago. But see, the thing is, peoples, and it really doesn't matter how much or how passionate this content creator tries to create, because that's all it is just creating a narrative. It doesn't matter what Monifa, Shemaya, and all of these people said. The content creator cannot, shall not, and did not unequivocally and undeniably ever put Kenneka at a party on the west side of Chicago. She couldn't, people. She never did. And I'm gonna tell you why she never did. Because see, it didn't matter what the mantra was of what Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, or Irene said when they had said all of this stuff about putting Kenneka on their backs and taking her and parking her in front of her mother's house and this and that and the other. You know, the old tobacco of what the people saying things and stuff. People, you guys know that. The thing is simply this, and I'm just going to speak with logic and reason. If Kenneka ever happened to be at a party on the west side of Chicago and Kenneka got hooshed up, okay, according to the content creator, Kenneka got commandeered, and Kenneka was taken in so many words, right? And so Kenneka was taken by the friends of Irene. And then at some point in time, the next day, they were supposed to have called Irene to let Irene know that they found Kenneka and that they can come and get Kenneka. But it was the very next day, peoples. I have the video. I played the video, peoples. I said I played the video, and you heard the content creator say that Irene's friends, these boys, found Kenneka. But how could you find Kenneka when you were supposed to have Kenneka in your possession, and you're calling Irene and friends to come and pick up Kenneka? So that's kind of strange to me, peoples, how Kenneka was lost, but yet she was found. You know, it's like the song says, I once was blind, but now I see. Jesus saves, Jesus saves. I once was blind, but now I see. Jesus saves, Jesus saves. Well, I think the content creator was blind but couldn't see, because it doesn't make sense for Kenneka to be found when she was never lost. Did you hear what I said, peoples? I said I don't think that Kenneka was ever found because she was never lost. And so if she was taken, and then the very next day that they call Irene to tell Irene and friends that they can come pick up Kenneka, well, then how could she be lost? And the boys have her in their possession. So in essence, what this content creators is saying is that they had Kenneka for some period of time in their possession from the west side of Chicago at a party. So I can go back and I can play back the little portion of when that content creator had clearly stated peoples that they made the call to Irene and friends to come pick up Kenneka. And then Bree was supposed to have said, well, I'm not driving that car way out to Crown Plaza on a donut. But why would you want to drive to Crown Plaza or to Rosemont on a donut? To take Kenneka's body there. Why? Why would you want to do that? I mean, if Kenneka is with you and y'all was supposed to be going to a party based upon what Monifa in Shemaya's statement, because see, that's in the case files, peoples, that they were supposed to be on their way to a party at Rosemont in at the Crown Plaza, because they were supposed to be going to the movies, but then subsequently when they got to the parking lot, because we read Shemaya's statement, she found out, it was at that point that she found out that they were going to a party. Well, even that seems to be suspect to me, peoples, because Shemaya, how did you not know that you was going to a party? You thought that you were on your way to a movie, but yet you get to a parking lot and it was at that time you realized that you were going to a party? Really? I mean, these people, do they think that we're stupid? You mean to tell me that you had no inclination whatsoever, you had no clue of where you guys were going or what was happening in things? So you were just going with the flow, just riding with everybody and stuff, but to you just happened to figure out and find out when you got to a parking lot that y'all was going to a party. Really? Okay, so that's in the case files, peoples. That's in the case files. And that's proven because it's in the case files. I've shown that many times. And we're going to get to the case files and stuff, but so my question is simply this, peoples. If Kenneka was ever missing and the boys had her and they called Irene and friends to come get Kenneka, my question is simply this, Trish. How did Kenneka get from the party on the west side of Chicago to the Marriott or even the Crown Plaza? Can you help me make that make sense? Gina, to you, how did that happen, ma'am? I mean, can you guys help me to make that make sense? Because a content creator stated that they took Kenneka from the party and they took her to the Marriott. Well, if they took her from the party and took her to the Marriott, and according to the content creator, Bree was supposed to have brought her in front of her mama's house. Help me make that scenario make sense, because that doesn't make sense to me. And I know you guys heard it for many days. I know you guys heard it. Community, y'all come on in and y'all help me out, because this is a community effort. I'm just trying to get from the west side of Chicago at a party to the Marriott. How did it happen? Jane, to you said, I was trying to wrap my head around it, but it's impossible. But it isn't possible, no matter how you try to make that scenario stick. It's impossible, peoples. I mean, people, y'all come on and chime out, because I want to hear from the community. How is it possible for Kenneka, even if you think that she was at a party on the west side of Chicago, how did Kenneka get to the Marriott or the Crown Plaza. Even if you believe that she was at the party on the west side of Chicago, how did she get there? Can anybody explain that to me? Even if you believe Kenneka was at the party on the west side of Chicago, how did she get to the Marriott? Now, I know that the boys, Tolliver and all of these guys and stuff, I know that they had a scene playing out to where they was at the Marriott and stuff. We all seen them, but we never seen Monifa in that video. We never seen Shemaya in that video. We never seen Irene in that video. We never seen Kenneka in that video. We never seen the main players in that video, peoples. All we seen was just the guys. We never seen Ty and Tanasia in that video, peoples. We never seen them. So since we never seen them, peoples, how could you put them there? Because see, TY's Live, the content curator is still trying to say that it was filmed at the Marriott. Well, I mean, you can believe it was filmed at the Marriott, peoples. I mean, if you believe that, I just want you to come on to the live right now and express to me and everybody else, how could that be? Because this content creator is simply trying to say that the Marriott and the Crown Plaza, they have the same type of fixtures and things in the room and all like that. So help me to make this make sense. If anything ever happened at the Marriott, why isn't it not ever written in the case files? Because it doesn't matter what I say, it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter what that content creator said. I mean, what's law is the case files. And whatever is in the case files, that's why they call it the case files, because it was a part of the case. And so never, not once in the case files did it ever mention that Kenneka ever walked the halls of that establishment at the Marriott. They said that Kenneka walked the halls at the Crown Plaza. So it doesn't matter what the content creator says. Doesn't matter what you said. Doesn't matter what I say. If it ain't in the case files, I mean, you can come up with every scenario that you want and stuff, but it ain't actual, it ain't factual, and it ain't true. Because it ain't a part of the case file. So it has no legal standings whatsoever, peoples. It is just a figmentation of one's imagination. And that's what I'm trying to get at for the people in the community. And not to say that everything in this case files is actual, factual, and true, but that's why they call it a case file. Because everything that we see, ever heard, and was ever done, it was always surrounded by the Crown Plaza. And never did it ever mention the Marriott. I said it never mentioned the Marriott, people. So this is your time to shine. So for all of you people who believe this content creator and stating that Kenneka was ever at the Marriott, help me to make it make sense. It's your time, people. Help me to make it make sense. Help us to make it make sense. So do we have any takers, people? Anybody who wants to chime out to help me to make it make sense? If you believe that Kenneka was at the west side of Chicago at a party, it's very interesting that how when I open up the floor for the people to come and chime out, nobody wants to chime out. But yet when I go and cover other stuff, everybody has something to say. Interesting. Interesting people. Okay, well, I'm still going to go on, people. I'm still going to go on. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to play back those videos from what this content creator had stated and what this other content creator or what, not really a content creator, but one of the members in the community had stated. But for right now, peoples, let's hold on to our hats up on that. And let's go and let's see what Uncle Fed had to say. Peoples. Let's go and see what Uncle Fed had to say. So let me go to that, peoples. All right, let's go. Now let me do it like this. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna go to it. Let me share my screen. And so what I'm gonna do, people, is I'm not going to play it directly from the website. I'm going to download it and then I'm gonna play it. So let me go ahead and copy that. Let me go ahead and download it, peoples. All right, so we're gonna download it real quick and then we're gonna play it back in my editing software. So then that way, peoples, that just protects me, that just protects my channel, just protects everything, peoples. So see how fast it is? That's the power of fiber, peoples. So you need to get internet fiber. See that? It's already done. Now it's converting it to MPEG 4. And the reason why I converted to an MPEG 4 is so that way, it'll be all nice, crisp, and ready to go. Because sometimes when you just download it, it's not in the MPEG 4 format. It's kind of like a web-based format. So I wanted to convert it to an MPEG 4. So then that way I can utilize all of that information and stuff, to the best that I want. And it'll be in a format that is conducive to all editing applications. And MPEG 4 is industry standard. So, all right. So that is complete. Let's go ahead and we're going to call this up in my editing software, peoples, and we're going to watch what Uncle Fed had to say about this case here, peoples. All right, but I before I do that, people, so let me go ahead and share my, change my screen and things. I see my friend that had come in, so I am going to give a shout out to hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender had says hello, Edward and everyone. All right, people, let's go and let's see what Uncle Fed had to say. Peoples, let me share my screen.
Ass with the shit. If you gonna goddamn get into it and research, you go on research and goddamn drop that shit and get through with it. You know what I'm talking about? I don't need no PayPal. I'm Gucci. That's why I don't need nobody to drop no PayPal and all that shit, man. I'm Gucci. I'm tired of all this shit out here, man. That nigga made me fuck around the whole year. I got all my motherfucking rentals back because nigga come up in my shit, turn they self blue, but ain't no such thing as no fucking hacking though. But I ain't gonna get into none of all that shit. Nigga been fucking over me since for a motherfucking year around this bitch. I can't have no rentals on because I don't know who the fuck doing what. Nigga come in my room, tell me, goddamn, take this shit down. I'm gonna take this shit, come back with a blue wrench and everything. I don't know who the fuck, I don't know who none of y'all. I met all y'all on this YouTube shit. I don't know who the fuck nobody is. But I know one thing, I came out to goddamn share information. You know what I'm gonna continue to do? Whoever room I might be in, know the fuck I'm gonna do. And when I put something in that motherfucker, my nigga, you can put your thumb on what the fuck Fed say. It ain't fair yet. You for what a nigga try to say. Ain't shit I haven't told you to fail yet. And that's on boss. Going to the funeral and bust Barbara up a little bit more, right? Now you see this Ursha. It's Ursha at this funeral. That lady is not this lady. You see what I'm saying? Now, take it for what you want and do it how you want to do it. But you know, your boy Big be dropping. That's true. You dig what I'm saying? I'm gonna ride out. I don't know what you heard about me. Look on. Me and the truth, we pretty good friends. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty good friends with the truth. You dig? This is not Miss Pop. Not even going on break these twins down again from old videos. From Bed already been telling the truth. Y'all count them up now. She got, matter of fact, let me show y'all that she got 9 kids. Let me show y'all that she got 9 kids. I showed y'all this one time before. Somebody got an email say, "Can you see me that article when you showed the kids?" Woo, 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 woo. Show you. I killed all my wrenches so they couldn't be trying to reverse shit and pop shit. They, you know, these motherfuckers might pop shit. They've been popping the shit for a while. I'll show y'all this shit. But just like when I told y'all that they had them goddamn kids. How can they have a kid DNA they missing? Because they had a goddamn, because they did a goddamn a DNA test on the twins when they were born. That's that info right there. Documents show that they twin lines is the biological father of both Anisha and Ivan, ordered on September the 24th, 2001. So they got the DNA. They got the DNA. There ain't no problem. That's real shit right there. That's fine. Bam. Document show that Daytwan Lion is the biological father of both Anisha and Ivan, and it was ordered on September the 24th, 2001. He got 8 kids. He got 8 kids with this lady, and the oldest kid, Aisha, is not biological his, but he claimed all 9 of the kids. There it is. Miss Fowler, 47, has 9 children, 8 with lions. She has 9 children, 8 with lions. Her oldest daughter is Aisha. That's the oldest daughter that don't belong to Daytwan Lions. The rest of the 8 is his biologically. Together, Lions and Miss have a 20-year-old daughter, Iravan. On Daytwan. And in between Daytwan and Eichton, in between Daytwan 17, in between them, that's where the twins fall. Daytwan was born in 97. The twins were born at 98. So that's where the twins came in at. Boom. You did? Then Eichton. Then that's where Akira come in at. Akira. And then you got Irene, which is a son. Irene, which is a son, and the baby girl, Asia. And all these children are accounted for except the twins. That's old boy with his baby girl. That's Asia. All these girls, I told y'all the last time I did this, all these girls probably gonna have glass because they were being neglected to go into their doctor's appointments and shit like that, and they had a little problem with their eyes. But all don't wear glasses. All don't wear glasses. All of them wear glasses. That's Asia. That's the baby girl. That's right there. That's a cow. That's Daytwan. We got 3 of them accounted for, and that's Eichton. That's Eichton, the one in the wheelchair. That's Eichton. Come on now, little nigga. All right, look, what's up, boy? What's up, boy? What? That's Eichton. Eichton, however you want to pronounce it, that's Eichton. They all accounted for, y'all. Now, if you want to goddamn jump out there and say, Monifa might be our niece, you can do that, but you can't add now and then because they all accounted for. Monifa might be our niece, you can do that, but you can't add now and then because they all accounted for. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let's go get the rest, though. See that little boy right there? You see this little boy right here? You see that nose? I told you the two baby boys are non-verbal muscular dystrophy on the thing. I think is a little worse off than him. This Irene right here. That's 4, right? You got the twins. That's 5, 6. Now we just need the other 3 little girls, right? Let's go get them. You see that? That's Ethan and Irene. That's Ethan and Irene. Let's go get the rest of them, y'all. I gave you Asia. Okay, boom. It's still this Asia, and that's Irene. It's Asia and Irene. You see this right here? See little mama right here? Aravan with Akira. So now we just got 2 girls missing, right? Huh? It's 2 more. All right. There's Aravan and Akira right there. I'm missing somebody. I got them though. Boom. I think we did it. Now that right there, you see that photo right there? There's Asia, Daytwan, and Akira right there. That's Akira and Asia right there. Oh, I know one I'm missing. I ain't missing number 1. Missing Aisha. You got goddamn Ireland, Soldier Ireland, Daytwan. Then you got Ethan in the wheelchair. That's 3. Then you got Akira, I showed you her. That's 4. The twin, 5, 6. Then you got Irene, I showed you them. That's 7. And then you got Asia, I showed you her. That's 8. And then the older sister will make 9. That's Aisha. It's her right here. Shout out to goddamn King Rob and Straight Drop. Do your thing. What these motherfucking subs out here, they looking for clothes, my nigga. They looking for real nigga shit. That's one of them aunties. I don't know. That's one of those sisters right there. That's one of those sisters right there. That's one of Patricia Fowler's sisters right there. So y'all Aisha. Y'all already seen Aisha. I know y'all already seen. Bam, that's all right there. Bam, that's Aisha. That's the oldest sister. Yvette, that's Patricia Fowler's sister. So when you dig and go off into this case, treat it just like you treat Kenneka. Treat it with the same diligence and kindness, man. Treat it the same way. We talking about missing kids, bro. Well, if y'all choose to do it like y'all do it, I'm gonna respect all that shit. I fuck with Nick. Dimples, that's why I fell in love with. That's what I'm riding out with, Nick, man. You know what I'm saying? And I got respect for everybody I am, man. That's all I gotta say about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So don't come over here in my chat talking about some, off the wall shit going all around the world on some crazy shit that I know better than. I've been here since this shit started, man. So don't keep coming over and trying to add another file when I'm looking at this shit and I've been researched this shit. I've been researched this shit. Just because I ain't goddamn putting it out there, don't think I'm just over. I keep on telling y'all, don't roll to the drum roll. I'm just watching shit. I've been researching this shit ever since Chosen came out and dropped the nail in the coffin. I researched this shit. But it don't do the case no good when somebody gonna jump out and just half ass with the shit.
I said, boom, the truth don't need no help. And look, man, this case got flipped upside down when Zach was placed in that hotel. I'm still waiting on real niggas to get together and let's talk about that. Original picture Chosen King lied about. You know what I'm saying? Had us thinking that this nigga was the young one. Not the old one, but the young one. So we gonna get this shit together, man. You know what I'm talking about? That's Lakeisha and her little brother. That little car and shit. Which you already had those pictures in the archive. You know what I'm talking about? Now that's Lakeisha. When she was younger, they call her Kiki. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get our information together, bro. You see that right there? Tell Kiki. I said, hey. She said, okay. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you see this right here? September the 1st. September the 1st, Saturday, September the 1st, 2018 at 7:36 p.m. They are alive and well. There's Geneva Knox, now Keisha Knox, and her little brother, Braxton Brown. At the family reunion, everything is Gucci. So now we can get back to the real psyop. Something wrong, Tom back.
Okay, people. So we're going to transition from that to the other thing that um, Little Bo Peep had sent. So exactly. So are you guys understanding? I'm not going to put words into Uncle Fed's mouth. He spoke what he spoke and things. You guys can chime out if you got a difference in opinion as to what he was saying and stuff. But if you're not following it, well, then, I mean, it's not for me to try to interpret or anything. Like I said, everybody is open to share their comments, views, and opinions and stuff. It is what it is. And he was the one who had spoken, and he was the one who was trying to convey something to you. I get it. I hear it. I understand it crystal clear. But it's not for me to interpret what Uncle Fed had said. He spoke for himself. He's showing you the pictures. He's giving you the narrative. He told you in things, peoples. So I mean, it's obvious and it's crystal clear to me. But if it's not to you, well, then go back and play the live again, and then you'll get a greater understanding as to what he is trying to convey. Hello, Golden Aries One. Oh, Oki, how are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you. Golden Aries says, "Hey, y'all come on in. Y'all come on in at any given point in time. You guys want to reference something or say something and stuff? Y'all come on and chime out. Like I say, this is an open forum. I'm throwing it out there for the people. Whatever you believe, whatever you receive, whatever it is, you guys come on and share your thoughts and views and stuff. It ain't no big eyes, ain't no little U's and stuff. Y'all want to come on to the panel? The link is in the chat. Y'all come on up and speak your piece. I refuse to speak for the people, and I refuse to try to interpret what they said. I'm just sharing to you what they said. It's what they said. It ain't what I said. It ain't for me to interpret what Uncle Fed is trying to convey to you. He said it. He's shown you. That's what it is. If you get it, that's fine. If you don't get it, well, then come and ask questions and converse in everything. That's all you have to do, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna share this other thing that Little Bo Peep had shared with me, peoples. Little Bo Peep, she's on it. She has literally just been on fire. I'm going to share with you these two posts and stuff, peoples. So let me first. I'm gonna call up this one first. Then we're going to call up the other one. All right, so peoples, let me go here. Let me share my screen. Let me go to Facebook, and let me share this post with you, peoples. So we're going to do it like that. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to share Facebook, and then I'm going to enlarge this all the way up to 300. No, that's not going to work. Okay, so let me bring that back down to 100. And I'm going to share my screen instead of sharing the channel. So then that way I can enlarge it. So let me do it this way. Let me share my screen. All right, so maybe this will probably give you a little bit more clarity, peoples. So let me go to Facebook. Let me go to Facebook. Let me share this post. Okay, so you guys can see it a lot clearer. Okay. Okay, so let me go to let me see it on my phone so I make sure I can see it. Okay, there it is. Cool. I can see it crystal clear. All right, I got all of these people in here. I got about 19, 20 people in here, and I've only got 8 likes. Come on, y'all. Don't do me like that. This is a community effort. Y'all hit that like button. It doesn't take that much time and effort to hit that like button. Y'all don't treat me like a second class citizen. Y'all taking y'all time to sit in here and y'all taking y'all time to watch this. So y'all come on here and hit that like button and keep me on the algorithm. Is that all right, peoples? Whether you like me or whether you're not, it doesn't take that much effort to hit that like button and show your support to the channel. So I got about 20 people in here, only got 8 likes. Y'all hit that like button. All right, so it says what? It was typed in. It says Kenneka Martin funeral. It didn't say Kenneka Jenkins funeral, right? It said Kenneka Martin funeral, right? Why did they say Kenneka Martin? Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now, peoples, because again, like I said, I'm opening it up to discussion for everybody. So it says, we out Shantika, Irene Roberts, Renee Roberts, and Abrina, which is Bree, Arbriana, which is Bree. Okay, so we out Shantika. Not, it didn't say Kenneka, it says Shantika. Do you guys get it now? Do you guys understand? Listen to what I am saying, peoples. It says Kenneka Martin was live 870,000 views. And what did it say? It says we out Shan Shantika Shantika M. It didn't say Kanika. It says Shantika. I want you guys to get the name spelling, peoples. Get the name spelling. So understand that. And then it says Kenneka friends threaten Irene if she comes to the funeral. Can y'all see that, right? What's going on? Now, this is Siobhan Jones. All right, let's listen to what Siobhan Jones had to say, peoples. Let's listen to what Siobhan Jones has to say. Now, see, this ain't Edward Joseph making anything up. I'm telling you what they said. They said Shantika, not Kenneka. Y'all got that, right? Now, this is what Siobhan Jones had said. This is a very true fast. My sister and I never gotten any closer for Sister Kenneka Martin's death. She didn't say Kenneka Jenkins. She said Kenneka Martin. You heard what she said, right? She said Kenneka Martin, not Kenneka Jenkins. All right, y'all hold on for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, peoples, I'm back. I had to get me a popsicle. Oh my God, I am so much pain. It's just incredible, but I'm enduring it. I'm enduring it, peoples. I'm in so much pain right now. It's just ridiculous, but I refuse to take any medication. Absolutely refuse to take any medication. Yeah. Ah, man. Okay, so let me go back over this again. Listen to what it says, peoples. It says this is a very true fast. My sister and I never gotten any closer for Sister Kenneka Martin. Deaf, a word from mother, and had been blocked from social media pages and has not, I repeat, has not received any financial gain from the lawsuit our stepmother closed on. We got cut out of their lives right after the funeral. And I'm gonna go to Siobhan's page and see if I can find this, but I know it may be impossible, but it may not, may still be up there. And now this is Kenny Jenkins. Kenny Jenkins. It says, so this has been on my mind a lot. So Facebook helped me. Ask Kenneka Martin mom how only her and the siblings on her side got money for the, and then that's what it ends right there. Yeah, see that, right? Kenneka Martin. It didn't say Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I said it did not say Kenneka Jenkins. It says Kenneka Martin. Okay, y'all see that, right? This is Kenny Jenkins, and this is Siobhan Jones, which is the stepsister of Kenneka Martin. Didn't say Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I want you guys to understand that. It says Kenneka Martin. So where the people think that it ain't no Kenneka Martin, and it ain't no Kenneka Jenkins, well, I'm here to tell you, peoples, it is a Kenneka Martin and it is a Kenneka Jenkins. Two distinctive, clear-cut individuals. Two distinctive, clear-cut individuals. Not the same person. Which the people try to make it seem like is, oh yeah, they're all of the same. No, peoples, they're not all of the same. They're not all of the same. So let me throw a little more tidbit out there for you. Now, again, peoples, you guys got the right to chime out. If you believe it's two girls, then come in and tell us it's two girls, and then prove your stance. You ain't got to take my word for it. You don't have to take my word for it. This is an open discussion for everybody. I'm just laying out the foundation. I'm just laying out what they said. It ain't what I said, it's what they said. And they are giving more different names. Shantika, Kenneka. Do you understand? Shantika Kenneka, Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka Martin. And then there was the other few names that was spelled a little differently. Peoples, whom they reference as Kenneka, because Kenneka was spelled so many different ways. Peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you look at all of these different posts, you see Kenneka was spelled with a N, Kenneka, and then Ken hyphen Neka. And then it was spelled another way. I showed you in my other lives, peoples. I've showed you all of the different many ways that these girls, and these are individual girls. These are real true girls with these real true names. And as you see, the way that they were spelled Kenneka on the legal documents that was filed with the Superior Court of Cook County, and the Kenneka, the way that it was spelled up on Facebook to reference who she is two different names spelling. Two different names spelling. And then remember in the beginning, Kenneka Martin, and then at a certain time, it changed in Kenneka Jenkins, which I've already told you from the beginning, people, two girls were involved whose name really is Kenneka, but it was a Kenneka Jenkins and it was a Kenneka Martin. Two totally distinguished girls who looks alike but is so vastly different peoples. Two girls who are sisters. Maybe not same in the exact age, but they wasn't twins, peoples. They wasn't twins. And born of two different women, but they look closely alike. Closely alike, peoples. And now you have Shantika that was in the car. You heard what he said, right? I can't make it up, peoples. I mean, you see the evidence right there in your face. Let's go back to that, peoples. Let's go back to that because it clearly said Shantika. There it is right there in your face, peoples. Okay. What does it say? It says we out Shantika Elm, Irene Roberts, Renee Roberts, and Brina or Aubriana. Kenneka Martin was live. Now, you guys remember this video, right? When the supposed Kenneka was supposed to be in the back in the car. You guys remember that when they were driving? Y'all remember that, right? But why did they say that we out Shantika instead of Kenneka? Why is her name Shantika and not Kenneka? And it says Kenneka Martin, not Kenneka Jenkins. Why, people? I mean, it's open forum. Because in some instances, everybody's saying Kenneka Jenkins. And then in some instances, everybody's saying Kenneka Martin. And then everybody's trying to forge the two together. But you got girls who is her sister is saying Kenneka Martin, not Kenneka Jenkins. And the lawsuit gained from the lawsuit from our stepmother. And then you have Kenny Jenkins, which is not Kenny Martin. Not the boy Kenny, because you got several Kennys. You got Kenny Kenni Jenkins, and then you got Kenny, which is Kenny Senior's son. But they're all his kids. But his name is spelled different from hers. And so you got two Kennys. You got a girl Kenny and you got a boy Kenny. So when you're talking about Kenny, you got to reference who is really who. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Okay. So the evidence is right there in your face, peoples. I mean, I can't make it up. There it is right there in your face. Okay. So now you understand. Kenny, Kenneka, Shantika. There it is right there. Shantika. We out Shantika Elm, Irene Roberts, Renee Roberts, Aubriana, all in the car. And where was they going? Were they going to the west side of Chicago? Were they going to a party, peoples? Because if they were going to the party on the west side of Chicago, well, these girls wasn't the one who was at the establishment with Kenneka peoples. They wasn't the ones who was in the room with Kenneka. you didn't see these girls walk into the establishment with Kenneka peoples. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, let me go back to the live. Let me give a shout out to some peoples. Golden Okieri says, okay. Gina to you said, there is no mistaking the bacon. There is two Kennekas. Y'all heard that. Y'all seen that, right? There is two Kennekas, but not only is there two Kennekas, but there is other people whose name sounds similar to Kenneka, Shantika. And then the other girls whose name spelling is like Kenneka, but it's not exactly spelled Kenneka, which is actually other Kennekas. You guys see that, right? I didn't make this up. It ain't something Edward Joseph made up, peoples. And so what you want to reference this Kenneka being the same person, peoples, well, it's not the same person. But see, I'm not here to try to convince you. Again, you can come to the live, and if you believe that there is two Kennekas, well then come and shoot your shot. Come and shoot your shot. Come and tell us what is it that you feel that you know. Don't take my word for it, peoples. I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you, peoples. And you see what the other sisters on the other side of the family is saying. And they're not calling her Kenneka Jenkins. So you have the Jenkins family, and then you have the Martins family. But you got to understand, both girls died. Now you got to figure out which girl is the one who's in the casket and which girl is on the gurney that never made it to the funeral home. And the girl that's in the freezer is not neither Kenneka's. It's not Kenneka Jenkins, and it's not Kenneka Martin. Neither girl is. And the girl on the gurney was decomposed. The one that was in the kitchen. She was decomposed, peoples. And then we see Kenneka, the one who we come to know as Kenneka Jenkins, on the gurney that was supposed to be at the funeral home. So, again, people, I'm asking you to help me to make this make sense. And many of you can't help me to make it make sense. And so you had T. Slay said that she did a mask over on the girl in the freezer, and she said that was Kenneka. Well, if that is Kenneka, peoples, and she did a mask over, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense, T. Slay. You said that Kenneka was never at the Crown Plaza, but the girl in the freezer was a girl who just got killed because her blood was fresh. Her face was blush. And they took those pictures right after she died. No question about it, peoples, because that girl was not gray ashen. And I've shown you the difference between a girl who has been decomposed and frozen solid. She would have been gray ashen. But that girl in the freezer wasn't gray ashen. She still had warm blood in her body, not flowing because she was deceased, but she had warm blood still in her body, which made her face blush. Not science, peoples. That's something that you don't even have to think twice about, peoples. She is ruby red. She still has fresh looking blood protruding out of her shin of her foot by her ankle, peoples. And so with that said, peoples, you know, if that's Kenneka T. Slade, well then Again, my question is simply this: how in God's name, how did she make all of this journey from the west side of Chicago to the Marriott to where Kelly had said that she got commandeered by an elevator and that she was running for her life? And she had made the inference that, well, I'm tired of these niggas. I'm tired of being chased by these niggas. Well, if Kenneka was supposed to be hooshed up like everybody is proclaiming in this community, and you listen to Kelly's narrative, and Kelly said in her vision that she's seen Kenneka and that two guys in a hoodie, a black hoodie, and one guy in a red hoodie had came and commandeered Kenneka. Well, first and foremost, my question is simply this: if Kenneka was being hooshed up on some type of drugs or whatever, how could she be running if she was hooshed up? I mean, people hooshed up on medication ain't running nowhere. And then how do you know? Because you stated many times in your narrative, I know what happened to Kenneka. I know. All right, people. So let's go ahead and let's revisit that part, because we still at Kenneka is supposed to be at a party on the west side of Chicago. All right, peoples, I am here. I am back. Let me interject for one moment. I'll be back later on tonight and things. I want to give a shout out to hello, Andre. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. And hello, Arnold Lamar. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. And everybody I have given a shout out to, these are the only two new people that came in. All right, people. So this is the 8th year, exactly that Kenneka Jenkins had died. And I wanted to come on here and I wanted to really do a special. I had something very special planned lined up, but life had life and some things that happened, and it threw a monkey wrench in my plans. It seriously did. And I wasn't going to go live tonight, but I had to come on here and commemorate the life, the death, the love, and the legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. I had to. Even though life is life and things, and there are some things that had literally had my attention and things. And so rest in heaven, Kennekas, plural with an S, which is the two Kennekas. And I've already shown that, and I've already proven that, peoples, that there was two Kennekas, not Kenneka. And people trying to perpetrate that just only one girl was transported all over the establishment and things. No, it was more than one girl. One girl had got killed before this so-called reenactment. I've already shown you that. I've already proven that many times over for many years. I've already proven that. I don't have nothing else to prove, peoples. It ain't nothing else for Edward Joseph to prove, because I've already proven that. And now you don't have to believe me. I mean, that's fine. But I have already proven that. And so it ain't nothing else for me to prove to nobody. So people don't come on my live and talking about, well, you need to prove to me or you need to show me. I don't need to show you shit. Your ass need to just sit your ass down, shut the fuck up, and go watch my live. And then understand what Edward Joseph has been saying for 8 years exactly. Today, peoples, today marks 8 years that Kenneka Jenkins had died. And on 2 days from now will be 8 years that Kenneka Martin had died, because I don't believe Kenneka Martin had died on September the 8th. There's no evidence of that. But there is evidence that Kenneka Jenkins died on the 8th. I mean, on the 7th, on today. And I've already proven that. Now, the people don't like it, then, you know what you can do. You can come to my live and you can shoot your shot and you can prove your stance. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can prove your stance, but don't come on to my live and start planting little tidbits and shit, and you can't prove yourself. I'm gonna block your ass for all eternity. No, we're not going to play that game. Not this time around. Not after 8 years of me working hard and literally going to bat and proving my stance. Now, I don't need to prove shit to nobody. If you want to prove something, you come to my live and you prove to the people. You prove to me and you prove to the people. But I don't need to prove shit to nobody. I don't need to show shit and I don't need to say shit. I've already said what I needed to say. You guys don't like it? Go watch my lives and shut the fuck up and then come back and have a conversation with me. Is that all right, peoples? That's it. That's all. I mean, I'm not going to play the game with the people no more. I've already did what I needed to do. And I've already proven myself. I've already proven. Hello, Jada Wool. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Jada Wool had said, what about the author? She looks just like them. And that story was a similar story. Well, my answer to that is it's a similar story, but it's not the same. It's a similar story of a girl who was supposed to have been unalive back in the day and stuff, but it's not the same. It's not Kenneka. Kenneka could not have been killed way back in March or April or whenever they said and stuff, or whatever they said about this case, and then trying to make it seem like, okay, well, that happened back then is now. No, because see the difference is, and this is what you guys need to focus upon, and I hope I'm saying this with some love and putting some respect upon it and things and stuff. You got a picture of this young lady today. I mean, at that particular time, that date that clearly shows who she was at the time. You ain't never seen no picture of any girl back in the day that had a similar story. So it doesn't matter what the people say that is similar. It ain't the same. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying this and putting some respect upon it and not trying to be facetious or trying to be funny. It ain't the same. Things can be similar, but it's not the same. When you got a picture of a young lady deceased, and people at the time, I didn't think that was Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer, but after close examination, for after all of these years, I found out that was Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer. So at the time to when I made this particular live, I didn't think that was really Kenneka Jenkins. But after many, many days and night of research and analyzing the photos and videos of Kenneka, I come to discover that was actual, true Kenneka in the freezer. And what threw us off was when they placed her in the freezer, they had already taken the pictures well before TM came to see Kenneka on the gurney, decomposed. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that was the game that they played. Now, anybody chooses that they want to try to debunk me, well, then come on, be my guest. Be my guest if you can. But moderators, monitor the chat, because if any of these suckers come up in here with all of this salacious madness and shit, block their ass. And then when I get home, I'm going to block their ass for all eternity. We're not going to have this, not on this day, not on the day that we're commemorating the life, the love, the legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I gave all of these suckers all of these many years to come on in and shoot their shot. You know, I'm not tolerating it now, not today. I have zero tolerance for nonsense. So when these motherfuckers want to come up in here and start shooting their shot about this, and this, block their ass. I'll see it. Then when I get home, or I just may just chime in up on my phone to have admin status, and I'm gonna block their ass for all eternity, because we're not gonna play this little game tonight. Not today. Today of all the days. No, we're not gonna play this game. Because I gave every goddamn motherfucker an opportunity to come up in here and to shoot their shot and to say what they need to say. Now, you motherfuckers, you don't like what I'm saying, you don't believe what I'm saying, that's fine. But just shut the fuck up and then sit back and watch the live. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, I gave you 8 years to come and shoot your shot and to try to debunk Edward Joseph, but your ass couldn't. None of you couldn't. And now I got something to say, peoples, because now it's going to shock the mess out of all of you motherfuckers out there, because Edward Joseph did something, had accomplished something that no other YouTuber or Facebooker ever did. And I'm not going to reveal it now. Not going to reveal it now, but I am going to reveal it. And I'm close to the vest with it, peoples. I'm close to the vest, because there is something that I am doing now that you motherfuckers ain't never did. And that gives me major clout status. But see, I'm an humble person. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it ain't no need for me to brag and be braggadocious. I just know what I know. And the people closest to me know what I know. And I did that. And when other content creators tried to do it, they failed miserably. Now, peoples, I'm going to see how this goes, because I just may have a special guest that may just come on in to shoot her shot and to say what she needed to say. Now, the only reason why things is the way that it is stuff is because I'm shooting my shot, in that what I'm saying. For her not to say that I'm saying things wrong is basically saying that she's in agreement with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because she watches my lives. She used to watch Trey Gay, but she told me personally that Trey Gay is a big liar. And she don't watch him no more, because he's sitting here and playing with her name. She needed to get with somebody who's real about this case. Now, she watches my live. She's been watching my live for all of this time. I didn't know that. And she came into my live under a fake name. I didn't know that. but I'm able to talk with her today. Yep. I did that. Not you, not nobody else. I did that. And I got the proof to show it, peoples. But there ain't no need for me to go ahead and showcase all of that right now and stuff because, we're at infancy stage. And so, I'm just waiting and I'm just listening to the time to when she wants to come on and she wants to share her thoughts and views with the people. Because let me tell you some peoples, we all are human beings and we all have done something. The Bible teaches us we all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Every last one of us. So when we want to sit here and be high and mighty and we want to throw shades upon people and stuff, just remember that shit. You have done some shit in your life that you're not proud of either. So we can we can throw shades upon all of these people in this case as much as we want, but understand that your ass did something in life too, and we all have a conscience, and it's the consciences that's what's getting to the people. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so as much as we want to throw the shades and we want to say this and that and the other, just remember that God says that everybody can be redeemed. And everybody was bought with a price. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I was like that at one point, but I do understand. But like I told them, I'm only calling it the way that I see it. So if you're going to get mad at me for calling it the way that I see it, well, then goddamn it, you just got to get mad. Because I just have to call it the way that I see it. But there is ways that I can do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I can call it the way that I see it, but I don't have to put the extra mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup, pickles, and relish on a sesame seed bun. And that's the thing that I had to learn. I can call it for the way that I see it, but I don't have to go the extra mile and belittle the people. You see what I'm saying? And so even though I belittled these people, they still wanted to politic with me. And I'm honored. But I did that, peoples. Well, let me take that back. God did that for me. I'm just a vessel being used to facilitate some things and stuff. And I tell you, peoples, it was a lot of shit that was said. And it was still a lot of shit that has been unsaid yet. That I hope will be said. But it was a lot of shit that was said. And I got the juicy juicies. But I'm not going to betray the trust, because there's no need for me to go ahead and betray the trust and try to go ahead and show some things for some clicks and views. I'm not that type of person. Now, it's one of the reasons why they talk to me, because I'm not that type of person, I don't give a fuck whether you watch me, and I don't give a fuck if you don't watch me. I don't give a fuck if you agree with me, and I don't give a fuck if you don't agree with me. Doesn't make me no difference, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I have accomplished something that no other YouTuber has ever did in this particular case. And this is why they fuck with me. So you'll notice a change in my demeanor when I talk about this case and when I talk about people. I don't have to put the mayonnaise and mustard on it, peoples. I'll just call it for the way that I see it without all of the extra on it. And only the wise people will understand what I'm saying. The stupid people will never get it. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so, rest in heaven, Kennekas, because I don't have a hell to put you in. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so after 8 years, people, this is why I still continue to keep going strong, because, it just felt like this was like my child. My child could have been in a situation like this. And although Kenneka is not my child, I still feel some type of way. And my point, goal, and objective is to find out what happened to this girl, keep her name in the airways, and let the people continue to keep reflecting upon her name. So where all of the other ones went on to other cases and stuff, well, Edward Joseph, I'm always going to be here as the good Lord gives me life, breath, and strength. I'm going to talk about this case. And if I have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, well, then I'm going to repeat it. And guess what? Your ass don't have to watch me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because your ass ain't contributing anything. So in my eyes, you just need to just shut the fuck up. Don't disturb my life. Don't disturb what I got going on over here. You motherfuckers want some entertainment? Take your ass over to Trey Gay and all of the other content creators that is talking about this case. But don't chime the fuck out in my live and thinking that you're going to throw some little tidbits and thinking that that is going to be acceptable to me. Try that and then watch what happens. I will block your ass for all eternity, peoples. This time around, sit your ass back and just shut the fuck up and learn something. Is that all right, peoples? Because if your ass ain't going to contribute, then your ass don't need to chime out. It's just the bottom line. That's just the way that it is. And I don't give a fuck whether you like it or not. That's just how I feel. And that's just where I am right now. Is that all right, peoples? Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Peoples, you have to understand. And once you get it, you get it. When we talk about Kenneka, we are not talking about Kenneka Jenkins past this day. Let me say that again, peoples. When we talk about Kenneka Jenkins, we are not talking about Kenneka Jenkins past this day, because everything after this day doesn't apply in this case. Because all of the video footage was twisted, it was manipulated, it was placed in certain areas, and it told a story that they wanted to tell you. Now, you want to believe their story? Believe their fucking story. You believe their story. And if you believe their story, and if you're ever going to come over here, well, then, God damn it, you better be prepared to express yourself in great detail. Because if not, then shut the fuck up. Because I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the Trey Gay saga. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to hear the Casey Chloe, Overa Sanchez Medina saga. I don't want to hear the T Slay saga. I don't want to hear the custom design saga. I don't want to hear the ground table saga. And the King Robs and the Chosen Kings and Mike Larry's and all of these other people saga. Y'all keep that shit over there. Don't bring that shit in my fucking live. Because like I said, I don't give a fuck whether you like me, whether you hate me, whether you watch me, whether you don't. Whether you agree with me or whether you don't. Keep that shit over there. Don't bring that shit here. Let them have it. because I gave you guys 8 long motherfucking years to shoot your shot in my live, to express yourself in great detail, and your motherfucking asses don't want to do it, so shut the fuck up. Sit your ass back and learn something. Period. And if you get mad, but don't bring your motherfucking ass back. I don't give a fuck. Because in my eyes and in my book, you ain't nothing but bitches and hoes, motherfuckers and dick suckers, pussy lickers. You ain't nothing but lollipops. People who be fucking motherfuckers in the ass. That's what you all are. These motherfuckers who wants to sit up here and come and try to dox my channel and say all of this madness and stuff. It wasn't nothing but transvestites, lesbians, gay men, and trainees. That was all included in this goddamn case. And if that rocks your boat, and if that's how your lifestyle is, who gives a fuck? That ain't got shit to do with me. I'm telling you what was going on. I showed you Kendra. I showed you who Kendra was in this case. Clear as daylight. I showed you every person. And the person who I'm talking with corroborated my story in some instances. Not everything, because we haven't covered everything. But in the few things that I was able to talk with the person about, they corroborated my story. And this is one of the reasons why they want to fuck with me. Because I'm the only person who had literally told you and shown you without a shadow of a doubt. Now, when I got the backings of the person, well, then it ain't nothing that you can tell me, because I don't give a fuck. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? I don't give a fuck what you think, what you feel, what you say. If you got sleepless nights, I don't give a fuck. That shit doesn't bother me. Many of you motherfuckers, y'all listen to a goddamn narrative, but you can't even explain the shit. How in the fuck is a girl going to come to an establishment at 1:13 and walk some halls at 2:30? I just need you to think about that for one moment. And then all of the shit that they said that was supposed to have happened. Remember the lady that met TM in the lobby? She said that she saw her daughter with a couple of guys and a couple of girls on the 11th floor. How could all of that fucking shit happen within an hour and 15 minutes time, peoples? It's impossible. Because Kenneka wasn't omnipresent. And see, that's the hurdle that you need to get over. But yet you guys look at this goddamn case, look at all of these goddamn clips that they gave you in the manner and in the order to which they gave it to you. And then you guys want to sit up here and call it law. Yeah, that happened. Why it happened? Because I seen the video. You ain't seen shit. Because you haven't seen the original video footage. People, this ain't the original video footage. It ain't the original video footage. All right, we'll get ready to leave in a second. It's not the original video footage, people. And that's why I say that you can't even call this video footage that you got law. That's why Leave No Witness and all of the people who proclaim to have the video footage, that's why they can never show Kenneka Jenkins in any of that video footage, because it ain't the original video footage. It ain't the original video footage, peoples. All of this shit was doctored up. See, that's why I challenge all of the people who proclaim that they have the original video footage and stuff and sitting up here talking, giving narratives and stuff. You know, show me Kenneka. Show me any Kenneka. Show me any girl who played Kenneka, clear-cut video footage of a girl who you proclaim is Kenneka in that 36 hours of madness that they have given you. They can't do it, peoples. They can't. So since they can't, then why am I going to sit up here and play tiddlywinks with them, watch their lives and listen to all of this madness, and everything is suspicious? Oh, look at the people. Look at them. They're walking over here. They're walking over there. People, I mean, it's a given. The kids walked all over the establishment. All of that shit is a given. But show me Kenneka. I don't give a fuck about France Convey and the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, and TY and crew and Tanasia and crew and all of these people and stuff. Just show me Kenneka in that 36 hours of madness that they downloaded. 286 gigabytes of madness that they cannot even show you a crystal clear cut video of Kenneka, but they can show you a crystal clear cut video of Monifa, Shemaya, Bree. You can't even show me a clear cut video footage of Irene even coming to the establishment. Not even coming in with her sisters. Oh, people, it's so much. They can't show me the original video footage of them coming into the establishment. So why should I sit my ass down and listen to all of this bullshit and nonsense? They got some surveillance video footage, but it's not the original. Because if it was the original, then it would have shown Kenneka at the establishment on the 6th and in the establishment on today, the 7th. And it would have shown Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree there on these days, peoples. It would have shown Irene there at the establishment on these days. It would have showed the other people on these days, not the night. But it doesn't show it. And the reason why it doesn't show it, because it's not the original video footage. Now, people, I gotta go take my son home, and I'll be back within an hour. But I want to go on record because it has been confirmed to me by a source that was at the establishment. Randall Robinson was right. There was a young lady that was in the pool area. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. There was a young lady that was in the pool area, and there was a young lady that was assaulted in the pool area. Randall Robinson was right because I got it confirmed by a source who was there. But it wasn't Kenneka. So y'all can get this Kenneka being taken in the pool area. That wasn't the case, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins Kenneka Jenkins. Let me say that again. Kenneka Jenkins was never taken in a pool area. Peoples. Now, with that little caveat, help me to make that make sense. How did all of that happen? And she was supposed to had came into the establishment at 1:13, walking the halls of the establishment at 2:30, but yet ended up in a pool area before being in a freezer. Help me to make that make sense. Because from the video footage, her total trajectory was from the elevator into the halls, into the kitchens, and then directly into the freezer. So, where in the hell did she ever get taken to a pool area? I mean, if you believe the narrative that they gave you as far as the video footage is concerned, there was an incident that happened at the pool area, peoples. You and I just didn't see it. Because again, like I stated before, we don't have the original video footage. Period. There it is right there, peoples. And Raina Robinson had said whoever was in the pool got beaten up outside. Teresa helped beat the girl up. And you know, people's Teresa Martin was there the whole time. You know that, right? Don't believe the hype that Teresa Martin was hooshed up on some type of barbiturates and things, and she was at home and then she got a phone call. No, her big, juicy, round black ass was there at the establishment. All of them was there. Every last one of them was there. Carl Nesbitt, James Coleman, TM, King Rob, all of them was there, peoples. They were there. So there you have it. But yeah, Randall Robinson was right, peoples. You guys remember there was a fight, right? Well, if there was a fight, did it look like Kenneka was in a fight, peoples? Because if she was in a fight, you would think that the girls would have snatched the hair off the head. But you do remember in the dispatch, it says 2 assaults and battery. 2 assaults and battery. Battery is greater than the assault. 2 assaults and battery. And then they had asked the police for an escort. So if Kenneka was in a fight, well, when did that happen, peoples? How could Kenneka get into a fight and then go walk some halls of that establishment? See, when you guys want to break down your stupid ass narrative, you can't even place the girl even in the fight. Because how she's going to fight and then walk some halls of that establishment? It don't make no sense. If she's in a fight, her clothes would be ripped. Her hair would be ripped off. Because for them to say assault and battery, peoples, that means somebody seriously got hurt. And Gina, to you, had said TM had her arm in a sling at the press conference as well as possibly Kenneka Martin. You goddamn straight she did. You goddamn straight she did. The people forgot about that, huh? Y'all forgot about Teresa Martin had her hand, her whole arm, and all the way wrapped up to her thumb in a brace. How the fuck did that happen, peoples? And she's supposed to be hooshed up on some drugs and recovering from some cancer. Come on now, peoples, man. Y'all don't sit here and fool me, peoples, and fuck with me. You stupid. The only way that that can happen, peoples, if she was in a battle with somebody. See, when you incorporate everything in this case and you reference that, well, then it's only certain things that make sense, peoples. Because there's no way that a Kenneka could be fighting with these girls, as you guys proclaimed, and still go and walk some halls to that establishment. That shit just doesn't make no sense. And to the level to where TM had to have a brace on her arm and hand clearly demonstrates. And guess what, people? It was at the time to when she was giving a press conference. So who in the fuck was she fighting? Because whoever fought hard. They fought hard. I mean, you didn't see nobody else in no brace or body cast or anything. You seen TM. And why TM? Because TM wanted to make sure that whoever that was that she was fighting was subdued. She wanted to make sure. You didn't see Monifa hair out of place. You didn't see Shemaya hair out of place. You didn't see Irene hair out of place. But Irene had a black eye. Why did Irene have a black eye? Because Irene was saying way too much shit. And you're exactly right, Gina, to you. Kenneka Martin was the fighter, not Kenneka Jenkins. Let's put it in perspective, peoples. So until you can tell me why TM had the brace around her arm and hand, what the fuck are you telling me? Because you can't tell me Kenneka Jenkins was fighting and then go walk some halls of that establishment. I mean, that shit doesn't make no sense. I mean, if you really think about it, peoples, it don't make no sense. I don't care how you slice it or dice it. That shit doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make no sense. Oh, yeah. And I forgot about that. TM did have a black eye. She sure did. As well as Irene had a black eye. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. TM did have a black eye. And I got the picture, too, to prove it. TM had a black eye on her face, and she had her arm and hand in a brace. That means that she was in a serious fight. A serious fight. And guess else who had a black eye? Irene had a black eye. So how in the fuck did they get a black eye in this case, peoples? Who in the fuck was they fighting? See, these are the things that I literally wants to continue to keep bringing up. All right, peoples, I'll be back. Got to take my son home, but I'll be back. Let's go.
And I just want to know, how could that happen? So let's go ahead. Golden Oakley said, "You got this." And Mariah Lavender had hit me again with a 99-cent super sticker. Blessings to you, Mariah. Thank you so much for the super sticker. That is what I'm talking about, peoples. Just being a total blessing to the channel. That is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, so when you guys learn to stop being stingy and start blessing, well, then the blessings continue to come. I said the blessings continue to come. And so I think it's at this point, peoples, is when I can go ahead and reveal something. I think it's at this point, and then we're going to get back to what we were doing. So since I'm being blessed right now, let me bless you on how my life has been saved, peoples. My son and I was in a car accident. We were in a car accident, and a guy who was hooshed up on something. I don't know if he was driving drunk, or he was doing drugs or whatever. But I had just picked up my son from school, and we were driving along and we were on our way home. And so when I exit the side street to get on the main street, I got hit from behind at a guy doing 100 miles per hour or more, literally flying down the street. The people, all of the witnesses had witnessed this. When I pulled out, the coast was clear. There was no cars around, nothing. So, I'm just, and I was on the phone with Gina and Trish, but I had it on speaker, but I wasn't holding the phone or anything. I had the phone on the phone mount in my car, paying full attention to everything around me and stuff, And so we were just talking. And so all of a sudden, when I made that turn, because, I didn't see no cars around, when I made that turn, just out of nowhere, it just like, boom. We spun around. We hit his car again. We literally flew up in the air, and my car had landed on the side of the road, partially in the street and on the curb. And from the witness's account, the guy never slowed down. Never slowed down. And it was just a straight trajectory from him passing my son's friend's mother, who picked up her son, straight down without applying his brakes whatsoever. And when he got to my car, he literally hit my car full blast at 100 miles per hour, and literally travailed us, spent us around into the air, and literally on the side of the road. And if I didn't have all of my camera equipment in the trunk of my car, and I didn't have a full trunk, we would have instantly been killed. Because with a hollow trunk, the impact of when he impacted my car would have driven that full thrust, and his car would have went full thrust and literally crushed us. And if I did not spin the wheel, we would have literally went straight forward into the tree and would have been instantly killed. But I thank God that didn't happen. I thank God that didn't happen. I thank God that I kept control of the wheel and things. But and I'm hurting. The whole left side of my body is numb. I'm sitting here. They told me, I need to get up and stretch and do all of this exercise to stretch out and stuff. And so, I mean, I'm sitting here right now in great pain, but I'm still here talking to you guys. Now, let me tell you, I was able to get the information of the guy because I asked the guy for his ID. He said that he didn't have a physical driver's license, but he had a digital one because now in California, you're able to use have your driver's license on your phone, digital copy. So I said, okay, well, give me your number and you can text me your digital driver's license. So he gave me his number, and then I called it to make sure that that was his phone. So that was his phone because I've seen my number register on his phone. And so I said, well, I need your insurance and everything and stuff, you know. And so something told me to take a picture of him. So I took a picture of him. He said, no, don't take my picture. Don't take my picture. But I took it anyway. So I got his picture. And I said, well, I need your driver's license and I need your registration. And, he was just acting just strange, just crazy. So I don't know what drunk people act like or something, or people I know what people on drugs act like to a certain degree, but he wasn't normal. He wasn't like, just like coherent like me and you, just talking and things like that. He's definitely on something. Definitely on something. But I'm not going to sit here and say that he was on drugs or alcohol or anything, but he was on something, because anybody who's going to hit your car at 100 miles per hour straight without putting on brakes is crazy. But it saved his life because his airbags deployed. So that's what saved his life. And his car is like literally mangled. But my car is literally mangled. But we survived. And I'm still in shock, and my son is in shock, but he's standing around and he's kind of talking to the people who were standing out there and stuff, and they were just trying to make sure that he was okay. The people came by and they told us what happened because several people had witnessed it, and they videotaped the incident because they videotaped this guy flying down the street. So they videotaped the actual accident that happened, and literally videotaped the impact and what happened to us. And I tell you, people, it was a very horrific scene. But we're here. We're alive. And I am in great pain, but I'm still here. Thank God. So I'm going to show you my vehicle and what happened to my vehicle, peoples. I'm going to show you what happened to my vehicle and how God's provision had saved me and my son. And I thank God. I thank God for his mercy and his grace, his love and his kindness and his provision, his protection over my life. Now, but before I show you that, let me go ahead and tell you. So when I mentioned the police, the guy said, no, don't call the police. Don't call the police. I said, well, I need to call the police because I said that this is a major accident and that, I need to take a police report. So he got in his car. He tried to drive off. He couldn't drive off because his car is all mangled. So he went and got into the car, took everything out of his glove compartment and stuff. At this time, he's proclaiming that he's talking to his father and talking to some lady, on the phone, and he kept saying, yeah, the car is totaled, his car is totaled and everything. So I kept asking him. So when I mentioned the police, This guy got into the car, got everything out his glove compartment, everything. Then he just took off and he ran away. And so I took off after him. And then the witnesses has took off in their cars and they were chasing after. So then that's when I called 911. And then I was giving them the description of him and everything and stuff. And so I just chased him to the corner. I couldn't go no further because at that time I was hurting bad. I was like, God damn, what in the world is wrong with me? So walked back to the car, and gave the description of the guy and stuff to 911. They were supposed to have called the police. The police never came. Called for the ambulance for me and my son. They never came. We sat up there for 3.5 hours waiting for them. They never came. So I had my son to call his mother to come pick him up and take him directly to the hospital. So that's what she did. So my son ended up getting checked out and things. I'm not going to share anything about what's going on with my son. I just thank God that he's in his hands. I got the car towed home. And then the next morning, I went to the hospital and got myself checked out. And I'm not going to tell you my condition, but just know that I'm in God's hands. And so after which, and things, I had turned all over the stuff, the pictures, the videos, because I'm a videographer, photographer, so I know how to chronicle scenes. So I chronicled the scenes. I went from start to finish, from where I was, and showed the video, gave a narrative as to what transpired. The people had actually videotaped the accident, showed everything that happened, and how the guy just literally just like, how those racing cars, how they race around the track. That's just how it was with the guy flying down the street, full blast, about 100 miles per hour, and literally just ran right behind me in the back and catapulted catapulted my car in the air, spun around in the air, and literally came down. So people, let me show you the pictures of my car. This is a picture of his car. It was an Infinity. This is a picture of, that's the guy who had hit me. He didn't want to be on camera. And then as you can see, there's the other people who was witness to the incident and everything. He ran from the scene. And then this is a picture of my car. And so as you can see right here, we were coming out here. And it was at this point, I was right here. That's when the guy flew down the street, and literally from right here to right here is where my car landed. Got hit right here on the edge of the street, right here. My car literally flew in the air. Got pushed down a little bit, flew in the air. We were spinning around and we landed right where you see this right here. And this is what happened to my car. "100 miles per hour." This is a side view of the car. And then there's my son, who's still in shock and just looking at what just happened. And see that if I didn't have all of that stuff, the whole back end would have just came in. And you see that tree right there? Because I had maneuvered, we were heading for the tree. But when we were at the point right here, because we were headed for the tree, that's when I spun around. And that's when but from the momentum of the accident, my car, because of the motion of the accident, I had turned the wheel and we literally flipped around in the air and we landed right here. But we were headed straight for that tree right there. And you can see the close proximity of when the car landed in the tree right there. And so this is what happened right here. And so that's what happened, peoples. 100 miles per hour straight in back of me, peoples. Straight in back of me. And literally, see my whole back end is just crushed. And the front of the car is all crushed. It's all messed up. Back window crushed, everything. And had we hit that tree, that would have just been certain death. But thank God that he gave me the wherewithal to turn the car when I turned the car, because you got to remember he's pushing us because he still has his foot on the gas and I'm spinning, in the momentum of the car. And it just happened so quick. And all I just seen was we're heading for that tree. So I spent around. When I spent around, we flipped up in the air. And then that's where we came landing down right where I am right there. And as you can see, my car is literally halfway on the curb and in the street. My gas tank is literally ripped open. It has a big, huge gash in it, and you can see all of the fuel right there. See all of the fuel. So had a match been lit, that would have been it, peoples. The Lord didn't see for that to happen. All of this is gas, and then look at the thing right here. This is all soaked up in gas. All of this right here, all of that is gasoline because the my thing was ripped open. My gas tank was ripped open down at the bottom, and all of that gas had leaked. All of this right here is gas, and you can see my tire how is bent open. I mean bent over. Even just the heat from the exhaust pipe from the muffler could have ignited and could have started the fire. So that just a little spark would have literally caught my car on fire. And just that quick, because the gas tank was erupted, well, we would have died instantly because that would have caused a major explosion right there. I mean, because the fire hit the gas tank, it's still a lot of gas in the tank, and it's a lot of gas that is on the side of the concrete right there. And, all it took was just a little flame, and that was it, as you can see. My son had, because the seatbelt, the seatbelts, it doesn't retract back at some point in time, it releases and lets you flow forward. My son flew forward and he damn near went through the windshield, but thank God for the waist thing around, the seatbelt. But he lunged forward and he had hit his head up on the dashboard. And I'm rocking back and forth, continuing to hit my head on the side of the car on the inside. And my shoulder just kept hitting the door. You know, I'm rocking back and forth, just boom, 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 boom. And he is just consistently, back and forth, retracting on the seat that doesn't retract back and lunging forward and hitting his head on the dashboard and coming back forward, back, forward, back, forward. So you talk about a miracle. This is a miracle, peoples. This is a miracle. And I blurred out my license plate because there ain't no reason for me to show my license plate to you guys and all like that and stuff. So, you know, but that's what it is. And there's other pictures that I got that I can show, but you know, this shows, you see that the whole side of my car, because when we spun around we hit his car again, because remember, he still has his feet on the gas and we're being pushed. Still has his feet on the gas and we're being pushed. So on impact, we're still being pushed because he still has his feet on the gas and literally pushing us. And all this happened just like real quick, but it's all captured on video. And I'm not going to show that video until after I win this lawsuit because I'm getting the injury attorney. And so, I turned it in and stuff. Um, the police came back the next morning. They went and they towed this car. They gave me all of his information. Yes, he did have insurance and stuff. I have insurance, so I'm covered. He's covered. And I'm getting an injury attorney. And pretty much my insurance company said this is an open and shut case. I mean, they never seen anything like this. I got the picture of the guy. I got his phone number. They have the car. They have the video of the actual accident of when it happened and how it happened and things, because somebody had the wherewithal to be out videotaping and things, and not knowing that the accident was going to happen, but him flying down the street, that's something that people took out their thing, because they fly on the street all the time. So they recorded that, but they did not know that this was going to happen. And people, as you see with the dog and in the other video right there, captured everything because he was just walking his dog right there. Had the wherewithal to go and bring out his phone and stuff, and saw the guy literally way down a couple of blocks away, flying down about 100 miles per hour, and literally just smashes right smack directly in the back of my car. And this is what you see right here. And so I got his phone number. I got his picture. God had allowed me to get his phone number. God had allowed me put it into my spirit to take a picture of him. I took a picture of him. His car, got all of the information and stuff. I got the video of the actual accident. And then the people who chased him down got even more pictures of him. And so, the police have got him because they tracked down his information through his insurance and everything and stuff. They got him. So now, I'm just waiting for the police report, and I'm just waiting for the DMV report, and got my attorney. Well, I'll be getting one on Monday. And this is just the open and shut case. I mean, it's done. It ain't much that they need to investigate or they need to do, because I mean, you know, the video literally shows it all, says it all. I don't need to say nothing. Even with the pictures, the video shows it all, says it all, tells exactly what happened. So there's no way that he can be able to get out of this. And I got hit from behind, so I definitely wasn't at fault. So this is changing my life, dramatically. So I did an estimate as to, for such an injury like this, what would one get? And then I spoke to a couple of attorneys, and by the pictures and things in the video, because I sent them the video, uh, they said that you're looking at getting them near the maximum that they will give, which is close to about 300,000. But they're going to take their cut. So, which I would probably be looking, somewhere about 200,000, because they're going to, take, I think, 10 to 20% of that. So 200,000 something dollars is a life changer. That's a life changer, people. So that like is a life changer. But not only that, you know, um, and it's not about the money. It is that I thank God that me and my son still have our lives. That's a life changer, because you don't go through a traumatic injury like this and just come out squeaky clean. Now, what's happening to me is my whole left side is numb. I can't really feel it, but I feel pain in my back. It hasn't protruded to my legs yet, and now my neck is starting to get stiff and starting to hurt and things. And the doctor, I went to the doctors and stuff, and they said that generally within the first 2 to 3 days, you start to gradually start to feel the true impact as to what has transpired. Because right now, my body is still in shock, and I refuse to take any type of medication to try to, keep me from having to feel anything. So I'm sitting here, I'm in great pain, but I just thank God for the pain, because the pain is letting me know that my limbs, everything is still functioning, you know, and I'm still here. And so this right here is really something, people, because one, this is my mom's car that was in I inherited my mom's car. So this car has been with me for quite some time. I put a second engine in it. This car got me from Oregon and all of these other places that I've been all over the world, driving this car and stuff, many places. And so I've always said, well, I'm going to upgrade and I'm going to buy me a new car. And I am going to go ahead and I'm going to get me a new place, and I'm going to really upgrade everything. Well, now people's, I'm afforded that now, because they said that this ain't going to take too long, because pretty much it's an open and shut case. It ain't nothing that they can do. I mean, it's just having to just go ahead and sign the paperwork and have the check cut and be that. So they don't even think it would take even a month, because I mean, all of the evidence is right there. They got the guy, they got the car, they got the video for the accident, they got the medical report. What more do you need? I got the telephone number of the guy, I got the picture of the guy, and then most importantly, the guy ran from the scene. He ran from the accident. Why did you do that? That was crazy. This boy ran from the scene. He literally ran from the scene. You caused the accident, but you run from the scene. I don't understand that. And so now he's looking at some major charges. And it could lead up to attempted murder because from what the witnesses says. And see, I didn't see this. I saw the video and I've listened to what the witness says. Witness says that he went about 100 miles per hour just straight, not even braking, and literally just ran right behind us and smashed us, and then had the audacity to go and run from the scene. That's what makes it 10 times worse. You didn't stay to be held account. You had insurance. You didn't stay to be held account. You ran. You didn't even have no regard for me. You didn't have no regard for my son. You didn't even ask how he's doing or anything. You ran like a coward. And now you got to pay for it. And they got him. They got him. Open and shut case, people. That is it. Life transforming situation. And yes, I'm going to buy me a brand spanking new Honda Civic 2005. And I'm going to buy me a 4K camera. I'm going to mount it up on my dashboard and I'm going to drive all over California to show you all of everything. And then I'm leaving from here. And then I'm buying my son a car, but his mom is going to be able to drive it until he gets to age to where he will be able to drive, but I'm buying him a car. And I still have plenty of money left. So, and I'm not going to be like Teresa Martin or anything. So put it in a fund for him and a fund for both of my kids and stuff. And then, put some in a savings fund. I'm going to invest a little bit. And then I'm going to take a cruise, people. I'm going to relax. I'm going to relax. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna get me some more camera equipment. I'm gonna get me another monitor. I'm gonna beef up this computer all the way to its max. I'm gonna get me some more hard drives and stuff and things. And that's what I'm gonna do. So it's a life-changing event. It shouldn't have never happened, but it happened. You know, And so that's what I say, that I already know what some people had said and stuff and things. And I say this, and let me say this. You can relate this to what you said, and you can't mess with this person and all like this, but I really don't give two rats asses, to tell you the truth. And I'm still going to say what I need to say. I came out on top. Although, thank God, I got my life. I don't have no scars. I don't have no rips in my skin or anything like that. I may have some eternal injuries and stuff, and but through God's grace, I'm getting through this. But if you ever put your mouth upon this situation, I pray to God that you don't suffer the same thing that I did, me and my son. I pray to God that you don't. So be very careful about how you treat this information that you got, because you know who you are. You know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking. So use this to your advantage if you want to, and then watch God handle it. He will. No doubt. He will. But like I said, people, this is a life transforming event. This never, I ain't gonna say that it never happened, but this is a rare occasion. And my insurance company, they're just like literally, you literally got an open and shut case, and you ain't got to worry about nothing, because this ain't gonna take long to close. You got everything right there. I mean, literally everything. The person, the car, his number, the picture, everything. Even when he ran, you got the picture of him. They were able to ID him and stuff. I mean, that just doesn't happen. And then you have the video of the accident. I mean, people's my God, you can't get no better than that. You absolutely can't. And so there it is, people. There's my life changing event. But most importantly of all, I thank God that me and my son, we have our lives, and we're fairly well to be expected. That's to the degree. I thank God that I'm able to walk. I thank God I'm able to talk. I thank God that I have the faculties of my mind and I'm still able to do and stuff, even though I'm in great pain. I'm in good hands. I'm in good hands because had we hit that tree head on or had a spark, had anybody just been smoking and just happened to walk and flick a cigarette or something, we would have been instantly killed right there because the explosion from the car, because that gas tank would have erupted and that would have been all she wrote right there. Because we're in close proximity of the car. Or had we hit that tree, had I not turned that car wheel because I was spinning towards that tree, and when it hit that tree head on, been instantly killed. But the Lord didn't see that to happen. That's why I said I seen my life flash before my eyes earlier in this live. I've seen my life flash before my eyes. But God was with us and God protected us. And, all I can just say is thank you, Jesus. And so there it is, peoples. There's my life changing event right there, right before your eyes. And so that's what it is. And so people's, this is when that you are definitely God's child and that no hurt, harm, or danger will ever come to you. And it wasn't my time to die, but it was my time to live. It's my time to live. And I can attribute a lot of things, to this and stuff because I said the devil was on me. The devil was trying to kill me. A lot of things is happening and stuff, and I can blame it upon a certain person or certain people and things. I'm not going to do that, peoples, because I don't know what what um what God has in store. I don't know what, you know, I know some strange things has been happening to me lately and stuff. But in the end, God turns that situation around and meant it for my good. And although this was a tragic scene, God turned that situation around and meant it for my good because look at what's to come. It's a better life for me and my son and my other kids. It gives us the opportunity to, be able to do something that we never did. And I thank God for that. Yes, it came with a price. It came with having my mother's car destroyed and the memories, the ties to the car and stuff, the sentimental value and stuff that can never be, you can't put no money up on that. The health and everything. but I don't have a scratch. I don't have a cut. I don't have broken bones. I have bruised internal things going on, but I don't have no broken bones. But I'm able to walk. I'm able to talk. I'm able to do. And the other most remarkable thing is that my neighbors, she is a she her company is one that works for, they do this, they specialize in into accident injuries and things like that, chiropractic, all of that stuff and whatnot. And so she told me, to give them a call, come see them. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. They're the ones who had took me to the hospital. And so look at God, not even knowing that my neighbor is into the chiropractic stuff, the doctors that she work with and things, specializes in this and stuff. And so I'm already taken care of as far as my chiropractic needs and things of that nature. And so look at God. I mean, look at God. Everything is at my fingertips right here. And everything is just happening just like that. And I'm kind of like, man, I'm just wow. Wow, wow, wow. I said this is just remarkable. So that's my testimony, peoples. This is what I'm dealing with right now. And I thank God that my son and I have life. We have life. And this is to show you, each and every one of you, yes, I am a true child of God, and no weapons formed against me will ever prosper. None whatsoever. I don't care what the devil throws at me, God still got me. And we are going to live, peoples, but we're going to be responsible with what we get and things. And I'm going to make sure that they have the things that they need. I'm going to buy me a new car, and I'm going to will it to my one of my children because he's going to have his own car. I'm going to buy him a new car, and he'll have his mom drive it and stuff. I would still have a lot of money, and I'm gonna put a little fund away for each of them. Make sure all of my expenses is paid up and everything, and I'm going to fix up my computer system right here. Get me a couple more monitors and all of the things that I need now to do my podcast and stuff. And look at here, and I even got money to where I can go ahead and finish get my teeth fixed, which is a wonderful thing. Oh my God, look at here. Ain't that something, people? That is a major blessing right there. Just pay all of it off. Pay it all off. My raise, I'm getting ready to get my bonus, and then my raise come next year in February. So man, I'm good. I mean, hey, I'm good. I said I am good. You hear me? I'm good. I'm good. So thank you. Woo. Hey, it may not be $1 million, but I mean it's enough to go ahead and for whatever days I have left, be able to enjoy. And I'm taking me a cruise. I tell you that much. I sure am. I'm taking me a cruise. Me and my son and my daughter and my other son. We're gonna take a cruise, peoples. Yes, we're gonna take a cruise. And I'm gonna take me a Disney cruise. Showing up. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. But yeah, but you guys pray for me, pray for my son, pray that his condition, his situation improves. I don't want to really speak too much about what he is going through, but just pray for him. Because I can never envision ever losing my child. And on that day, I almost. Last Saturday, we had buried we had eulogized my mother's baby sister. And at her homegoing celebration, I had played back the video that I had sung when I came over to her house to see her on Father's Day, because I came to see my cousin and I came to see her on Father's Day. And I sat back and I sung that song. I sung an old song that she loved. And I played that back at her homegoing service. And then coming to this week, me and my son almost lost our lives. And so, people, this is why I do what I do in the Kenneka Jenkins case, because although she was never my daughter, you know, I just can't phantom, I can't imagine losing a child, whether it been hers or not. Still, just the simple thought of one losing their child. But oh, thank you, Jesus. My baby is still here. May not be 100%, but my baby is still here. And my oldest boy, who had got shot saving someone else's child. Ooh, thank you, Jesus. And he still have a bullet lodged in his chest. And the bullet is going back and forth from going to his lungs and trying to protrude out. And he still have fragments down by his spine that they can't do no surgery, because if they do surgery, then it's a greater chance that he will be paralyzed totally. He's already paralyzed from the waist down, but if they go and try to remove the bullet, then it's a greater chance that he will totally be paralyzed from the head on down. But the Lord didn't see fit for him to be paralyzed from the head on down. And I tell you, my son, he is one of the greatest gamers. He is flying all around the world. He's a gamer. And he plays the internet games and stuff. And so, that's his business. He has people from all different countries and stuff. He has groups of people, and they go and play all of these games, and they test out all of these new games, and then they have all of these battles online and everything, and he gets paid for that, and he is making very good money even in his condition. My baby boy, that's my oldest son, have a bullet lodged in his chest, and he has bullet fragments by his spine that if they go and operate, it's a chance that he will be paralyzed from the head on down. But yet, look at God. God has given him grace. Saving someone else's child. Saving someone else's child. He took a bullet to save that baby's life. And I'm almost lost my son. He took a bullet, peoples. And then my daughter, with her situation and stuff, and she almost died. My daughter has sickle cell. And it was a time to when they were about to give up on her. So I'm not a stranger to adversity, peoples. I'm not a stranger to situations like this. I've been through, and with my children. But look at God. God has never, ever saw fit to take my babies away from me. and never ever saw fit to take my life from me. And so when I say that I know God for myself, I don't need to brag and boast. I don't need nobody to try to speak anything in my life. Don't speak over me. Don't go and try to touch me and pray for me if you're not a true child of God. Because see, I can detect when people are real and when people are fake. That's why I don't allow everybody to touch me. That's why I don't allow people to speak over me. That's why I don't get into having a lot of friends and things. No, I don't allow everybody to speak up on me because you don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're doing. And see, even if you decide that you're going to pray for me, you know what I pray for? I say, Father, if the prayers are sincere, let it be. But if it's not, throw it out in that sea, never to come to be a burdensome to me. Reject it, rebuke it. See, God knows the sincere heart, peoples. He knows the sincere heart. And see, you can think a lot of things, but when you start to manifest that madness in your heart, that takes upon a whole different thing. And so that's why I say, hey, 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 I don't care what you say. I don't care what you try to do to me. You know, I'm always going to come on top. And this is one of the reasons why I talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, because for the likes of me, regardless of what Teresa Martin is Kenneka's mother, either one of them, either Kenneka's, whether you feel that she birthed her child or not, you know, just the simple fact that someone's child died, that touches me, peoples. I can't let it go. I got to talk about it. And so, you know, Kenneka could have been my child. She could have been. But whether she's and knowing that she's not, it really doesn't make that much difference to me, peoples, because it ain't that I cannot feel for the other family that knows her and that had cried out for her. And I can feel the pain, even though that she's not my child. And, you know, it's one of the reasons why I talk about this case, because someone's child died. She died. And whether you believe it was Teresa Martin's kid or whoever, that really doesn't mean nothing to me, peoples. It's the simple fact that someone's child died, got killed, and was placed in the freezer. Just imagine your child, a child that you birthed, get killed at an establishment and placed in a freezer. Think about that for one moment. And whether TM knew or not, it's just a simple fact, peoples, that this young lady was placed in a freezer. Of all of the places that you're going to put someone, you're going to kill her and put her in the freezer. Who does that? Who does that, peoples? Who does that? Well, I had to give my testimony, peoples. I had to give it. I wasn't going to say anything, but I had asked Gina and Trish, should I say something? They said it's up to me, and I was just only going to give you the bare minimum. But then, as I was going through, I said, "No, let me not hold back." What is it that the people can say? What is it that the people can say? It ain't nothing that they can say. They can clearly see that God manifested his love and his protection, his provision over my life and my child's life, and didn't see fit to take us in. Where we buried my mother's baby sister, my children could have been burying their father and their brother. But the Lord didn't see fit. And so I couldn't hold back upon this testimony, peoples, because, you know, no matter what you say, no matter what you think, no matter what you feel or do and stuff, everything lined up perfectly. Everything is taken care of. I ain't got to worry about nothing. All I have to do is just sit back, praise God, thank God for my son's life, for my life, and to continue to keep healing, and then go ahead and live life like I never had an opportunity to do. Never had an opportunity to do. I had some struggles, peoples. I had some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and you know, I had some top ramen days. I had some boiled egg days. That's just how it was. Look at the sacrifice that I made for my son's mother. You know, when she was out of a job, I sacrificed. I paid extra money in child support so that she can be able to make a living and still have my son to where she can be able to provide for him too. $1,200 off my check every month. I didn't have to do it, but I did. And then when she found the job, I asked her to rescind it. She wouldn't. So it took me over a year to get that back. I ain't got to pay no child support no more, peoples, because I have equal custody and time with my son this day. So all of that of my sacrifice is given back unto me. When I sacrifice, it is given back unto me. I ain't got to pay child support no more, peoples. And I have my son, loving on my son, doing for my son. All of that money is restored unto me, peoples. Then look at God. Look at God. I mean, I've been wanting to get out of here, peoples. I couldn't get out of here because they was taking a lot of money out my check. So I didn't have the money to move. Now I'm going to have way more than enough to move and have a very comfortable life for me and my son. I've been wanting to get a new car. Now, look at the Lord, make provisions for me to get a brand spanking new car and still make provisions for me to have a beautiful life. You know, I've been wanting to upgrade my computer system and stuff so I can go live and things. And look at God. God made provisions to where I can go ahead and beef up my system all the way to its capacity, or even buy a new system. I'm like, no, why would I want to buy a new system and push this aside? What? Shoot, I can just go ahead and push this to the max. I don't need no new system. Push this thing to the max. Bring this thing to its capacity. And then just get a couple of more monitors and a camera and everything that I need. Look at God. God made provisions for that to happen. And then now I can go ahead and pay off my bill for my teeth and finish getting that and stuff. Getting exactly what I need so I can have that beautiful pearly smile. Look at God. God made provisions for that to happen, peoples. So everything that I need, God is providing for it, peoples. God is providing for it. Came with a price, but God is providing. Look at God. Everything that I've sacrificed, Everything that I have lost, God is turning it around. He turned that situation around and meant it for my good, and He has restored me 100-fold and then some. Look at God, peoples. Look at God. And I can't thank Him and I can't praise Him enough. I said, look at God. You know, I'm going to donate $10,000 to the sports fund for my son's school, so they can be able to have some money to get the rest of the uniforms for all of the kids and things, because they were trying to do a fundraiser and stuff so they can get money for all of the people to get uniforms and things, because with all of the cutbacks. And so I'm on the board, with the school for the kids and things. And look at God. So that's going to be a donation to where be able to help the football team go ahead and get the uniforms and things, and then help the girls to go ahead and get their little cheerleading their cheerleading outfits and stuff. Look at God. And see, that's going to be an inspiration for all of the other parents to step up to the plate and do whatever they can do collectively, because our kids is in school. And I understand that, everybody don't have money, but and stuff, but I mean, what's coming to me within the next month, because they said this open shut case, it ain't gonna take long. All you do is just, finalize the paperwork and then cut that check, be done with. So I don't have a stingy heart, peoples. I'm here to help, and that's going to be my commitment. That's going to be my support for not only my son but for all of the other students at the school. Look at God. So through Edward Joseph, the school is going to be blessed to go ahead and finish up the year with the kids having uniforms and things. Look at God. So not only is Edward Joseph being blessed, whoo, thank you, Jesus. The kids is going to be blessed. All because the Lord is using Edward Joseph to be up on that school panel to help his son and other kids be able to have a good, wholesome, and wonderful academic life in sports. My son has stopped eating the chips because he used to eat the chips and dips. My son got slender now. My son is exercising a lot more. And he's doing good. He's a linebacker on the football team. He's learning. He's learning, peoples. Look at God. God is doing a new thing. And what I couldn't do, I'm going to be able to do, because of the sacrifice that I had to endure, and him as well. But God knows what he's doing. Look at God, people. Look at God. It's called tragedy into triumph. Tragedy into triumph. That's going to be one of my lives that I'm going to do. And I ain't going to do nothing but on that live just talk about the goodness of God. Tragedy into triumph. And the Lord took my situation and turned my situation around, and turning my situation around, it is helping others. And so I challenge each and every one of you peoples, whatever you may be going through, whatever your situation may be, whether you got a lot of money or whether you don't have a lot of money, whether you have a heart or whether you don't have a heart, go and bless somebody. I do that every day, all the time. I go when I go and prepare a meal and stuff. I've always go and prepare a meal, and I not only prepare it for me, but I prepare it for the people on the outside. So at least a couple of people can have a good home cooked meal. You can do that. You ain't necessarily got to give them money. Show them some love. Buy a bottle of water or some socks or a pillow or a blanket or something. Winter is coming up, peoples. You can be able to give. We got so many people out there on the streets, out and skid rolling things. You can do something. And see, when the people tried to sit here and say, oh, well, Edward Joseph, he's out there and he's bringing in the homeless and stuff, and he's over there effing the homeless and things. How demonic and stupid that is. And you guys sat back there and listened to that madness and ran with it. But then look what happened to you when you put out that false narrative. So me doing something good for the community, and then you want to put a spin on it and make it so derogatory. You stupid. You are absolutely stupid. But that's okay, because your payment has already came. Yep, your payment has already came. Now look at you. Look at you now with your devious, devilish, and demonic self. Look at you. Peoples, if you got a heart, if you got an opportunity, go and bless somebody. Now we do the little internet stuff, we talk about each other and stuff. We say this, that, and the other. That's fine. I get it. But learn when to let it go and learn when to let go. You got to learn that, peoples. You got to learn that. Got to learn when to let it go and let go. And you got to learn to let God. You got to learn to be a blessing, because when you be a blessing to someone, God is going to turn your situation around and be a blessing to you. I'm a living witness, and that's why I share my testimony, because it ain't nothing but a test that I'm going through. But you see how God brought me through. And that's why that song that I always sing, through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon his word. Now I know this case was this live was supposed to be about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but people's I couldn't help it. I had to tell you what I've been going through. I had to tell you, because my testimony, hopefully it will bless some others to change their lives, to do something wonderful and something positive, because people's it ain't always degradation and aggravation. It's called inspiration and elevation and leading up to a celebration. That's what we're about, people. That's what I'm about. And so I had to turn my back up onto how I used to be. And I said, Father God, take me back. Take me back, dear Lord, to the place to where I first received you. Take me back. Take me back, dear Lord, to where I first believed. And see, peoples, as you can see, this is the true, the authentic, the real Edward Joseph. It's not that, it ain't no fake and ain't no phoniness about me. I keep it real and 100. I may be direct, I may be aggressive, but I'm intentional. I've always been intentional. And see, people can't handle real people. They can't. They can't handle real people. And so this is one of the reasons why people can't get close to Edward Joseph, because they don't know how to handle me. But that's okay, peoples, because I never asked for you to be my friend. I just asked you to listen and to learn something. And if I can help you along the way, hey, here I am. But it is always the people always got their mouths upon me and always got something to say about me. But that's fine. Speak it. Because you never speak it in my life. You're never speaking into existence, peoples. I'm too blessed for your mess. I'm way too blessed. You can't touch me. You can't do nothing to me. So keep on with your sour lips and keep on with your madness. I'm living my best life, peoples, regardless of my struggles. Everything that I've lost is being restored unto me. Look at that. Look at God. You too stupid enough to see how God is blessing me, even in the midst of your ranting and raving. Even in the midst of it. Even when you want to see my downfall, look at God. God is elevating me and celebrating me. And there has been a dramatic change, transformation in my life, even in the way that I talk, even in the things that I do. Look at God. See, I was once that terror tyrant on here and stuff, cussing up a storm and hollering, screaming at people and stuff. No, the Lord told me that ain't you, Edward Joseph. That's not you. That's not my child. That's not my child. So I said, Lord, okay, take me back. Take me back to where I first believed. And look at God. The transformation is here, peoples. The transformation is already happening right now. Thank you, Jesus. And so I'm elevating, I'm celebrating. And that's what it is, people. I'm on my trajectory. So you can sit and you can hold all of these grudges against me. You guys ain't got to come on and chime out into this chat. You sit back and watch with your deviant, devilish, and demonic selves and stuff. That's fine. Because I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. I'm still going to shoot my shot. I'm still going to say what I need to say. You know, God has blessed me with this channel. I'm going to grow it. And you better know it. You know? Hey! Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. And see, people, I had just had to take a little excerpt out of that of what Teresa Martin had did when she had played that song, Ain't No Stopping Us Now, We're on the Move. You know, when she was out there celebrating the death of her supposed child at the Crown Plaza in the parking lot. Y'all remember that when they was beating those drums and they went shopping and did all this and stuff, and ain't no shopping us now, and they out there celebrating the death of this girl. Really? Really? Okay. Okay, ma'am. I got something for you. I said I got something for you. All right, people, so let's get into this. I just had to share my testimony. I just had to share it, you know, and let you know what God is doing in my life and things. Every time I get an opportunity, I'm always going to share that and stuff, peoples, because it is important to share with you the goodness of God. Is that all right, peoples? Mariah Lavender had said, "Oh, wow, praying for you and your son." Blessings to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry had says, "Wow, God is good." Mariah Lavender said, "That's good." Trish Hollywood has says, "God bless you and your family, Edward. We're praying for you." Mariah Lavender sends some love. And Gina, to you, has sent some prayers. And yes, oh my God, no. Yeah, it did happen. But that's okay because nothing is going to stop me. And so we're going to finish all of this with an amen. All right, people, let's go. Let's get into this. Where are we at now? So I have shared with you Uncle Fed's live, and I've shown to you what Kenneka sisters had said. So now let me go ahead, peoples, and let me go ahead and call up that other post, and then I'm going to share my screen. So let me go back to that, peoples. Let me go back to Facebook, and let me share this other post that 82 had sent me. Okay, there we go, right there. So let me share my screen, peoples. I said, let me share my screen. All right, so this is another post of what her sister had said, peoples. This is another post of what her sister had said, peoples. So let me go ahead and enlarge this. And so Siobhan Jones had said, peoples, this is a very true fast. My sister and I never gotten any closer for Sister Kenneka Martin. Death are a word from mother and has been blocked from social media pages and has not, I repeat, has not received any financial gain from the lawsuit our stepmother closed on. We got cut out of their lives right after the funeral service and was being cut out of the funeral when everything was happening. She didn't even want to add us in the obituary, shaking my head. No one knows since our father got killed in the streets of Chicago. She also lied to our brother and sister and told them we were not helping her financially with them when at that time also we were children ourselves. And when we came of age to help every time we called her, she lied and said our sister and brother wasn't around until years later. Right before our sister death, she told me out of her own, supposed to be mouth, but she put mother, that Teresa, her mother, is the one who told them she lied. Shaking my MF head. People don't know the pain we feel to this day behind the passing of our sister and father. Double broken hearts. My sister and I are daddy's oldest children and daughters, and we still stand together always. Kenny Girls, Kenneka's big sister. Okay. Did you see that, right, peoples? It says Kenny Girls, Kenneka big sisters. And then Kenny had said, so this has been on my mind a lot. So Facebook helped me as Kenneka Martin mom, only her and her siblings on her side got money for the, so I guess that's just a repeat of what we have just shown. But you see what her sister had said, peoples. You guys see that, right? I said you see it and you see it for yourself, peoples. So thank you, 82, because 82 had sent me this. 82 is always on point when she does what she does, and she does some deep diving research and stuff. So you see what Kenneka's sisters had said, peoples, right? Y'all see that? I can't make it up. You see what they said, and you see that they said that their stepmother lied. Teresa Martin lied. She had literally ousted them peoples from that what they were receiving from their sister's inheritance peoples. Teresa Martin ain't nothing but a big liar, peoples. And everybody sees that. But still today, you still got people who is literally all the time making excuses for Teresa Martin peoples. I said you see peoples all of the time that the people is making excuses for Teresa. And so why is that, peoples? Why is it that the people consistently make excuses for Teresa Martin? Why is that, peoples? Why is it that when it comes down to Teresa Martin, nothing is what it seems to be, but it's always an allusion to any type of conclusion that you try to have in this case? Why is that? Gina, to you said that that is wrong on so many levels. I mean, peoples, you can clearly see these kids. Wasn't nothing but babies themselves. Nothing but babies themselves. And they get ousted out of making arrangements, get ousted out of the financial gain that she had for Kenneka. Because you got to remember that, there's the other side to the family. It ain't about TM and Lenore Harris and Kenny Jenkins and stuff. She's got another side of the family. And so why isn't it that Teresa Martin is not giving them any details? Why is it that Teresa Martin is sitting around here playing tiddlywink games and not sharing any information and not telling them anything? This was their sister. But yet you want to sit up here and you want to play games. You thinking that you can just do what you do. Do they have any money today, peoples? It looks like they broke now. I said it looks like they are broke now, peoples. They're back on social media posting and things. But when they had that money, boy, look at here. You ain't seen a Heidi of a hair of them. Going to get fake boobs and fake breasts and fake A's and hips and lips and all of this other stuff and teeth and things like that. And look, peoples, you ain't heard nothing from them, peoples. Nothing at all. So, do they have a right to speak? I'm sure that they do. Do they have the right to speak, peoples? I'm sure that they do. And they did. Did anybody hear them? Because see, what I'm learning, people, is many of you guys have a very selective memory. Many of you just look at things just the way that you look at things and stuff, and you can't even explain it, but you just look at it. And then if people don't agree with you, now you want to argue with people and stuff. No, it didn't happen that way and stuff. Well, however it happened, come explain to me. Come explain to us how did it happen? How did it happen, peoples? So what I want to know, peoples, if you will, how did Kenneka get from the supposed west side of Chicago to the Crown Plaza? Because remember, Kelly had stated that she saw and she was with Kenneka and she tried to help her. But she couldn't help her.
and that she knew that KJ was going to be killed. Really? So you just got that great insight that you just knew that Kenneka was going to be killed. She knew that, peoples. That's what she said. You heard what she said, right? She said that she knew KJ was going to be killed. Did the spirit tell her, peoples? Did the people show her? Did the guys even confer with her that Kenneka was going to be killed? How did she know? And she said that Kenneka was at the end of the elevator. So if Kenneka was hoosed up on some drugs or something, why would Kenneka be having conversations with people? And then remember, she said that Kenneka was running from those guys. She said that I am tired of running from these niggas. Why would Kenneka be running in the first place? And if you are on some type of barbiturates, some type of drugs or whatever, why would you be running in the first place? And what are you running from? She never gave us no details, peoples, as to where Kenneka came from. All she knew is that she was caught up in the spirit, and that she saw Kenneka at an elevator with somebody. Okay, people, so let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that because I'm still trying to make sense of that, peoples. How is it that Kenneka got from the Marriott? I mean, got from the west side of Chicago to the Marriott. And then how did Kenneka go in? How did Kenneka run from a situation, peoples? Let's go back, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Let me see. I got to find that live. Let's go back. Let me see. Do I got it? I know I downloaded it, but let me go here. Let me see here, peoples. We're gonna go back to that, peoples. We're gonna cover all of that. So here it is, right here. There it is, right there. So let's go back. Let's go revisit that, peoples. Let's go back to that live. And let's listen to this, peoples, here. Let me go ahead and let me close out the other one. Oh, before I do that, let me go ahead and share my screen a different way so we can see the full effects of it.
Hey, hey, young Shane, what's up, baby boy? Yeah, I don't know what happened last time. Shit, I don't know. It just went out. That's all I can tell you. It went out. I don't know. But when I realized y'all couldn't hear me, that's when I PLP'd y'all out. What's up, Kelly? Uh, Lil Don at Lil Don underscore '05 Hardy. What's up, family? Big Step. What's up, squad? Hey, I like how y'all coming in. What's popping, y'all? Y'all coming in with big energy. I appreciate that. Come in strong. Hey, Lil Don, how you hear about me? And I'm Big Steph. What's up, squad? How you hear about me? I just want to know because I like to know where you guys came from. It could have been TikTok, it could have been another channel. Just want to know how y'all came in. Want to keep doing keep doing the right thing more to get y'all in here. More people up in here. We got 6 people up in here right now. We only been here for 2 minutes. I appreciate everybody that's up in here. If y'all in here for the right reason or the wrong, it don't matter. You here and shit. That's what's up. 7 up in here. Appreciate y'all. Regardless, check on my son. Y'all know I'm a whole full-time mommy and a grandmother. Hold on, little boy. You good? All right. All right, my peeps, my peeps. What's popping? What's going on, you guys? What's up, Kelly? How did we get here, y'all? How did we get here? Mm, 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 mm. I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm so proud of where we are. I would like to believe that the Where the Party At series did what it did. I was just looking for an update on KJ, and you're gonna across your channel. What's up, Pop? Oh man, thank you, Lil John. I know you probably don't know me, so I'm gonna try to be on my best behavior because it's important that you get what you came to get. And then Big Steph said, I've been on KJ Junkie since the beginning, way back to the straight drop videos. I always periodically was checking on the case from time to time. Then found you still beating the pavement on this case, and I love it. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Steph. It ain't Stephanie, could be Steph. I don't know. But Lil John, thank you guys. The fact that you guys even chimed in and even answered what I was asking you guys, I appreciate y'all way more than y'all know. So now I know about you, Lil Don, not Lil John, Little Don. I'm from Chicago, but I'm in Atlanta, so I thought I saw Lil John, but Lil Don, I appreciate you, and Big Steph, I appreciate you too. So yes, what I would encourage you guys to do is this. There was a series that I created called Where the Party At, and my intent for that series was to tell you guys where the real party was. And I was only hoping that if I kept saying that over and over and over again, they would make you guys send you a subliminal message to say, where was the party at? Because the party definitely was not at Crown Plaza. So that's why I chose that name. And the people that rock with me and encourage me and listen to the videos and extract the purpose from that, I appreciate all y'all. And she said, you guys put a lot of effort in the cases. We tried to, baby. Stefan, yeah, like Curry, yeah, got you. Oh, got it, baby. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's why I said. You see how fast I changed that shit? I was like, not Big Stephanie, Big Steph, like Curry, and I'm glad you corrected me on that because my ass be wrong. And I got a mod named Nene that be saying, T Slay, you wrong. You be trying to read energy, but you be off every time, and I be off every time. I be trying to pick up on energy, so I might be wrong, but the truth is the truth. And I feel a different, it's feminine and masculine energy and everything. And so I might pick up the wrong gender. That's why I just said, oh, Stephanie, no. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Big Steph, like Curry. I got you, baby. And we tried, baby. We tried. I think a lot of people tried to help Kenneka. I think that there were people that definitely came before me and put as much effort in it as I did, but they got pushed away and maybe just got tired and just couldn't take the heat. And I took a lot of heat, y'all. I did. I took a lot of heat. I took being doxxed. Instead of doxing me, the people that tried to dox me could have just dropped the photo and just shut everything down. They didn't. They still can. I don't give a shit. I'm pretty, so it's fine. But I just want to let you guys know I just came for Kenneka, and that was all I ever came for. Only purpose, only objective, and that's how I got here. I got here because I thought I was trying to speak for people that couldn't speak, and I realized I got a whole other purpose. I've been talking to they said I've been talking to a couple of people that keeps reminding me of what I keep saying because I do a lot of talking, y'all. But sometimes I really don't even know when I'm talking. I'm just saying it over and over again. And they kept saying to me, and you keep talking about telling the truth, telling the truth, telling the truth. And I never knew I talked about telling the truth. Honestly, I'm being so serious right now. I'm being so serious and being so transparent. I would not fucking lie. I put it on whatever y'all mean to put it on. I don't give a fuck. You know, from where I'm from, when you put it on somebody you love, that means you mean that shit. So it's nothing disrespectful. So if I say I put it on this, I put it on this, you just trying to tell people that I wouldn't play. My word is on this person, this person, whether they're dead or alive. I'm putting it on this person, and I love this person. So that's where I put it on. Everything I love come from for me and where I'm from. So I ain't gonna put it on shit. I'm just letting y'all know that I thought I was just trying to help somebody. I did not know that my mission was to tell the truth, and that's my mission. So I'm here to tell the truth. So I can't tell y'all no lies, and if it goes against what I believe is, I just still got to be honest with y'all. Even if it goes against what I say I felt or whatever I meant, the truth is the truth, and I can't do nothing but bear witness to it. So that's all I'm here to do. But I appreciate y'all. It's only 80 y'all up in here right now. It was like 20 something before we got off, but we're gonna let everybody come back in. They come in there, it don't matter to me. I had 2020 vision, y'all. Slick, I'm realizing I don't. I think what I've been doing for a living and creating and designing, I think my eyes have been affected. Honestly, I think my eyes have been affected. It's 9 of y'all. What's up? What's up with y'all? What's up for y'all? And I'm glad you enjoyed the content, Big Steph. I'm only hoping that when the Where the Party At series ends, I'm hoping that people will go back to the beginning because the beginning has so many jewels. Oh my gosh. I look at the beginning of this series and I'm like, damn, they wasn't listening. But it's okay. I'm hoping that once I stop making these videos, we stop making these videos, that people will catch wind of this and then they'll go back to the beginning and be like, damn, they were talking about everything. And I think that's what's gonna happen. I definitely am a visionary. I see stuff before it happened. And honestly, my daddy taught me that, honestly. So I can see stuff, but I know y'all gonna go back and listen. And I'm grateful for the way we rolled it out because in the beginning, I was so intentional. I was so intentional about being strategic and giving it to you guys in like a 1, 2, 3 and explaining everything step by step. I wasn't angry. I wasn't mad. I probably wasn't even cussing as much as I'm cussing right now, honestly. So I'm just hoping you guys will appreciate the work and the research and that you'll go back and you'll get the truth. So that's the only thing. That's the only purpose. So how y'all get here? It's 13 of y'all. How y'all get up in here? Why y'all even here dealing with me, my crazy ass? Sis, have you ever done anything on the high school boy, especially died and was rolled up? You know what, Lil Don, let me tell you something about how I know people's paths are supposed to cross. That's my next case, baby. Did you know that? Do you know I'm in the same city? I'm only one city away, or 2 or 3 cities, but I'm not that far. I think I'm like 1 hour from Valdosta, if I'm not mistaken. And that's where that went down. And I don't like what happened to him. And here's the thing, Lil Don. I don't want to keep chasing dead people. Like Slick, I don't want to keep chasing it. I really don't want to keep chasing it. But for some reason, it seems to be what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be talking for these people and exposing the truth. So if that's the path I'm supposed to be on, I don't think I have much of a choice. So Kendrick is definitely on the paperwork, baby. So Lil Don, hope you subscribe. And if you don't, you need to subscribe because you're asking me to go do something else. So if you gonna ask me to do it, your ass better be around for when I do it. Anything else? Anybody else got any more requests? for T Slay when T Slay trying to leave dead people alone. I guess y'all don't even want me to leave dead people alone. I'm supposed to be just chasing this shit down for the rest of my life, huh? Y'all look, y'all worse than the people that ain't here. Y'all asking me to keep chasing this shit. I'm trying to get up off it. Y'all want to keep putting me on it. Yeah, I know, baby. And that's what it is too. All BS aside, I might have been trying to be slick, but I think that's so sad. And I did look into that case, and it's definitely connected to Kenneka more symbolically than you even could ever imagine. I found so many similarities, not even their fucking initials being the same. See, you got to pay attention to signs. See, one of my favorite movies of all time is M. Night Shyamalan, the movie Signs. And they said TV, you already know we talked about this. I love that movie. And if y'all ever want to have a breakdown of a movie, we did musical breakdowns and all of that. But if I did a breakdown for a movie for y'all, I fuck y'all up. Y'all think this Kenneka thing crazy, man? I break down whatever y'all want me to break down. See, I'm over this dead shit for real. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of these dead motherfuckers bothering me. These spiritually dead people coming for me. It's a dead ass situation. All these motherfuckers dead to me. But really, I got so much more to me than this. But if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, I'll do it. But I would love to break down and analyze things with you guys and show you guys where my strength really lies. I can break down anything. As long as I'm zeroed in and squared in on it and I'm paying attention to it, I get so much out of everything, y'all. I suck. I'm talking about some, I ain't gonna say suck because there's some sick people on here. I can extract purpose from anything. That's all I gotta say. I ain't gonna say I suck nothing because there's some fucked up people in this world. Sick, fucked up people. But yeah. So all we were coming for tonight was to talk about how we all got here and why I'm covering the case and the reason why. Me too, baby. Yeah, thank you. They said so. I would love to do that. We do that all the time. Hey, girl, Cole Pepsi, where you been? Quit playing with us. Where you been, little girl? Hey, Cole Pepsi. Cold Pop, what's popping, Cold Pop? I would love to do that. They said knows me personally, and I love to break down shit. It doesn't even matter what it is. I'm glad you subscribe. I love to analyze whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a song, it doesn't matter if it's a movie. When you're connected and you appreciate life, I have a profound appreciation for life, period. I don't like death. I don't do death. I don't like death. I don't understand that very much. I don't like rats and I don't like possums and I'm scared of some things. But other than that, I'll extract purpose out of anything. Trying to get this grandson of mine ready for school. I heard that, baby. How old is the grandbaby? And my grandbaby ain't but one, so I don't have to worry about her. But I got a 15-year-old that's in 10th grade. I just checked on him. He said he was good. Lord knows. He get up at 6 in the morning to go to school. I be worried every morning if he gonna miss that fucking bus. I gotta get my dumb ass up here to school, and I'm about to cuss him out and cuss everybody out 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm not from the South, baby. Lil Don. I'm actually from Chicago, but I've been in Georgia for a very long time. I came here. Well, I was in Atlanta at 18 for school. I came here at 95 for school, and I graduated college here. I definitely did. And I had my children here and I worked here. My life has been built in Atlanta. So I would say I ain't from this bitch though. That's not where I'm from. So I couldn't say that, but I'm pretty good with Atlanta. I'm good with Georgia. Georgia's been good to me. It's been fine. But I'll be good anywhere. I'll do well anywhere. This is how I am. So how y'all get where y'all are? And where's Fred at? And it don't matter if he get on here or not. So the name of the video is I'm 7 years old. Oh, well, Lil Don. Well, guess what? Then Atlanta is my home because my children are here. They were born here. I think this 33rd parallel that Atlanta sits on is pretty much my home. So I'll take that. All right, Coke Pepsi. I love it. I love it. He better get his butt in the bed. It's 10, wherever you are. If you're in the Central Time, or girl, get it 7 years old. His ass to be underneath the bed. I'd have gave him something. I would have been put his ass to sleep. He'd have been sleep fucking with me at 7. Oh, baby, you'd have been in the bed. I had a rain on, girl. I had a rain on and the fan blowing high. His ass would be asleep. Okay, so like I said, only thing I came to do was to just get you guys back focused and let you guys know that Kanika's always at the forefront of what we're doing. Her anniversary is coming up, but I did tell you guys I was gonna wrap this case up on the 7 year anniversary. That's still my intention. If it goes past that day, then it will go past that day. But honestly, I just wanted to help her, y'all. I've done all I could. I heard North Carolina. Ooh, Carolinas is something else. They something else. Yes, a lot going on in Carolina. Oh, girl, listen. Put on, put on. Okay, so I put on what's called rain sounds. If they put rain and wind sounds or something like that, put that on. If you got an AC, cut the AC off. Put a fan on his little ass and put a sheet on him with it, just a regular sheet. Make his little ass cold and make him cover up. And I'm telling you right now, with that fan and that rain sound, he's finna go to sleep. Cold Pepsi. They're being excited. Cut that light off and let his look and just make him cold. He'll be all right. He'll go to sleep. He listen to us. He probably picking up on your energy, girl. He probably ain't gonna go to sleep. But yeah, girl, I'm telling you, get that fan, a box fan. But you can't be in there talking, and you sure as hell can't let my dumb ass be talking because this energy from me, I ain't finna help that boy sleep. I'm gonna get his ass excited. Listen to my dumb ass voice.
Okay, peoples, I'm sorry. I had to go on it and walk to my car. As always, the people raided my car and took a lot of stuff out of it and things. It's a good thing that they didn't get some of the major stuff that I had purchased for the car. So I thought that this was going to be the poignant video for me to go to the part that I wanted to show and things. But I'm not going to worry about this stuff today. They've already raided the car and took some stuff out and things, but they didn't get the major stuff, which is really good. So um, little by little, every day I'm gonna go and clean out the car and clean out all of that stuff and things. But anyway, this is not the video that I wanted to play. Let me go to the video that I wanted to play. And let's see here. Let's go here. Let's go back here. Yeah, so I'm not worried. I'm going to get me a new car. You know, things and stuff. So everything is it's already in the works. They have everything that they need and things. So I'm not worried about nothing. I'm just going to sit here focused upon what I need to do to heal, and I'm going to talk about this case. Just do what I love to do best is talk about this case. So that's all that it is right now with me. So I'm not going to sit here and chip off the people rating my car and doing all of the stuff that they're doing and things. That's I mean, it is what it is. So let me do this, people. So let's get back into this. So let me go ahead and call up the right video. Let me call up the right video, people. That wasn't the one that I wanted. I mean, it is, but it didn't start to the point to where I wanted it to start because it's not making my point. Uh, it does have the part to where she was trying to explain how Kenneka got from the Crown Plaza. I mean, from the how Kenneka got from the west side of Chicago to the Crown Plaza. That was the point that I wanted to start off with, but I didn't start the live up on that. But this right here is what I want to do. But we're going to go back to that live that I just played because she did speak up on that. And it felt good to, I had to walk out to my car and stuff. And man, I was like literally in pain. Oh my God. I Gina and Trish told me to get up and walk. So just that little walk to my car, whoo, man, I tell you, oh my God, and I'm feeling it now. I am in so much pain. It's crazy, but I refuse to take any medicine. But I got to get these bones to move. They said that you got to move, you got to move, got to move, got to stretch. So I'm just take my time and just do what I do. Got to move. I got to stretch. And the more that I do that, the more that my bones start to get limber and things. But it's a it's something, people. But I'm gonna get through it. So let's go here, people. I know you guys already heard this, but again, I'm on. This is open discussion for everybody and things. You guys come on, chime out, and say what you need to say or whatever and stuff. But this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing, peoples. And so I wanted to come and I wanted to talk about this. And let's see here. Wanted to get to this part to where she was talking about the party out west and how she was supposed to have got transferred from how she supposed to have got transferred from the party out west to the Marriott, which that shit didn't make no sense to me. You know? So she's trying to put so much stuff up on the police and stuff. This guy Timothy Delaney and things of that nature, and like this guy really orchestrated everything and all. But I mean, he is just a little minuscule into this whole case, people's and stuff. So she's trying to change the narrative, put everything up on Timothy Delay, but that doesn't express or explain how Kenneka got to the Marriott from the west side of Chicago. So we're going to listen to Kelly. We're going to listen to Kelly give her narrative. And so I think I got to go to my channel to view this because I did this as a video. So let's go back and let's go to my channel and let's listen to this, peoples, because this it's just the things that the people think of and the things that they come up with and all. So I'm just kind of like I still been pondering in that people's I'm still kind of like, well, how in the world how in the world did Kenneka, how in the world did Kenneka get from the west side of Chicago? And so let's listen to this, people's. Let me see. How did my short view? My short did good. Got 91 views in there. And then the death of Montanio Wilder, that's 192 views. So that was pretty good. So, now let's look at this video. So my video did 45 views. Okay, it's good. It's good. That's beautiful. And then thank you everybody for your likes and stuff because the likes is up and things. That's beautiful. So you guys are here. You guys are sharing and things. I'm just trying to keep up with all of the stuff that was going on lately and things. I see a lot of different things and stuff. So, and then I see cooking with D. She cooking some smothered pork neck bones. All right, she's doing good over there and things. Okay, okay. Custom design is still on, and he's still doing his thing, playing the music and stuff. I ain't saying nothing on the live, but just still playing the music. Okay. Oh, peoples. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this, people. So let's listen to this here.
Where we when Bree left Kenneka at the Marriott.
I read you what I wrote 7 years ago. Now I'm going to tell you what I saw, and I'm going to tell you my feelings. But first, I'm going to tell you, when I have vision, I'm asleep. I'm not myself. I'm someone else. I'm who that spirit want me to be. I'm told and showed what that spirit wants me to see. And this is what I saw. KJ and I are running. We get to the end of the hallway. It's light, it's clean. The elevator banks sit like an L. So we able to hide there. I'm aware. KJ is aware who we're running from. We are aware that she is running for her life. I'm aware that I'm risking my life and that I have to get her out that hotel, meaning I know they're going to kill her. This is what I was feeling. We know who they are. We get to the elevator. I'm pressing the button. And she said, I'm tired of running from these niggas. She's out of breath. She's tired. She's not drunk. She's drugged. I know the difference. And I know she was drugged because, like I said, I'm not myself. I'm one of her friends. I love her. I'm going to get her out of this hotel because I know they're going to kill her. And I look at her and I say, quiet, Neek. I did not call her Kenneka. I did not call her KJ. I called her Neek. I said, quiet.
All right, so people, she knows. So the spirit didn't tell her. The spirit didn't tell her. She knows. She knows that Kenneka is in trouble. She's going to try to get Kenneka out of the establishment. She knows. She knows that they're going to kill her. So she didn't call her. She didn't call her Kenneka. She called her Neek. They're running. They're inside a hallway and they're running. She never expressed where they was running from, but they were running. And that she wasn't drunk, she was drugged. Okay, so how did she know that she was drugged and not drunk? I mean, did the spirit tell her that? Did the spirit see? Do you understand what I'm saying, people? I'm trying to understand, how do Kelly know all of these intricate details? She just knows that she's drunk. She knows she's not drugged. I mean, she knows she's not drunk, but she knows she's drugged. But she knows. We don't know, but she knows. She knows that Kenneka is going to die. But did the spirit tell her that, or did the people tell her that? She knows. She knows a lot, but she can't tell us where they was running from. She can't tell us where they're running to. She can't tell us where they're going. But they're running. So two guys in a hoodie and a guy in a red hoodie, two guys in a black hoodie and the guy in the red hoodie, they're chasing them. They're chasing them. But where are they chasing them from? And where in the case files, and where did anybody, Monifa, Shamai, Bree, Irene, or anybody ever say that Kenneka was running? Love didn't say that Kenneka was running in his testimony. Bree didn't say that Kenneka was running. Irene didn't say that Kenneka was running. Monifa, Shamaya, when they were supposed to have left her in the hallway, didn't say that she was running. But Kelly said that they were running. So where was they running from? Anybody have any clue in here as to where they was running from? Anybody knows? Anybody want to take a guess as to where they were running from? Because you heard what she said. She said they were running. So Kenneka's drugged, but she's running. And she's running from her life. And she's saying that, look, I am tired of running from these niggas. So they were at an establishment because don't know house party have elevators, peoples. So they were clearly at an establishment. But what establishment were they at? She's saying that they were at the Marriott. So if they was at the Marriott, what were they running from, peoples? Anybody want to take a stab at it? You guys give me a second. I'm gonna put some jelly on this toast. Y'all chime out. Y'all come on. All right, people, so I'm back. Eat me some eggs and toast and stuff. So anybody got a clue as to where they was running from? Because according to Kelly, she said that they were running, and then they was running for her life, and that she was her friend. She couldn't tell you who her friend is, whose body that she's in, but she clearly said that she was running. Mariah said, "Hey, I don't know. I don't know either. I'm still trying to figure that out. Where was they running from, and who was out to kill KJ, and who was these guys in this black hoodie, and after they have gotten KJ, my question is simply this: if everything happened in the manner to which Kelly had said, help me to make this make sense. How did Kenneka walk the halls of that establishment? I mean, Kelly clearly said that Kenneka was running for her life. So where was they running from? And what floor was they on to where they was running from? She never told us. See, people, it's this intricate details like that I've always wanted to know. But based upon her narrative, she hasn't said anything. She hasn't given us nothing other than KJ was running. She knows she was going to die. I'm trying to figure out, did the spirit tell her that she was going to die? How do you know these things? I mean, is the spirit being selective and telling you what's going on, what's going to happen? So she didn't call her Kenneka, she called her Neek. Neek, shut up. I'm going to get you out of here. So they're obviously in the hallway. So my question is this: in order for the guys in the black hoodie to run after him, did they run out the room? Did they run from one floor to another floor? I mean, if you're in a hallway, you're in a hallway. You're taking the elevator. Well, you only have a couple of choices. Is you run out of the room because that's the only choice that you have, and you're going to be in the hallway. So, I mean, where are you going to go? I mean, you know, you're out of the room. You're in the hallway. You're going to the elevator. Where else are you going to go? That's your choices right there. That's it. Because if you're in a hallway on the floors, you're only coming out of a room and you're running down you're running down a hall. So it ain't like you got options. You're not in the main lobby. You're not down in the basement. You're on the floor and you're in the lobby and you're in the hallway. So where else are you going to go? So it's obvious from the process elimination people that they had to run out of a room. So my question is simply this, because it's a process elimination. What room were they in that they ran out of? Because it totally goes against anything that everybody has ever said in this case. If they're chasing her and they're running, well, my question is simply this: how far from the room that they were supposed to have been in to where they ran to the elevator? Because when we look at the Crown Plaza footage, the elevator is literally right outside of the room. But the way that Kelly said it is that if we was to look at the Marriott, it was a L shape, and that you have to run down the hallway in order to get to the elevator. Well, I don't know if it's like that at the Marriott because I never seen the Marriott's rooms, and its association with how it's structured as the rooms are set. But we can find out. Okay, so they run out the room. The guys already know that they couldn't get far because you're running out the room and you're running in the hallway. Only two places you can go. You can go to the elevator or you can go to the stairs. That's your only two options. So my question would be, why would they be running in the first place? Why? Why would they be running? Anybody want to take a stab at it? Why Kenneka would be running out of a room and three guys is going back chasing her down? Anybody want to take a stab at it? So when we break this down, when we break this down, we know peoples that she only have two options. Trisha said that Edward, I've never seen Kenneka running out of no room. Well, I mean that's what I'm saying. But Trish Kelly said that Kenneka was running out of a room, and that they were at the end of the elevator, and that three guys was chasing them, two guys in the black hoodie, and one guy in a red hoodie. And Gina said that I'm not sure. So my question is simply this. Y'all give me a second. Talking to these attorneys. Okay. So my question is this. If Kenneka and whoever this girl is that Kelly proclaimed to be, then what room were they running out of? And why would Kenneka be running from out of a room? What floor was they on when they were running out the room? And why would the guys want to kill Kenneka? Did the spirit tell her that they wanted to kill Kenneka? Because remember, in the beginning, she said that the spirit tells her what she needs to know. Trisha said, "You mean to tell me Monifa picked her up off the bed, but yet she ran out the room?" that's, that's what, hey, Trish, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That is exactly what I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand it because see, based upon Kelly and what Kelly said that they ran. She said that they ran. She said that they ran. And so she never said that they ran out the room, but she said that they ran. And so my question is simply this: where did they run from? Where did they run from? What room was they in where they ran? That's the question that I have. Gina had said, if the spirit tells you what you need to know, then it will tell you where to exit to safety as well. I'm just saying. Well, it's so, Gina, I'm trying to figure out what spirit is talking to her. Because obviously, whatever spirit that is talking to her ain't giving her no good wholesome directions to get Kenneka out of there. You know, I mean, if the spirit is going to tell her exactly what she needs to know and stuff, and the spirit had every good intentions of getting Kenneka out, then don't you think that she would have got Kenneka out of there? Obviously, it must not have been no good spirit because the spirit ain't helping. And I want to know if the spirit told her that Kenneka Jenkins was going to die. But Mariah Lavender said exactly. But see, that spirit has selective memory, because I mean, if she's in the spirit, you would think that the spirit will lead and guide her into that what her purpose would have been, right? But obviously the spirit ain't helping her because Kanika still died. So now let's listen on this, people. Let's listen and see what she had to say about the spirit.
So if you look at the little red box in the middle, I know it's kind of hard for you guys to see it.
That's not the one. Let me go back to my channel. Oh, peoples, no, no, no. Look, I'm not trying to answer phones and stuff. This is the bad time. Everybody wants me to. Y'all, hold on for a moment. Hello. Hello. This is Kevin. All right, people. So I got attorneys right and left wanting to call me, want to take my case and things. I'm kind of like, boy, you know, the guy, and he's explaining to me, well, don't you know that you have an open and shut case, right? You know that we can get you the maximum in things and stuff, and he's telling me, well, yeah, you have everything, you have everything outlined and stuff, and so this is pretty much a slam dunk, and I'm kind of like, well, that's not what attorneys is supposed to be saying. You're supposed to be giving me advice as to what I should do and things like that, not telling me, oh, well, I've already won the case, and based upon the information I submitted, you know we're not going to charge you anything until we get the finalization and stuff. But yeah, looking on what you have gotten and stuff, yeah, your case, this is a slam dunk and all like this and stuff. And I'm kind of like, well, I'm going to wait for my brother and sister to do a conference call, because I said I've never been in an accident, so they're going to advise me from here on out what I need to do and things like that. So, I'll just wait to retain counsel until I can do a conference call with them. And so that's why I left it. So, like you say, these people are hawks, boy. They want this case. They want some money, you know. So I'm like, hey, man, Getting a personal injury attorney, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Because if you're in an accident and it's not your fault, and they clearly see it's not your fault, and they see dollar signs, oh man, yeah, they're looking for a payday. I'm not so much into a rush right now, peoples. Like I say, I'm not going to really do nothing with this until tomorrow. Today, I'm focusing upon Kenneka and this, and I'll deal with all of that stuff tomorrow when my mind is a little settled and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just getting phone calls right and left. But anyway, like I said, people. So Kelly had said that the spirit that she was in, that the body that she was in, the spirit told her, would tell her, everything that she needs to know. And so my question is simply this: did the spirit tell you that Kenneka was going to die? And then my question is this: did the guys tell you that she was going to die? And where was she running from? Because she had to be running from a room. But there's nothing in the case files that ever stated that Kenneka was ever running out of a room. There's nothing in the case files that ever said that any guy was in a red hoodie. You know, and that's what I'm trying to get at, people. So I'm trying to get an understanding as to if Kenneka was running, according to Kelly, because she's in the spirit and she's seeing this in her spirit. And so, and I'm gonna go over every conceivable narrative that the people got out there and stuff, but we're on this right now. So I just need you guys to help me to make this make sense, because if they're at the Marriott and they ran out of a room, why was Kenneka running in the first place? I thought Kenneka was supposed to be the fighter, right? Kenneka not supposed to be no runner. She was supposed to be a fighter. So if Kenneka is running, well, then that's indicative of the fact that Kenneka knew that her life was in danger, right? If you're running from somebody, that means that your life is in danger, right? So if she's running from somebody, well, then where was the other people at where she was running from? Well, was she with a group of people? Was she at the party? Where was she at? Because if she's running, then that's indicated that, hey, something is about to happen and I don't want it to happen. So what Kelly is basically saying, peoples, is that Kenneka already knew her fate. She knew her fate. And if that be the case, well, then help me to make that make sense, peoples. Kenneka was aware of something, and that totally goes against everything that any and everybody said in this case, that Kenneka was in the halls and got commandeered by Franz Cave and the beverage manager and all like this and so on and so forth. That totally contradicts all of that. So I'm trying to make it make sense, peoples. So if you guys got some information, help me out. Help me out. This is a community thing, because you guys have been sitting here. You guys have been watching this stuff. Oh, okay. I get it. Now I thank you, Jesus. Now I understand. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. You can't chime out on my page because T Slay is watching my channel. And if any of you chime out and speak up against the narrative that Kelly is saying, then you're going to be blocked on her channel. That's why you guys are not chiming out. I get it now, because she told you if she catch you upon my channel, she's going to block you. And you guys don't want to be blocked on her channel. Okay, I get it now. Okay, thank you, Jesus. So for all of the people, all of those soldiers who don't even give two rats A's about being up on T Slay's channel, chime out. Chime out. Because now if T Slay can literally tell you, hey, you bet not go on Edward Joseph's channel, and I bet not see you there, because if I see you there, well, then I'm going to block you off my channel. Well, if you give T Slay that much credence, to not say nothing on Edward Joseph channel, and she sees you on my channel, and you worried about being blocked, but then don't say nothing on my channel. I'm not going to block you, but just don't say nothing on my channel. Because, peoples, I don't need no scary soldiers. I said I don't need no scary soldiers. Oh my God! If these people text me one more time, I'm going to block them. So let's analyze this, people. Since the people ain't gonna chime out because T Slay is gonna block them from her channel. So I get it now. I get it now, Mariah. They're gonna get blocked. So hey, you know. So let's go ahead and go on with this, people, because I'm gonna talk about them. Yes, I am. I don't care. Well, shoot, they block me all day long. I don't care. I still got my own channel to talk on. I'm still gonna get my narrative out there, regardless. So you think I'm so scared of T Slay? Now she can come onto my channel. She can talk as long as she's respectful. I'm not gonna block her. You know, she came last time and she's spoken, but she only just made a fool of herself. You know, I love them to when they make a fool of themselves, peoples. So now let's listen in to what Kelly had to say, peoples. Since you guys are scared to talk on Edward Joseph channel, let's go, peoples. Let's go.
I'm going to get you out this hotel. And they're running, and I hear them talking, and I'm pressing the button, and I'm frantic, and she hear them, and she looking, and there they are. And I turn around, and I see 2 black hoodies, 1 red hoodie, light-skinned guy. They take KJ. I look at them, and I know they're going to kill her. And the 2 guys in the black hoodies move me to the side. And it's understood I could be killed with her, or I could leave. And the red hoodie grab hold of KJ, and the elevator comes, and they push me aside, and I turn around and I look. And KJ, they got her on the elevator, and the 2 black hoodies is in the back, and they got her by the arm. And the guy in the red hoodie is standing directly in front of her, blocking her. And he pushed the elevator button, and I see her little leg pushing because she's trying to get out. And that's the last thing I see. And I turn around, and I take off running, and I know they're going to kill my friend.
Every time I turn around, I keep seeing they taking Kenneka. Every time I turn around, I see they're taking Kenneka. Every time I turn around, I see they're taking Kenneka. Oh, Kelly, you're full of jelly, and your narrative smelly. Every time I turn around, peoples, I see them taking Kenneka. That is what Kelly had stated. How many times that she's going to turn around? When she turned around, There they are. She turned around again. They got Kenneka. She turned around again, and then she started running because it was understood that, hey, it, it's understood that it's understood that they were going to kill Kenneka. So she turned around so many times, people, and every time she turned around, you know, either they in front of KJ, taking KJ, or she's running. And then, well, she's a scaredy cat because they were supposed to be down at the elevator and she was supposed to be pressing the button. Damn it. How long is the elevator going to come to their floor? How long does it take for the elevator to come to their floor? Because remember, she said that they were down by the elevator. She was pressing the button, waiting for the elevator to come up. Well, the elevator ain't came up. And so they turned around and they heard them. Then all of a sudden they turned around again and they saw them. Then the next time she turned around, the guy is grabbing Kenneka. Then the next time she turned around, then the guy in the red hoodie is in front of Kenneka, and she was kicking. Next time she turned around, she's running away from the scene. So you were supposed to be saving your friend, but you didn't save your friend because you was a coward, because you knew, according to you, that Kenneka was going to be killed. But you woke up. And then she had her hand writing because she was writing with her left hand while her right hand was on the computer, looking up some woman who's going to give her a little bit more insight as to what happened to Kenneka. How many people I can't make this stuff up? Let's listen in, peoples. Every time I turn around. Oh my God. Every time I turn around, Kenneka is gone. And they're going to kill my friend. Ooh! And I woke up and I had my left hand writing and my right hand on the computer looking up a psychic because I'm extra dexterous or whatever she said. I'm perplexurious. I'm hilarious. And I'm nefarious. Yep, you're right about that. People, let's listen in.
And I wake up screaming and I'm terrified. And I just take off running. And I remember I wake up and I'm standing in front of my computer and I'm screaming and I'm crying. And I turn to my computer and I'm ambidextrous and I know I'm writing, but I'm still in that fog. I'm still feeling everything and I'm not myself. I'm still there.
Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. She's running. She's running and then she runs to her computer. So was you running in the dream and was you running in real life and you ran to your computer to go and get on to your computer and tell everybody nothing happened to Kenneka? I mean, because remember, she said she was running, and then she had woke up and she ran to a computer, and she's still writing while she's running, and she's a- 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 and dexterous or whatever she said and stuff. But she goes and she runs to a computer and she still writing and she's still in the fog. Well, yeah, you're in the fog. I mean, you're writing and you're still in the fog and you're running. I'm still trying to figure out how does that work. So, are you running predexterous and hilarious predexterous and nefarious predexterous? Because how could you be doing all of these things at one time? She's running, she's in a fog, but yet she's writing, and then she runs to a computer. So my question is simply this: so when you were in your fog nation, when you're in your fog nation and you're running and things, I'm trying to figure this out. People, help me to figure this out. She's running. She's running. She's running in she never told us what she was running from. She never told us what floor she was on. She never told us what establishment she's at, but yet she's running. She never told us why her and Kenneka was running, but yet she's running. And two guys in a red hoodie. I mean, if you're running from a room and you're right down a hall, it ain't that far that you need to run from because they're going to get you. They're literally right there. So, and then my question is, why would you be running? Did the guy say something to you for you to run? What was Monifa Shamai Bree? What was the other people in the hotel? And why were you two the only ones running and nobody else? And so if you're running and you're trying to get Kenneka out of the establishment, well then help me to make this make sense. Why would they go and do a reenactment stating that Kenneka was walking the halls instead of running the halls of that establishment? Why did they say that Kenneka walked herself into a freezer when you said that she got commandeered by elevator? Help me to make that make sense, people. I mean, you know, out of all of the people who have literally talked about this case, she's telling us Kenneka was running. She's telling us Kenneka is trying to get away from two guys in a black hoodie and a guy in a red hoodie, and that they caught them at the elevator and they pushed them. She pushed her aside because she knew that they were going to kill her, and then she woke up in a panic, and then she ran to a computer and turned it on because she was ambidextrous or whatever, and she started writing while she's trying to call up a psychic on the computer. People, I can't make this stuff up. I really can't. If you was to break down her narrative, help me to make that make sense. How could you be getting Kenneka out of the establishment when you ran from the situation? So you're a coward. You didn't stand up and you didn't fight the guys and stuff. You didn't scream and holler to have the people come out to the hallway, because if you would have screamed, somebody would have came on and saw something, saw some type of commotion or whatever. You didn't do nothing. Oh, you need to be quiet, Neek. I didn't call her Kenneka. I call her Neek. So you didn't help Neek. You hindered Neek's progress. You got Neek killed because you were the one who helped her get in the situation that she's in. You didn't take her to safety. You took her to a dead end. That's what you did. So you is guilty of sin. Because instead of helping Kenneka, you hindered her progress from getting out. And I'm blaming you because you did it. Let's listen in, peoples.
and I'm writing. And then I start writing with my left hand because I go to my computer with my right hand. And I press YouTube come up, and this girl come up, and she's screaming, and she crying, and she's a very well-known psychic, and she says,
So she just happens to be there at the time when she goes and presses the button. She's on YouTube. The psychic happens to be there at the time to when she pressed the button, and she's screaming, and the psychic is crying. So she ran to her computer. She's writing with her left hand. She goes to the computer with her right hand. She clicks the button, and YouTube comes up, and then she sees a person who's a psychic, and she's screaming. The psychic is screaming at the time to when she goes to the computer with her right hand to click it and call up her channel. All right, let's listen into the rest of this madness, peoples.
KJ just came to me, and she drew the three guys' faces that I saw. And I don't believe this is happening. And I'm frantic, and I'm so done. And I know that everything that I've been seeing on YouTube and everything they've been reporting, I know it's a lie, because I know what this girl just showed me. And
Okay, was it this girl that showed you, or was it a spirit that showed you? Because now you got me confused. You said that a spirit showed you, but now you're saying this girl showed you. So is the girl the spirit, or the spirit the girl? Or who showed you, Kelly? Because you keep saying that you know, but then my question is, how do you know? How do you know? You know, who's telling you? It's the spirit telling you, or it's the girl telling you, or who's telling you? And then this lady, she goes and scream on YouTube, and she's drawing the pictures of the three guys that you just happens to tune in with your right. Showed me this. So you got two screaming ladies. One is watching the other, and they're both frantic and they're both screaming. They're both frantic and they're both screaming, peoples. I mean, come on now. Did you hear this, peoples? They're both frantic and they're both screaming, peoples. Let's listen in.
What she showed me was I was not in the Crown Plaza Hotel, and I did not walk in a freezer. She showed me 3 guys that took her. And most of all, she showed me that one of those girls risked their life to get her out that hotel.
Well, peoples, the spirit did not have to show her that she didn't walk into the freezer. Because if the guys literally commandeered her peoples, right? I mean, logic would tell you that they have Kenneka, right? So if they have Kenneka, do you think that they're going to let Kenneka go? She said that she knew that they were going to kill her. So would they grab Kenneka, put her on the elevator, just only take her downstairs and say, "Look, now go your way and walk the halls of that establishment"? I mean, do you common sense people? Come on now, come on, help me to make this make sense. If the guys have Kenneka and she knows that they're going to kill Kenneka, do you think that they would have let Kenneka go and walk the halls of that establishment? Do you think, peoples? What is your opinion, peoples? Do you think that would happen? Y'all let me know something. All right, let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
And I knew I was on the 6th floor because I wrote it. So I was frantic to try to tell people what y'all being told is not true. This girl showed me. And I could not get anybody's attention until finally I stopped. But this was after I sent emails out. And remember, this is 7 years ago. And I sent emails out for like 3 years, and I just got tired. And I stopped. And I said, God gonna show me when and the right person that's gonna understand what I saw and not say that I'm lying.
Well, God showed me that you are lying. And God showed me that all of this madness that you're saying wasn't right and not true. Because God is showing me that this madness that you're speaking of couldn't have ever happened. That's what God showed me. And this is why I'm here right now to tell you you're lying. And that the truth is not in you because that narrative that you gave ain't jiving, ma'am. That doesn't make no sense to me. You're lying. Now, that's what God showed me. You're lying. So, what else are you lying about, Kelly? Let's listen in, peoples.
or that I'm trying to implicate myself in this case. Listen, nobody in their right mind want to be in this case. And I have a life, and it has nothing to do with this. I'm gifted. I've done this since I was a little girl, but I have never had a spirit come to me, show me something that I felt I had to deliver that message.
So then my question is simply this then. Why would the spirit come to Kelly and give Kelly any type of information whatsoever? Why would the spirit give Kelly any type of information whatsoever to try to give to us, to let us know that she is not lying and that everybody else is lying, that she's not lying, but all of the stuff that she said ain't even in the case files? And I thought that that's what case files is for. That's why they have case files, because they're supposed to do the investigation and they write down things to formulate their views and opinion based upon their investigation. But nothing in what Kelly is saying is in the case files, peoples. So I don't understand. Help me to make that make sense. You know, I said help me to make that make sense, peoples. All right, let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
And 7 years ago, I heard T. Slate, and she's adamant. This didn't happen there. This didn't happen at that hotel. And everything that girl said fit what I knew. And the thing about it, as the years go, you forget little things. I forgot. I wrote the 6th floor because I was not trying to remember what I saw.
So after 6 years, you forget. Well, after 6 years, I never forgot what I said. And after 6 years, I've been saying the various things that I've been saying for the longest time. And that was Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. That's what I said. Even after 6 years, I'm still saying that Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. And you are just literally agreeing with what I said. Because if Kenneka got commandeered, how could she walk the halls of that establishment? That doesn't make no sense to me. So peoples, help me to make that make sense. Help me to make it make sense, peoples. Why would Kenneka walk the halls of that establishment and she got commandeered by these guys? That doesn't make no sense to me. All right, let's listen in to what she has to say.
At first, I had no reason to remember what I saw because I was never, ever going to tell anybody this until after a year went by and it just got worse and worse and it wouldn't leave me. And then I had another dream. I dreamed of a pool.
I have a dream that one day this lady will be caught in a fault with the lies that she's telling. I have a dream. I said, I have a dream. So she's dreaming a lot, peoples. And I think she's dreaming that she is lying. She's not dreaming to tell the truth. She's dreaming of lies. And as you can see, peoples, I mean, she's the only one who has this dream. Ain't nobody dreaming that. Ain't nobody dreaming all of this madness that she's saying, peoples. How are you going to dream these dreams, peoples? Help me to make that make sense. So now, some time later, a year later goes by, and now she's having a dream that she's on the 6th floor, and she's dreaming that she's at a pool. So let's see what happens at this so-called pool, peoples. Because see, this is the same madness that Trey Game was saying. Let's go.
Not knowing that that was KJ. I didn't even recall that until 6 years later.
She did not know that that was KJ until 6 years later. So wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. I thought the spirit was supposed to tell you everything you need to know. So what happened after 6 years? Did the spirit come back and revisit you and say, hey, Kelly, that was Kenneka? Peoples, come on now. If the spirit is going to tell you everything that you need to know, then the spirit is going to tell you everything you need to know, right? But yeah, she didn't know that that was Kenneka because she was sitting around watching everybody, gathering up information to see how she's going to put a spin on her narrative. 6 years later, and then she ain't never said that the spirit told her. She just says, I know, after 6 years later, I know that was Kenneka. Well, how did you know, Kelly? Who told you? Did the spirit tell you, Kelly? Peoples, I don't think that the spirit told Kelly anything. I think Kelly is lying. Let's go.
Oh my God. And I freaked. And I think I was talking to T. Slay when I recalled it.
Okay, now I get it. So after 6 years, she finally found T. Slay. T. Slay told her, look, Kelly, you were at the Marriott, and that was Kenneka by a pool. So if Kenneka got killed by a pool at the Marriott, well, then T. Slay, help me to make this make sense. You said that you did a superimposition of Kenneka's face over the girl in the freezer, and you said that that was Kenneka. So if Kenneka got killed at the Marriott, how in the hell did she get to the Crown Plaza and looking so fresh? I mean, help me to make this make sense, people. This is what they said. This is what they said. Kelly said that Kenneka pretty much is indicating that she got killed by a pool at the Marriott. T. Slay said that Kenneka never came to the Marriott, but then later changed and said Kenneka, that was her in the freezer. So then my question becomes, how did Kenneka get killed by the pool at the Marriott and then be transported in a freezer at the Crown Plaza and looking so fresh? That's what they said, people. I mean, I can go back and play back the videos of what they said. Let's listen in, peoples.
So it's been twice. I recall something speaking to her because I really just did not want to tell what I saw.
She recalls something speaking to her. Who is her, Kelly? Who do you recall speaking to who? I thought the spirit was only supposed to be speaking to you because you were supposed to have been the only one caught up in the spirit. And the spirit is supposed to have told you everything that you needed to know about this Kenneka Jenkins case, which, again, I think you're lying. Spirit ain't told you shit. Ain't told you, Kelly. You're lying, Mel. Let's listen in, peoples.
It was too much out there. It was too much lies, and I knew. I mean, who the hell am I? I'm just gifted. So, I mean, everything was the opposite of what I saw.
Who in the hell is she? She's just gifted. Everything that she saw was the opposite. Who in the hell is she? That's the question I'm asking. Who in the hell is she? She just knows. So Kelly don't know, but she knows. She don't know people, but she knows. That's amazing how she don't know, but she knows. What is it that she know? She don't know, but she knows. Because she's just gifted. Let's go, people. Let's listen in.
And I just said, hey, I sat back, I left it alone after the emails. I said, because God's going to show me. I've even sent T. Slater emails, and they go back 5, 6, 7 years.
So my question is simply this. Who is she emailing? Who is she emailing? Is she emailing the spirit? Did she email Cook County Medical Examiner's Office? Who is all of these people she's emailing? Who is she emailing? And what is the emails for? I mean, the emails ain't make no difference. Who is she emailing? I sent all of these emails, and I sent T. Slay everything I got, and I just know. Okay. So what is it that you know, Kelly? What is it that you know? You said that you just know. I just know, and I sent emails, and I knew that they were going to kill Kenneka. Really, Kelly? She just knows, peoples, that they were going to kill Kenneka. No basis whatsoever, no evidence, no videos, no pictures, no nothing. She just knows, and the spirit is supposed to be telling her everything that she was supposed to know, but the spirit didn't tell her nothing because the spirit doesn't even know what she's talking about. She's trying to blame it on the spirit, and the spirit is like, look, don't blame me because I don't know what you're talking about. You ain't making no sense, man. All right, people, so let's listen in.
So that's what I saw. And like I said, I don't know who I was. I can guess who I was. I know I wasn't Monifa, that's for damn sure.
You could very well have been Monifa, but how would you know if you're not Monifa? If you didn't know who you was? But wait a minute, peoples. I thought that the spirit was supposed to tell her who she is and what she needs to know in this case. You in somebody's body and you don't even know who you are. But yet you can give reference to all of the stuff that was supposed to have happened. And by you supposed to being there in somebody's body, you supposed to have a full view account as to what's going on. But yet now you don't know who you are? Really? All right, people, let's listen in. Let's go.
I was somebody that loved her. I risked my life to get her out of there.
No, you didn't risk your life because you wasn't there. You didn't risk your life because you wasn't there. So whoever this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious person that you're proclaiming to be, you don't even know who you are. So how could you be somewhere and be something you don't even know who you are or where you are? But you know for damn sure that you wasn't Monifa. Well, for all you know, you could have been Monifa. How would you know? Because you don't even know whose body that you were supposed to be in. All right, people, let's go. Let's listen in.
This was the feelings of these people. When this girl walked away, when they took KJ on the elevator, she died. When I woke up, I felt everything that she felt. And I could.
Now, see, peoples, that is the big thing right there. And that's why I say that you always need to listen. Because when she got on that elevator, she died. That's what she didn't you just hear what she said? She said she died. So if she died while she was on the elevator, peoples, what is the whole purpose of taking her to a pool? If she died on the elevator, she died on the elevator. You heard what she said. See, this is why I say, people, it's important to listen because you may miss something. She said that she died on the elevator. Let me rewind that back so you can hear, people's, what she said.
Walked away when they took KJ on the elevator, she died. When I woke up,
When they took Kenneka on the elevator, she died. And when she woke up, so when Kenneka was brought on the elevator, they killed her on the elevator. And she woke up. She woke up after Kenneka died, peoples. So, according to Kelly, Kenneka could have never walked the halls of that establishment because she was dead. According to Kelly, Kenneka was already dead before she was transported to the so-called Crown Plaza Hotel. She was dead. And Kenneka was dead when they supposedly had taken her down to the pool area. She was dead, according to Kelly. So now, according to Kelly, Kenneka's dead. So now, what role does Monifa, Shamaya, Bree, Irene, and everybody play? Because now Kenneka's dead. So how do they get Kenneka's body? Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
I felt everything that she felt. And I could say who I think I was. She was in pure terror. KJ was in pure terror when they took her on that elevator. And these are the things that not on YouTube. YouTube don't know this. But that one person, that one friend who tried to help her, she knew I'm telling the truth. She knew. And them three guys, you know I'm telling the truth. You know what you did. And KJ showed me. And you know I wasn't there. There's no way for me to know. And nobody told. Spirit told.
Nobody told, the spirit told, but she knows. And the people know, and KJ know, and the guys who killed her know that she's telling the truth. So she's so worried about the people knowing that she's telling the truth. She's so worried about that. She's not worried about anything else other than the people knowing that she's telling the truth. So now, people, so let me take a poll and see, do you believe that she's telling the truth? Do any of you believe that Kelly is telling the truth? I mean, there it is right there, people. You got her narrative. She said that she died. She said that she died, and she died on the elevator. So, do you guys believe she's telling the truth, peoples? Anybody who's not scared of T Slay to chime up?
Anyway, that's what I saw.
And that's what she saw, peoples. So, how many people believe Kelly is telling the truth? Let me see a show of hands, peoples. Now, see, peoples, one thing that I did do, I shown you that Kelly said that Kenneka was at the Marriott. Kenneka was on the 6th floor. Kenneka was supposed to have been running from some guys. She don't know whose body she was in, but she know for damn sure that she's not in Monifa. So it could have very well been Monifa because the spirit ain't telling her nothing. But yet the spirit's supposed to have been telling her everything. But yet the spirit failed to tell her something, but yet she knows. She knew that Kenneka was going to die. And she said that Kenneka died on the elevator. But then she said that she saw another dream and she was by a pool. But she didn't give you any insight as to what had transpired by a pool. But it wasn't no reason to be by a pool if Kenneka had already got killed on the elevator, according to Kelly. You heard that from yourself, peoples. You heard it for yourself. I can't make it up. So let's go back, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. You heard the narrative of Kelly and what Kelly had said that Kenneka was killed on the elevator at the Marriott and not at the Crown Plaza. That's what you heard, and you heard that for yourself. You heard what she said. You heard what she said. So now I need you to help me to make this make sense, peoples. So we're going to go back and we're going to go back to the time to when Kenneka was supposed to have been in room 926, peoples. Y'all, hold on for a moment. Okay, peoples, I'm back. So I just wanted to say, peoples, that simply this: if Kanika died on the elevator, well then there is no way that she's going to be alive by a pool. If she died on the elevator, why would they take her to the pool? It makes no sense. If she died on the elevator, well, then why did the establishment say that she walked the halls of that establishment? Why did they go to great lengths to make it seem like a girl named Kenneka Jenkins walked herself all over the establishment and into the freezer if she died in the elevator? So basically, what Kelly is saying is that the establishment got it all wrong, and they're telling you everything is wrong and that she is right. That every YouTuber that ever talked about this case is wrong and that she is right. Because according to her vision, Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. So basically, Kelly had agreed with me that Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. Because according to Kelly, she said that Kenneka died on the elevator. So if Kenneka died on the elevator, peoples, well, then there is no possible way whatsoever that Kenneka could have walked the halls of that establishment. So Kelly can get all mad because I don't fully agree with her narrative because of the simple fact that it doesn't make no sense. But she agreed with me when I said that Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. And that's basically what Kelly is saying, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, peoples. That's basically what Kelly said. That's basically what I said. Now, so the Crown Plaza goes and they make up the story that this girl was supposed to walk the halls of that establishment and walk herself into a freezer. But according to Kelly's narrative, it was a L shape that she was in. Well, according to the Crown Plaza peoples, the elevator is right literally outside of the room 924 and 926. And it ain't no L shape. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I checked the schematics at the Marriott, and the elevators is just like the Crown Plaza. It ain't no L shape. And then I checked the schematics of the DoubleTree, and the DoubleTree is just like the Crown Plaza and the Marriott. It ain't no L shape by no elevator. Now, you don't believe me? You can do your own research, and it'll show you. Check the schematics. Check the layout of the hotel. It ain't no L shape by no elevator, peoples. So, which tells me automatically, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, that Kelly was lying. And what spirit? Because it ain't no Holy Spirit that told her, peoples. The Holy Spirit don't lie. And the Holy Spirit ain't going to get into somebody who sees dead people. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, you know, you people, you got it all wrong, people. You got it all wrong. You can sit here and blame the spirit as much as you want to, but even the demons ain't going to give this girl no information to tell on themselves. Even the demons got some sense. And the demons said, look, Although we're treacherous and we do all of these things, you don't need to lie upon us. Because ain't no demon spirit is going to enter into her and tell her all of this madness, peoples. So, and this is why I tried to tell T Slay, Mel, you're stupid for having this girl on your channel in the first place. And then trying to incorporate your narrative to what she was saying, because you're saying that Kenneka never made it to the establishment. And Kelly is saying that she was killed at the establishment. I mean, how quirky can it get, peoples? That's just so plain stupid. And this is what I was trying to tell the people. And all you have to do is just listen to what she's saying, because you want to give a narrative about a pool, but what's the significance of the pool when you said that she was killed by the elevator or on the elevator? Now, the only thing I agree with Kelly upon is that there was two guys in a hoodie and there was a guy in a red hoodie that commandeered Kenneka Jenkins. I do believe that. I agree with that. Now, I don't agree to where she was running some halls of establishment, because if she was running, well, then how could she be walking the halls of that establishment? And then why would Kenneka run from these people? For what? See, all of what Kelly said ain't in a case files, peoples. It's not. And so if you say that Kelly is right, well, then you got to say that the establishment did a doozy, man, because shit, they didn't literally stuck themselves in the foot, because they literally edit this video footage to give you a narrative. Which they did edit the video footage, but I mean, are you to say that Kelly's right and the establishment is wrong? I ain't taking it that far, peoples. I agree with Kelly to a certain degree that the guys in the black hoodie, which is one was Carl Nesbitt, and I think the other one was Mike, that had carried Kenneka. And I've always said that the one who carried Kenneka was the one who killed Kenneka. And if memory serves me right, that Carl Nesbitt was getting revenge for what happened to his son. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's several narratives out there, but you got to ask yourself the question, why was Carl Nesbitt at the establishment, peoples? Why was he there? You seen him rolling the halls. Why was he there? It's only for one reason. And so, another point that I wanted to make, and then I'm going to go lay down, I'm going to let this play out. She called her Neek. But see, Kenneka's, and the reference that they call her was Nene. Neek was Kenneka Martin. Nene is Kenneka Jenkins, because Nene is what Kenneka Jenkins has tattooed on her person. Neek was Kenneka Martin. So was it Kenneka Martin that Kelly had seen? Because she definitely didn't see Kenneka Jenkins, because she called her Neek. And Kenneka's name that they call her, the the nickname that they call her was Nene. And Nene was all spelled upon her body on the tattoos. Nene, not Neek Neek. Neek Neek was Kenneka Martin. Nene was Kenneka Jenkins. Now you don't believe me? Go look at the pictures in the freezer. And they clearly show you Nene. 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 Not Neek Neek. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. All you have to do is just do your research. And you'll find all of the answers right there, peoples. All right, peoples. That's it. That's all. We celebrated life, love, and legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. 8-year anniversary on yesterday. I know some of you still believe that Kenneka died up on the 8th, and some of you still believe Kenneka Jenkins died on the 9th. Well, that's fine. I'm going to let you have it. I'll let you have the biscotti. Let you have it, people. I'm not going to argue. You know, I'm not going to argue with you. So whatever you feel, that's what you feel, peoples. I'll let you have it. But let's get back into this, peoples. Let's go.
Access means an extra room for la abuela.
Access means being able to send.
I touch your name on my head. I can make you fall in love with that. Oh, nah, nah. With that, oh, nah. I gotta put that bitch back right here. Oh, nah, nah. Make you fall in love with that. Oh, nah, nah. With that, oh, nah, nah. With that, oh, nah, nah. Who make you fall in love with that? Oh, nah, nah. With that, oh, nah, nah. So what? Shit. Don't worry about it. We finna get this motherfucker. Give me some more. We let Kenneka have it. All right, let me get a little more. Before you have it. Wait, after this. Your name in the sand. Baby. Dumb pill. What? What? Oh, na 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 na. I can make you fall. You got scoot over the oh na na. With that oh na na. With that oh na na. I can make you fall in love. With that oh na na. With that oh na na. With that oh na na. I can make you fall in love. With that oh na na. With that oh na na.
You're ready for what I'm about to do. Let me slide inside you. Your legs right beside you. I wanna hit it in your favorite position. You know what I'm making. You pussy girl, you're soaking wet. I just think you're better than all the bitches that better than. Time for a cinnamon. Take a break and I'm ready. I wanna take my time.
Now, people, so I want you guys to notice something. I want you guys to notice something. I want you guys to look. I want you guys to look. Look at the pants. This is the same pants that Shamaya was wearing at the Crown Plaza in the video on the elevator. And remember what the girl said. Now, is that Shamaya dancing like that and doing all that stuff? Because remember what the thing that I showed you. Now, this is the same pants Shamaya was wearing. Is that Shamaya right there dancing like that? So let me go back to the thing that I had showed you earlier, peoples. Let me go back. So let me go back to Facebook. Y'all hold on for a second. Now I want you guys to notice something here. So let's go back to this post right here. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, let's go back to Facebook. Now remember in this post right here, what did it says? It says, "We out Shantika, L-E-L-E-M, Irene Roberts, Renee Roberts, Aubriana." That's what they said. See that? Kenneka Martin was live, 870,000 views. And this is the same video. We out Shantika. Same video that I played, peoples. But they call it Shantika. And they said Kenneka was live. So help me to make that make sense. Who is Shantika? We see where's Irene Roberts in this video? Where is Renee Roberts? And we seen Bree. So who is all of these other people? This is the same video right here, people. It says "We out Shantika." So help me to make that make sense. So how does this play with Kenneka is supposed to be going to a movie or something? How does that play, people? I mean, help me to make that make sense. That definitely doesn't look like Shamaya.
Damn, bro.
People, that definitely did not look like Shemaya in that video. It says Kenneka Jenkins party footage part 1. So what party footage? Because again, that doesn't look like Shemaya in that video. And Shemaya was the same one who was wearing that type of outfit. Trisha said this definitely not when they went to the hotel, because Bree and Irene wasn't wearing that. Trish had said that's supposed to be Irene in the front with the sunglasses on. That ain't Shemaya. So who is Shantika? Who is Shantika? Okay, so help me to make this make sense, people. So that wasn't the night of the party, as we can see, peoples. That wasn't the night of the party. So help me to make that make sense. Where is that video that I just did? Right here. Okay, here it is, right here. So we see that wasn't Shemaya, but there was another girl who had on the same type of attire as Kenneka, as you can see. So what I'm trying to figure out, peoples, is, and if you guys will indulge me in things, and how did all of this stuff happen? Because you got all of these people saying, oh yeah, well, Kenneka was here, Kenneka was there, this happened to Kenneka, and this and that and the other. Well, I mean, help me to make it make sense. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to call up 54 Keys. We're going to call up her video, and then we're going to see what she had to say upon this and things. So I'm going to download this, peoples. So I'm just gathering up information just to see what the people had to say. And see, look at that. That is just, I love this fiber. There it is right there. Let's look and see what 54 had to say, peoples. Because see, people are just putting these videos together, throwing out this narrative and stuff, and all of these videos ain't got nothing to do with Kenneka going to no party, going to no hotel, going to nothing. It's just they out and doing their thing and stuff, and everybody's trying to make reference to all of this stuff that ain't got nothing to do with this case. And they're trying to squeeze it in as if Kenneka was, she was on her way to the party. Y'all see this and see that, and this and that and the other. Let's look at what 54 had to say.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? So, in that last video, I told y'all that I felt like there was a fight, that Kenneka was in a fight. And in this video, I'm gonna show y'all who the fuck I think Kenneka was fighting the night she died. Okay. But I know there was pictures that came out in the beginning where people were highlighting bruises. But when this shit came out, when Miss Teresa put this out, this is what I believed. You understand what I mean? I felt like this showed me and confirmed to me that Kanika was in a fight because she looked bruised. Her face looks bruised. Okay, and I told y'all that in the last video. And I know there was a lot of pushback on this post that Miss Teresa created. You know, and everybody, some people there was mixed emotions. Let's put it like that. There was mixed emotions, and some people, felt some kind of way, myself included. And like I said, all this picture did for me was confirm that there was a fight. So, with that being said, who the fuck was she fighting? Okay. And we about to look at a couple things. Okay. And this right here is just a close up of her face. And I hate to keep showing this, but I'm trying to prove a point.
Any obvious marks on her, anything like that? No, they didn't let us see her until they put her in the body bag. We didn't see none down here. We only saw her from neck on up. And her hair was all over her head. It looked like she was fighting.
Now, I'm with Lenora on this one. She looked like she had been in a fight. And I believe that in the beginning, when this shit came out, this showed me that there was a fight. Now, what I don't believe is that it happened at the end of this hallway. And I may be wrong about that because I'm one who believe the actions, but like I've been saying for over a year now, I don't believe the scene. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe the scene. I believe that all this went on. And if you look at this, there's clearly at least two people in maybe a white shirt and some black pants or dark pants. And then there's somebody in the middle that may be on the ground in blue. Okay. And I found some other things because y'all know over here, 2 + 2 = 4. So I'm always trying to figure out what goes with what. Okay. And I'm about to show y'all a couple things. And I want y'all to let me know if I'm tripping, If I'm tripping, just, shit, just tell me that. But we about to get into some shit because I want to show y'all something. And I need y'all opinions and y'all thoughts on this. So we can try to piece this shit together. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us over here genuinely want justice for Kenneka. That's why some of us are here. You know, some people just want to be entertained. But some of us are here because we want justice. And like I said, I'm gonna show y'all a couple things because I believe that there's other things to go along with this that we just had not put together yet. So let's get into this shit. Let me show you something. Remember in Ty's live, in one of them anyway, in the background, it looked like there was some type of commotion, like motherfuckers was back there fighting. Pay attention. Back there by the door. It looked like there was some type of commotion there, and everybody turned around to acknowledge it. Everybody but Ty and his motherfucking sister. And I'm gonna play it a couple times because I want y'all to focus on the background, back there by the door. Now, in this footage right here, when it slowed down, it looked like it's that girl with the white bandana around her head. But I don't really know if that's her.
Okay, but now people's So now people remember that girl that was supposed to be Kanika in the back right here. That's supposed to be Kanika. So if that's supposed to be Kanika and there's Monifa right there, how could Kanika be in a fight? How could Kanika be in a fight if that's supposed to be Kanika? We see Monifa right there. That's supposed to be Kanika. And then we already know this is not Shemaya because Shemaya has she has a light blue shirt. So let's listen in.
Really know if that's her. What do y'all think about that? Y'all think it's the girl in the bandana? Because I'm gonna show y'all who I think it is. But I just want y'all thoughts and y'all opinions on that. But there's some type of commotion going on by this back door, and it looks like to me like there's a fight. I remember when we first got this footage, and it was straight drop. Who broke this shit down? It looked like somebody's back there fighting. Okay. And so, with that being said, I think what's going on here is that we're looking at the same actions, but placed in two different scenes. What do y'all think about that? I mean, is it a coincidence that we have both of these scenes with at least two people in a white shirt and black pants, and then we got somebody in blue, which I assume to be Kanika? Let me tell y'all who the fuck I think this is. Her. Yeah, her. Now I know it's gonna be all kind of slick ass comments. I know it's gonna be some people that don't agree with this. That's fine. But in my mind, this girl right here got something to do with the fight. Okay. And um when I came to that conclusion, my first thought was, who the fuck do she know at the party? Because I believe that that was her in the background of Ty's Live. I do believe that. At some points, it looked like um, the girl like with a bandana on her head, but then there's other parts that it looks like her. And my thing was, again, who the fuck did she know at the party? Because in my younger days, I was out there. I did the hotel parties. I did all that. Okay. And just from past experience, I've never seen a white girl show up to an all black party by herself. She knew somebody there. Okay. And yeah, we're going to look at some more shit because I wanted y'all to watch her move. So we're going to start with this right here. This footage where they wanted us to believe Kanika got off this elevator. And then right after that, we got her about 30 minutes later. Look at her. Remember, she looked back like she heard some shit. Then it looked like she did something to her nose, like she was checking her nose. And then remember, we thought she had some type of stain on her shirt. And some people were saying it was blood. I wasn't sure about that. And I'm not sure about it now. But I mean, shit, it almost makes sense. Now I know it's gonna be all kind of slick ass comments. Some of y'all ain't gonna agree with this, and that's fine. But in my mind, this girl was part of the fight. And let's look at her appearance. She has on a white shirt and black bottoms. And her shirt looked like it's got a stain on it. And some people speculated that this was blood. I don't know that for sure. So I'm not going to even claim that. But I do know that when she got off the elevator, she was checking her nose. You understand what I mean? Like, was she bleeding or did she think she was bleeding? I don't know. But not only that, she had what we used to call the fight ponytail. And for my ladies out there, the fighters, y'all know who I'm talking to. Y'all know that ponytail before that hairstyle you put your hair in before you about to go whoop a bitch. That's the fight ponytail. That's that I'm on your ass ponytail. Okay. So she's always been suspect to me. So I found this footage right here. And this is her on the lower level. We didn't see no red boxes. Now we do. Now she's down here and she stops and she looks at this um, monitor on up there on the wall. And I thought it was one of them, you know how them hotels that had them directories like you are here and shit. You know what I mean? Like you trying to find an area. Okay. Is she lost? I don't know. But what I do know is I think this is the same girl that's in the background of Taz Live. Then a question for me was, who the fuck was she there with? Because understand this, in my past experience, I've never seen no white girl show up to an all black party by herself. You know, if there's some white people at the party, trust and believe they know some niggas in there. Okay. They done met some niggas, came with some niggas, something. But there ain't no white girl just showed up at no all black party by herself. And I believe that this was her in the background of Taz Live. And I know this is gonna be a hot topic for some of y'all. But not only that, when we saw her checking her nose, in my opinion, that's her leaving this fight. You know, she was checking her shit. You know, ladies, again, for my fighters, y'all know how it be. Y'all done got finished fighting and you checking your face. You making sure, you know, this bitch ain't fucked your face up. Okay? You making sure your shit not leaking. And this what this looked like to me. And that would mean that this was her leaving the fight.
I'm sorry, 54, but this shit doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't look like that to me. You can clearly see that's the beverage manager. As Kanika, Shamaya was in this picture, along with the maintenance guy and the along with the maintenance guy and um uh the other guy. This is not that scene, 54, because the background is different. This is white. You can clearly in the picture as I shown you, you clearly see Shamaya down there. This is not no scene from outside of TY's live. And this is not that girl. What do you see the girl at in this photo here? This girl is clearly in the hallway downstairs on the lower level, looking at the room to where they had a girl in. I don't see how you can equate the two. So this is what I'm saying. 54, I think you got it wrong. And then T Slay, I think you got it wrong. So this is why I go to literally show the people's narratives and things, because I mean, people are seeing things that it just doesn't seem right to me. Now you guys tell me what you think. I'm just giving you my opinion. But you can clearly see Shamaya in this video, in the photo. I've shown you that. And I don't see this girl bending over. I don't see this girl bending over. I don't get how 54 can even think that this girl don't even have cuffs on her wrist. This guy had cuffs on his wrist. I don't see. And then who was standing back and videotaping this? Because as you can see, the commotion was inside the room. You see this girl in a hallway. So how do you equate this girl being outside of a hallway right here? This she's probably right there having a fight and stuff, but this ain't got nothing to do with this right here. You can see the girl in the hallway right there in the picture right there. Yeah, that's her, because you can see the pants, you can see the legs and stuff. You can see the shirt, you can see the top of the head and stuff. But this picture has nothing to do with this right here. It has nothing to do with that. So let me see what you guys have to say, because I think 54, I think she got this wrong. She's thinking that this incident is this incident that happened outside the room, but that's two separate incidents, according to Edward Joseph. But let me see what you guys got to say, because I don't see the connection. I really don't. I don't see the connection, peoples. Oh, but damn, did I have it showing that way? Okay, I'm gonna have to play that video again so you guys can clearly see. But Trish says that ain't Shemaya. Jenna said, was that checking her nose or a signal? And then Mariah said, praying for you and your son, Mr. E, taking my grandchildren bowling. Okay. And then Trish had said, looks like a signal, don't it? And then Gina to you said, yes. Okay. So as I said, peoples, from what 54 is showing, that doesn't it doesn't equate to this being in a fight. So I'm gonna rewind this back. We're gonna play this again so you guys can see on a full screen, because I think you guys were seeing on a partial screen. But 54, I think, is trying to equate this video with a scene that was supposed to have been out of the room. And to me, that's not the case. Okay, y'all hold on for a moment. Hello. Okay. Okay, so that we're on the same page, my friend, and because now I'm beginning to get a little irritated because I'm hurting hell hard as hell and stuff. So, like I said before, this is my first time ever being in an accident and ever having to deal with this stuff. I don't want to be pressured. I told you guys I will give you guys a call back when I get to talk to my sister and my brother, and then we will do a conference call, and we will go ahead and they can give me some directives as to what to do or how to do, because like I said, I never did this before, but now by you guys consenting you to call me and things, that's making me making me feel suspect and things, because I've never had this done before. I've never been in this situation. I'm in great pain right now, and I really don't want to be dealing with this shit right now. I'm getting ready to go back to the emergency because this shit is kicking in now. My body is racking with pain right now, and this is the last thing that I'd be needing to try to figure out right now, because I got plenty of time to settle this stuff. AAA has everything that they need. They told me to go and get a personal injury attorney. That's why I got you guys a call. But my sister and brother said, well, if you go and do a phone call with them, have us on so we can ask the questions and things. So now I will get back with you guys when I get back with my brother and sister. I would greatly appreciate that. But right now, that is the furthest thing for what I need to do right now. I'm getting ready to go back to the emergency room to see if they can subscribe me something, because shit, my body is racking with pain right now. And I don't feel to. I'm sorry for being so, you know. Yeah, just tell them I will get back with them. When I get my brother and sister, because they, like I said, they wanted to be on the phone. But right now, I got to take care of my immediate need right now. Okay, I greatly appreciate you. Okay. All right, people. So that's how you handle that shit. I mean, fuck. I'm not worried about the goddamn money and things. That'll come. Yes, I'm in great pain because I walked to my car and stuff, but I'm sitting here just trying to suffer through this shit. But you calling me 6 and 7 goddamn times, I will call your ass back if I need to speak to you. Right now, I'm not worried about that shit. I should have come. I mean, God damn it, ain't nothing going to happen tonight anyway. So, I'm not going to be pressured into trying to get a goddamn attorney. Now, yes, I am pissed right now. Shit, stop fucking calling me. All right, people. So I don't agree with 54. So let's go watch this again. I got this on full screen so you guys can clearly see for yourself what's going on. And so let's rewatch this so you guys can see it full screen, and let's see what she had to say, peoples, because it doesn't make no sense to me, and I don't see how she can equate that with this other video that has been projected. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? So, in that last video, I told y'all that I felt like there was a fight, that Kenneka was in a fight. And in this video, I'm gonna show y'all who the fuck I think Kenneka was fighting the night she died. Okay. But I know there was pictures that came out in the beginning where people were highlighting bruises. But when this shit came out, when Miss Teresa put this out, this is what I believed. You understand what I mean? I felt like this showed me and confirmed to me that Kanika was in a fight because she looked bruised. Her face looks bruised. Okay. And I told y'all that in the last video. And I know there was a lot of pushback on this post that Miss Teresa created. And everybody, some people, there was mixed emotions. Let's put it like that. There was mixed emotions. And some people, felt some kind of way, myself included, and like I said, all this picture did for me was confirm that there was a fight. So, with that being said, who the fuck was she fighting? Okay. And we about to look at a couple things. Okay. And this right here is just a close up of her face. And I hate to keep showing this, but I'm trying to prove a point.
Any obvious marks on her or anything like that? No, they didn't let us see her until they put her in the body bag. We didn't see none down here. We only saw her from neck on up. And her hair was all over her head. It looked like she was fighting.
Now, I'm with Lenora on this one. She looked like she had been in a fight. And I believe that in the beginning, when this shit came out, this showed me that there was a fight. Now, what I don't believe is that it happened at the end of this hallway. And I may be wrong about that because I'm one who believe the actions, but like I've been saying for over a year now, I don't believe the scene. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe the scene. I believe that all this went on. And if you look at this, there's clearly at least two people in maybe a white shirt and some black pants or dark pants. And then there's somebody in the middle that may be on the ground in blue. Okay. And I found some other things because y'all know over here, 2 + 2 = 4. So I'm always trying to figure out what goes with what. Okay. And I'm about to show y'all a couple things. And I want y'all to let me know if I'm tripping, If I'm tripping, just, just tell me that. But we about to get into some shit because I want to show y'all something. And I need y'all opinions and y'all thoughts on this. So we can try to piece this shit together. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us over here genuinely want justice for Kenneka. That's why some of us are here. You know, some people just want to be entertained. But some of us are here because we want justice. And like I said, I'm gonna show y'all a couple things because I believe that there's other things to go along with this that we just had not put together yet. So let's get into this shit. Let me show you something. Remember in Taz Live, in one of them anyway, in the background, it looked like there was some type of commotion, like motherfuckers was back there fighting. Pay attention. Back there by the door. It looked like there was some type of commotion there, and everybody turned around to acknowledge it. Everybody but Ty and his motherfucking sister. And I'm gonna play it a couple times because I want y'all to focus on the background back there by the door. Now, in this footage right here, when it slowed down, it looked like it's that girl with the white bandana around her head. But I don't really know if that's her. What do y'all think about that? Y'all think it's the girl in the bandana? Because I'm gonna show y'all who I think it is. But I just want y'all thoughts and y'all opinions on that. But there's some type of commotion going on by this back door, and it looks like to me like there's a fight. I remember when we first got this footage, and it was straight drop who broke this shit down. It looked like somebody's back there fighting. Okay. And so, with that being said, I think what's going on here is that we're looking at the same actions, but placed in two different scenes. What do y'all think about that? I mean, is it a coincidence that we have both of these scenes with at least two people in a white shirt and black pants, and then we got somebody in blue, which I assume to be Kenneka? Let me tell y'all who the fuck I think this is. Her. Yeah, her. Now I know it's gonna be all kind of slick ass comments. I know it's gonna be some people that don't agree with this. That's fine. But in my mind, this girl right here got something to do with the fight. Okay. And um when I came to that conclusion, my first thought was, who the fuck do she know at the party? Because I believe that that was her in the background of Ty's live. I do believe that. At some points, it looked like um, the girl like with a bandana on her head, but then there's other parts that it looks like her. And my thing was, again, who the fuck did she know at the party? Because in my younger days, I was out there. I did the hotel parties. I did all that. Okay. And just from past experience, I've never seen a white girl show up to an all black party by herself. She knew somebody there. Okay. And yeah, we're going to look at some more shit because I wanted y'all to watch her move. So we're going to start with this right here. This footage where they wanted us to believe Kenneka got off this elevator. And then right after that, we got her about 30 minutes later. Look at her. Remember, she looked back like she heard some shit. Then it looked like she did something to her nose, like she was checking her nose. And then remember, we thought she had some type of stain on her shirt. And some people were saying it was blood. I wasn't sure about that. And I'm not sure about it now. But I mean, shit, it almost makes sense. Now I know it's gonna be all kind of slick ass comments. Some of y'all ain't gonna agree with this, and that's fine. But in my mind, this girl was part of the fight. And let's look at her appearance. She has on a white shirt and black bottoms. And her shirt looked like it's got a stain on it. And some people speculated that this was blood. I don't know that for sure. So I'm not gonna even claim that. But I do know that when she got off the elevator, she was checking her nose. You understand what I mean? Like, was she bleeding or did she think she was bleeding? I don't know. But not only that, she had what we used to call the fight ponytail. And for my ladies out there, the fighters, y'all know who I'm talking to. Y'all know that ponytail before that hairstyle you put your hair in before you about to go whoop a bitch. That's the fight ponytail. That's that I'm on your ass ponytail. Okay? So she's always been suspect to me. So I found this footage right here. And this is her on the lower level. We didn't see no red boxes. Now we do. Now she's down here and she stops and she looks at this um, monitor on up there on the wall. And I thought it was one of them, how them hotels that had them directories like you are here and shit. You know what I mean? Like you trying to find an area. Okay. Is she lost? I don't know. But what I do know is I think this is the same girl that's in the background of Taz Live. Then a question for me was, who the fuck was she there with? Because understand this, in my past experience, I've never seen no white girl show up to an all black party by herself. You know, if there's some white people at the party, trust and believe they know some niggas in there. Okay? They done met some niggas, came with some niggas, something. But there ain't no white girl just showed up at no all black party by herself. And I believe that this was her in the background of Taz Live. And I know this is gonna be a hot topic for some of y'all. But not only that, when we saw her checking her nose, in my opinion, that's her leaving this fight. You know, she was checking her shit. You know, ladies, again, for my fighters, y'all know how it be. Y'all done got finished fighting and you checking your face. You making sure, you know, this bitch ain't fucked your face up. Okay? You making sure your shit not leaking. And this what this looked like to me. And that would mean that this was her leaving the fight. Now I know some people was like, oh, that's the beverage manager and the security guard got Kenneka. Now, it may be one or the other, but I think one of these people in that fight was her. And when she's down there on that lower level, it's almost as if she's looking for some shit. Like she trying to find a motherfucker. I want to know more about her. Who the fuck is she? We ain't got no witness statement from her, nothing. Now let's be clear about this. I'm not saying that this girl killed Kenneka. Don't run with that, because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I believe in my mind that this girl has something to do with the fight. And in my opinion, this fight is key to what happened to her. So y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Am I tripping? You know, and I might be, but as of right now, this is just how I see it. And I believe that even if it's not her, we still witnessed the same actions in these two scenes. It's the same thing, in my opinion. Because if we believe that it's two separate incidents, in my opinion, what we're saying is that they was beating her ass all around this hotel. And I just don't believe that that's the case. I believe that there was one fight, and whatever happened during that fight, somehow they connected with the hotel. Did some motherfuckers catch them fighting? I don't know. But we need to get to the bottom of this, and we need to put our heads together so we can get to the bottom of this shit. So y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think, man. Y'all think she had something to do with the fight, or am I tripping?
What's going on, you guys? I'm back today with another video. But this one I want to talk about Kenneka Jenkins. I have been following this case since this case happened. And I never spoke on this case. I never voiced my opinion or my part of my conspiracy theory, which isn't that much because we already know what it is with this goddamn case. But anyhow, let's start from the beginning.
This is the new iPhone 12 Pro with 5G.
Andrew Holmes, who has seen this video, says it appears that Kenneka Jenkins walked into this freezer in the hotel of her own accord. There was no one around her, and it appears to Holmes that this was a tragic accident. Jenkins' family, however, is still looking for answers. Protesters, including the victim's mother, Teresa Martin, are back in front of the Crown Plaza Hotel, with Rosemont police keeping a close eye. They say they want justice in the death of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins, though according to hotel surveillance video, it's unclear whether anyone is at fault. Andrew Holmes has seen that video and been inside the freezer where Jenkins' body was discovered.
Did anybody pull her down there? Did anybody force her down there? Was anybody on the other side in that room with her when she got down there? And the answer to that is no.
Outside the police station, a few blocks away, activist Andrew Holmes meets with other community leaders to explain what he saw in the video. Holmes says Jenkins appeared to be trying to find an elevator to return to the party she was at on the 9th floor of the hotel. Instead, she opened the door to the freezer and was unable to get out. Hotel officials say they've offered to show the family all 36 hours of video from their surveillance cameras.
We extended an offer for a private viewing with the family. We wanted to be respectful of the police investigation.
Jenkins' relatives say they have not yet seen the video, though their attorney does have possession of it. Police, meantime, say they are still investigating, hoping to talk to everyone who attended the party Jenkins was at before her death. They say they're awaiting toxicology test results to determine whether anyone drugged Jenkins before she left the party. Jenkins' mother is expected to be here at the police station tomorrow with her attorney to view part of the video and to talk more with police. In the meantime, police tell us as their investigation is continuing, they are still hopeful that they will be able to release some of that video to the public.
This is the new iPhone 12.
Okay. Now, for those of us that have been following this case since this case started, we already know what it is. We already know it's a bunch of bullshit. We know for a fact Kenneka didn't just walk in that freezer, and she damn sure didn't just lock herself in that freezer. So, by that being said, it's so many answers out here. There's so many questions out here that need answers. And clearly nobody got the answers. Nobody really knows what happened in that freezer. Who was really on the other side of that freezer? Because me personally, I just don't think that she'd just walk in no damn freezer and lock herself in the freezer. Especially if she's supposed to have been as intoxicated as she was. So how can a drunk woman walk in the freezer and lock herself in the freezer? I have no idea. But I worked at plenty of restaurants. Plenty. And when I tell you I had to have help each time opening up the damn freezer. And I wasn't drunk, high, or none of that. So I don't understand that. Rosemont police have released surveillance video of the mother of a woman whose body was found in a walk-in freezer in Rosemont Hotel. 4 days after the body of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins was found inside a walk-in freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel, her cause of death remains a mystery. And that, yeah, it definitely remains a mystery because that was just a weird that. Okay, y'all remember when the when the case first happened? And I'm gonna try to find that video here on YouTube, but it's this girl that caught the original footage where you could see the girl running and the dude running, the girl with the long ponytail, Bree. Yeah, that video. Rosemont police said they had 36 hours of surveillance video from 40 hotel cameras and offered footage to the Jenkins mother and her attorney Thursday to view their convenience and give them time before the video released to the public. We want to be respectful to the police investigation that's going on, as well as be respectful to the family during the grieving period. But we also wanted them to have access to the footage to view, said Crown Plaza spokesperson Glenn. In the meantime, she allowed community activist Andrew Holmes to view the video. Did anybody pull her down there? Did anybody force her down there? Was anybody on the other side in the room when she got down there? And the answer is no. So my whole thing is, how is this fake ass advocate accurate about what he just said? Because honestly, don't nobody know if anybody was down there. We all guessing, we all speculating. Don't nobody know. Holmes said. Holmes met with the community leader to explain what he saw. Holmes said Jenkins appeared to be trying to find an elevator to return to the birthday party. Now, how the hell do he know she was trying to return to the birthday party? How he don't know she was trying to find her way up out of there? How he don't know that somebody was really chasing her? How he don't know that? Right. Set up. She was attending on the ninth floor of a hotel. Instead, she opened the door to a freezer and was unable to get out. I don't understand. I don't believe that. Authorities discovered her body inside some 24 hours later. From my view, no one else was back there down there unsecured area, Holmes said. How do he know that for a fact? Because I done watched a lot of videos on here with people breaking this shit down. And you can clearly see it's people down there, it's people guiding her. It's somebody chasing this woman. Wednesday, they pushed their way into the hotel's lobby. They caused other there's disruptions to the hotel's business as well. Police were on hand trying to keep in control. Many said they want to see the video from the hotel, the right footage, not that fake ass shit that y'all done edited. We want the original footage. Videos from the party shows attendants using drugs and alcohol, okay, and has fueled gospel on social media. It's unclear why Jenkins went to the basement, but relatives said police told them she appeared to be inebriated. So I don't know. Rosemont police said continue to identify and locate individuals involved in the investigation. The Crown Plaza Hotel has also offered to pay for Jenkins' funeral costs. Yeah, I bet they did. I bet you they feel guilty as hell. Selling bodies down there, not selling bodies, organ. Yeah, I sit back and watch all that. The entire Crab Plaza Rosemont family give the death of Kenneka Jenkins. It is a tragic loss of a promising young person. We offer her family our deepest sympathies. Okay. I just want to say it's all some bullshit. We all know for a fact Miss Kenneka Jenkins did not walk into that freezer, you guys, and lock herself in that damn freezer. We know she didn't do that. And as far as this fake ass advocate, whoever the hell he supposed to be, Andrew Holmes, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. He look like and sound like and act like a fucking fraud. There's so many conspiracy theories going out here. What happened on Jenkins? What happened to Jenkins? You know, was the friends involved? And first, the friends, Yes, I honestly believe they had some involvements to do with that because ain't no fucking way, ain't no way that y'all all coming to this hotel party together, but y'all all not leaving together. Ain't no way, don't nobody know what the fuck happened to Kenneka. Ain't no way. Now, I really can't speak much on the mama, and I'm not going to speak much on the mama because, like I said, once again, nobody really knows. But I have been watching this case since this case first started. And it's a girl on YouTube. I'm gonna try to find that video. She got the original footage where you actually can see the girl running and the dude. And the girl had a long ponytail. The only girl that we noticed that night that had a long ponytail was Bree. And apparently Bree posted what, left? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I sat back this long just watching this case, and it's like so many people is getting close. And I know it. I feel it. And my mind, body, and soul, I feel it. A lot of you guys is getting real close. A lot of y'all is on to something. And it's like every time y'all get on to something, it's like somebody threw a nail in the coffin. But we all can say for a fact, Kenneka Jenkins did not walk into that freezer. Now, hypothermia. I don't know anything about that. But one thing I will say is I honestly, deeply do believe that somebody spiked her drink. You know, and them friends, they know more. Them friends definitely know more. You know, it's just sad. It's been this long and nobody still knows nothing. No one still won't come forward. So this woman can just really rest. How could her and her family be at peace? I just never, I don't know. Like I said, I watched Kenneka Jenkins' story from the day that it hits. And when I say the day that it hits, the same day I'm talking about when the girl had the original video. And all of a sudden the video disappeared. Yeah, I'm going to try to find that video. Because now it's like, it's not making no sense. Everybody want to get on there making them live videos and making themselves look stupid as fuck. But don't nobody want to get on there and tell what really happened at that fucking party. Bree, Irene, Shamaya, and her goddamn supposed to be best friend, motherfucking Monifa. And you supposed to be her best friend. See, that's where you taking this L at, shorty, because ain't no way in hell that me and my best friend gonna go out and I'm coming back without her or she coming back without me. Ain't no way. Bestie, you know what's going on. Miss Monifa. You know exactly what's going on. I don't know how long you mother freakers think y'all gonna keep living with these demons inside y'all. Because I know y'all living with them. I'm gonna need a real friend to please stand up and let us know what really happened. But you guys, it's just the beginning of the Kenneka Jenkins story. I want to start following this story because, like I said, I've been around since the story hit. So I think I know a little something about it. But once again, thank you guys for stopping by. I haven't been uploading in a while. I've been having a lot of things going on. And yeah. So if you like the story, please like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next video.
With breaking news just coming in, the indictment against New York City Mayor Eric Adams has just been unsealed. Let's get right to News 4 Chief Investigative Reporter Jonathan Dienst with what the indictment and the charges are against the New York City mayor. John.
Yeah, hi, Adam. The charges just unsealed. The indictment sent to us
Okay, peoples, I am back. We are at the 6:30 hour, and I am going to go ahead and shut down this live for right now. I will be back in a couple of hours. I have to go ahead and hold on for a second. Hello? Yes. Hold on for 1 second. I'm just shutting down the live. Uh, I got my sister on the phone, so give me 1 second. Okay, so people's I gotta take care of some business, and I will be back. And because I got to talk to this attorney right now, um, and so I'll be back in a couple of hours. So people's, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2024 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I'll be back in a couple of hours for part 2 of Kenneka. Nothing happened to my daughter. All right, peoples. So if the Lord says the same, I'll see you then. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Do you need anything like I need? something good out of this. Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You will be late, you could be too. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, but I want more. Yo, 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 yo. Let's go. Oh. You could be late, you could be too. You could be underneath my shoe. Times you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. I want more. Let's go. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. 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 More from you, yeah, more. Dude, what's up? They did play Wonderwall near the end. Yo, yo, yo! Dude, how we doing? Dude, Wonderwall's it's a good song. It is. Gotta pay homage to the good songs. Dude, I'm beat. I'm beat. What you could not change, everything you hate in yourself. I think the name is still the same. I will gladly take the blame. Behind a smile I can fade away. I can't remember myself. I can't remember myself. Let's go. Tell me who could be, was he who let me?
Dude, we got a lot to chat about on the Trump front. All right. Bring the music down for a minute. Let's go. Oh, I'm tripping. So, it's good to be back. I'm a little tired. I will admit, I'm a little tired. I was just napping. I did not get a lot of sleep before we left. I did get some sleep last night. A lot of walking, right, to get to the Rose Bowl. Like, we were gonna do this park and shuttle thing, but there were so many people, so we just parked in Old Town Pasadena and walked. We hoofed it to the Rose Bowl, so my feet are like fucking broken. But the show was amazing, and for a number of reasons. I mean, first off, the show was incredible. They had this crazy like multimedia screen behind the band, and then they had these cameras that were mostly on Noel and Liam that were also showing like scraps of that screen behind it. So there was this sort of massive wall of like imagery that was customized to each song that was really good, that had a lot of like, it looked like cutouts and collagey, like moving, living, breathing collages. It was really neat. Right. The show itself was amazing. And the band sounded great. You know, they played a lot of good songs. They played a 25 song set. They did in fact end with Champagne Supernova, right? But what was crazy about it was the fact that I had not been to the Rose Bowl since I was in college. Okay. When I was in college, Aikman was at UCLA. He was our quarterback. We had, obviously, our home games were held at the Rose Bowl, the UCLA Bruins home games. And at the time, I was in a fraternity, and we used to take a beer bus to the games, right? So I had like, I don't know, man, my memories of the Rose Bowl, like, you know, it's 35 years ago, right? 36 years ago. It's a long time ago, right? So it was like going back to the Rose Bowl, a completely different person. You know, like I last left that place in college before I went out into the real world. So going back there with my 20-year-old son, you know what I'm saying, was pretty, I don't know, poignant and moving, to say the least. And you know, so I don't know, it was a really interesting sort of like scenario to see the band and kind of revisit this college thing, you know. But it was nice, dude. I love LA. LA is an amazing city. So, you know, Bryce and I, we were only there for a day, but we like took in as much of the city as we could, and, you know, had a really good time. But man, the show was great, dude. The band was so good. It was so good. Dude, let's go. Oh. No, so they have the set list. Hold on. They have the set list. Like, so here is, I don't have Spotify, but so here is the set list, right? Effing in the bushes. Hello. No, this is not it. No, that's not accurate at all. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. The Apple Music one was actually pretty accurate. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, this one looks pretty accurate. This one looks pretty accurate. And I'm not sure, but yeah, I think this was the set list they played, right? Not sure. Yeah. Actually, that looks pretty accurate, right? So they finished like banging, right? They finished, obviously they put, but like so many of these are good. Like a lot of these songs are really good up in the beginning. Yeah, it was pretty good, dude. It was pretty good. And then, you know what they did? So the Rose Bowl, it was like really interesting because the Rose Bowl, they didn't do the full Rose Bowl. Obviously, they did it like, I don't know, 2/3. So there were probably like, I don't know, 65,000 people there, right? They were doing 2 shows. So it was like 2/3 of the Rose Bowl with this massive screen. But then what they did was they had a fireworks display set up. So at the very end of the show, when the band finished and we're kind of like waving, there was like 5 solid minutes of crazy fucking fireworks, like right above the stage. Like this shit was nuts, dude. It was pretty impressive. Yeah, it was one of the more impressive like Disney World kind of fireworks displays that I've ever seen. Yeah, it was so good. So, dude, what'd I miss? I miss anything yesterday? Right? Did I miss anything yesterday? What'd we miss? You guys miss me? Dude, I stayed pretty much mostly like off social media for the most part. I occasionally popped on Twitter, but for the most part, I was pretty absent. Epstein files and mashed potatoes. Trump, dude, I saw the Trump with the pill. Like, hate to hear about mashed potatoes with his father. Oh shit. Dude, did she really marry Trump? Yeah, no, I saw the transgender thing that I had seen. I posted something about that, guys, because look at this. Okay? Here's all I can say about the transgender gun issue is look at this chart. I posted this chart from 2 days ago. If you look at all of the mass shooters, okay, the transgender mass shooters are that yellow thing right here. And then all of these are not transgender shooters. Right? So clearly, if you're taking guns away from transgender people, it's not because they are a danger. Right? I mean, when you look at the numbers, the data don't lie. Isn't that crazy? Trans shooters make up 0.3% of all mass shooters. 0.3%. Dude, it's crazy. Right? Now, there's another thing I posted about this, though, too, where it was, where was it? Right here. I posted that the NRA is defending trans people more than some Democratic candidates do. Oh, dude. How crazy is that, dude? It's true. That, like, wow, when the NRA is speaking up for transgender people more than some of the Democratic political candidates, what does that tell you? Right? I mean, dude, WTF, bro? That's crazy. It's crazy. You know? And I will say this though. I mean, the NRA is trash. Okay? They're a trash organization. But, you know, at least they're like speaking up in a relatively consistent way. I'll give them that. Yeah, I'll give them the tiny shred of relative consistency. But you're right. You're right. They're not standing up for transgender rights. But the thing is, though, my point wasn't that they're standing for trans rights. My point was that something was happening to trans people and they spoke up about it, right? Whereas a lot of Democrats, okay, a lot of Democrats just don't even speak up. They've just sort of left behind trans, rights and trans issues. You know what I mean? But again, dude, this is of course. Now, at this point, though, I think it's safe to say you may have noticed this, guys, but at this point, it's safe to say that Trump and his administration, have you noticed how they're sort of like testing the waters? Like, I don't know if you've noticed that, but they keep sort of leaking things that they might do, and then they gauge public opinion to it. Right? You notice that they'll leak something about X, Y, or Z is going to happen, and then they wait and see how people react as to whether they think they can get away with it or not. They're definitely like, I don't know, they're treading cautiously. I mean, Trump, they took a beating on the immigration scenario. And so now you see they pivoted where they don't even really talk about immigration so much anymore. Now it's about fighting crime. And they've pivoted to using crime as the pretense for, sending in the National Guard, when in fact the National Guard is their attempt to, enforce their immigration plan. They just realize they can't talk about immigration because their little Gestapo is wildly unpopular. Dude, Gen X, glad you're here. Yeah, I talked about the show actually at the beginning. It was really good. He is indeed doing everything he can to keep people talking about Epstein. Now, we, however, guys, we're gonna talk about Epstein. We are. There's a couple pieces that we need to talk about, right? All right. Sorry. I'm nipping that in the bud right off the bat, dude. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not having any geeks in here, right? Saying that oh, you support Palestinian people. Oh, fuck off. All right? There's the difference between supporting Palestinian people and supporting Hamas. It's the same difference between supporting, Jewish people and supporting Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? There's a huge difference. Okay? You know what I'm saying? The actions of the government are not indicative of all of the people. Right? It's true, man. Dude, you can't hold me responsible for the bullshit that Trump's doing right now. Fuck that. Dude, more than 50% of America is not doing his shit. But anyway, here's what we got to talk about, okay? Is we have to talk about, in particular, here's what I want to talk about related to Epstein. I want to talk about, one, we got to talk about MAGA Mike, right? Dude, I know now Trump is a spy. We talked about this when the night I left, okay? A couple days ago, we talked about, it was, hold on one sec. Let me find the fucking video. All right. So we talked about this when I left, right? Obviously, Mike Johnson coming out and now trying to say Trump was an FBI informant. It's like, come on, bro. All right. We know, Okay, we know that was not the case. But you may have noticed he backed off this, right? So he threw that in there like flippantly. If he's a spy, then he witnessed everything. Dude, look at this. So, dude, what a fucking putz, bro. All right. Dude, but so I want to watch this video. Okay, there's a couple of things I want to watch because let's parse this. All right, now I'm not going to run through the whole thing because again, I covered this Friday night before I went to LA. Okay, and we know what happened. We know that Mike Johnson said his little spiel for reporters and he just casually dropped in there. Right? He was being the like codependent spouse where he was saying, oh, Trump is really so upset about these women, right? Trump is beside himself, worried about the safety of these women. You got to remember, Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Trump was an informant against him that helped him get arrested, which is like, no. Now, what Michael Wolff is talking about here is absolutely true. The fact that once Epstein came under suspicion and once Epstein started looking into Trump's real estate deal, okay, Epstein was going to buy that property and Trump bought it for $40 million, undercut him. And Epstein looked into it because he knew Trump didn't have $40 million. So he looks into it and finds out it's Russian oligarch money. And 2 years later, in 2006, Trump sells it for like 2.5 times what he paid for it. And he sells it to the guys who gave him the money to buy it. And so Epstein was like looking into the money laundering. So then, of course, Trump turned on Epstein, I think, to send a message that like, yo, I will turn on you if you mention my business deals. Like, I think there's a lot of accuracy in the Rybolev scenario, right? With that Palm Beach house. Absolutely. Because Epstein was like intimately aware of his finances. And we're going to look at that in a minute because I believe that's a separate issue. Okay. But Mike Johnson throwing in this whole thing of like saying, oh, he was an informant. We know Trump was not an informant. Okay. We know it. Now, I presume, guys, like my presumption is that Trump was in those files to a degree of where it's real obvious that Trump knew everything. He knew that Epstein was trafficking. He covered for Epstein trafficking. He probably profited at some point. And so I think with the fact that any information that gets released from the files is going to show at the very least Trump was so aware of this and did nothing that now they're trying to concoct some sort of scenario that could make it him know about it and it be okay, right? But dude, it's not going to work. But you may have noticed though, guys, that Mike Johnson backed off of this. Like as quickly as he told this lie, he backed off. Right here, look at this. But now I want to talk about this phrase backs off because look at this headline. This headline says Johnson backs off claim that Trump was an FBI informant in Epstein case. The statements from the House Speaker come as Democrats and a small number of Republicans are pushing for legislation to compel the release of more files on Jeffrey Epstein. This was released today. Okay. But backs off? Like, no, dude, he lied. He backs off. What do you mean he backs off? He said he was an FBI informant. We know he wasn't. Johnson lied. But this shit right here, this shit is why we're approaching fascism, guys. Like the Washington Post, Bezos's paper, instead of like calling him out for an egregious and outright lie that is obviously bullshit and also looks fucking, you know, incredibly phony after Trump saying the whole thing was a hoax, right? But this headline is like, oh, he's kind of cooling the jets. But dude, his claim was bullshit. Okay, Mike Johnson was like outright lying. Dude, this shit is crazy. Dude, like what are we doing, man? I mean, dude, this shit really bothers me, man. Because if we can't cover these guys responsibly, we're going to get cooked, you know? And it is the media's job to be, you know, the watchdog, man. It is the media's job. And they continually are not watchdogging at all in this administration. They're terrible with this shit. But did he actually come out right and say it? You know what I'm saying? Like, did Mike Johnson actually come in and dispute this? Because you know what tomorrow is, guys, right? You know what tomorrow is, don't you? So, yeah, here's the original claim.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, he's an FBI informant. Try and take this stuff down. No, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago 7 years after he stole like workers. 7 years after he trafficked, right? 7 years after he trafficked, right? Virginia Giuffre. 7 years later, he kicks him out of Mar-a-Lago. That's not exactly like concern for the women. So what tomorrow is, guys, tomorrow that birthday book arrives. So the Congress, after winning that vote before they adjourned, Congress started subpoenaing information from Epstein's estate. Okay. And so the birthday book with the drawing of the woman and the Sharpie drawing of the woman and the weird message, the book arrives tomorrow, along with some other documents from Epstein's estate. So now it's gonna get interesting. Gorg, you were thinking about watching mainstream media for a week? Yeah, so it depends on the media you watch, Gorg. I mean, if you watch MSNBC and you watch a little bit of Nicole Wallace, right? There are a couple newscasters that if you watch them, you will get a pretty good picture of the information. Like Nicole Wallace is one. I find that Chris Hayes does a pretty good job. Lawrence O'Donnell. There are a handful of people that if you hit them, you're going to get a pretty good balanced view, right? Rachel Maddow. Yeah, there are like, you know, I feel like as much as it's rage baiting, Abby Phillips' show is pretty good, right? It's not great, but Abby Phillips' show is pretty good. A lot of rage baiting though, right? I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the news has gone to, you know, especially where there are group people, right? They go to rage bait. I mean, it's like Jessica Tarloff on the 5, or you have Scott Jennings on Abby Phillips' show. And a lot of it is just this weird rage baiting, you know, but they're, you know, dude, Scott Jennings, I know, man. He is like, bad faith is just a great way to put it. He really is, dude. Scott Jennings is just, he is so inconsistent. He has no moral consistency, right? He doesn't. You know, he will just like, he is just a straight Trump sniff. He is, dude. He's like a Christy Noem, dude. You put a wig on that motherfucker and he's Christy Noem. Dude, Scott Jennings, I swear to you, he'd probably fuck Corey Lewandowski too. He would, dude. He would fucking bang the shit out of Corey. Dude. Dude, well, you know what Jennings is doing, right? I mean, Jennings is basically doing what Nancy Mace is doing and what Marsha Blackburn is doing, where Jennings is going all in on Trump and being a Trump cheerleader, and he's hoping Trump will help him get elected to the Senate in Kentucky, right? That's what he's doing. He's trying to get into the Senate, and he knows that, you know, being a Trump acolyte is a possible way of getting in there, right? He's trying to mobilize the Senate. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to mobilize his Senate run with Trump. But so I want to see here, though. Let's find this thing. I want to see if this was on a show here. Oh, okay. So his office released a statement. So you see what's going on here, guys? So he didn't even like come out himself and say like, oh, let me correct the thing. They released a statement. Okay. So he makes this claim Friday, I think it was, where he like throws in there, oh, Trump was an informant. And then on Sunday, MAGA Mike's office released a statement modifying the claim. And he said the speaker is reiterating what the victim's attorney said, which is that Donald Trump, who kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, was the only one more than a decade ago willing to help prosecutors expose Epstein for being a disgusting child predator. But dude, he's talking about Bradley Edwards, okay? And Bradley Edwards, all he said is when he first started representing these women, he called a bunch of people that were mentioned in the complaint, and Trump like called him back. That's it. Trump didn't like avoid him, the victim's attorney. Trump wasn't helping them prosecute this shit. And in fact, after Alex Acosta gave Epstein and all his women lieutenants, you know, immunity, we know that Trump rewarded him with the cabinet position. So clearly, right? Yeah, so Sharon, he's announced he's running, but he's not actually campaigning yet. I'm sure once he starts campaigning, I would imagine they will take him off. I would imagine, right? But who knows? In a post-Trump world, like, I don't know, the corruption is so blatant now. But yes, he should no longer be a regular guest, but you can still be a partial guest. Like Kat Abu-Ghazala is going to be on there. You know, she's on there a whole bunch. So you can still be a guest. You just can't, I don't think you can be a regular one. But dude, this is wild. All right. That he's trying to modify the claim. Okay. And then during the event, Brad Edwards told reporters Trump has done an about face. He said that Trump was friendly to the victim's plight back in 2009. Did not think it was a hoax and was trying to help. Now he's claiming it's a hoax, claiming it's a hoax. And not only that, do we have this bullshit FBI informant complaint? But guys, I think we got to start looking at this, okay? Because we have to start looking at the grand scheme of what's going on here, guys. Because there's another video I want to share with you guys, okay? That is, let me find it. It is. Did I save it? Oh, I didn't save it. I know I liked it. I know I liked it. Hold on. This right here, dude. Okay. That's one, but hold on. Let me find the other one here. Oh man, where is it? I guess I didn't like it. But we have to look at the larger scale of this thing, guys, because Dershowitz right here. Let me find. Dude, where is this clip, bro? This one. Okay, here we go. I found it. Dude, yeah, we have to pay attention to this, guys. Okay, because again, I feel like more and more of this shit has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? I mean, originally, when Texas came out with the wanting to gerrymander this map and wanting to do the mid-decade change to grab a couple extra seats to try and hold the House, in the beginning, I thought this was just Trump like fighting for his legislative agenda. But dude, they're not passing anything, guys. They're not passing any legislation. All he's doing is EOs. So the more I see from these guys, the more I think that they're trying to hold the House because of the Epstein situation, that they're worried about the Democrats taking over and going into this shit. Okay, because not only do you have Johnson out here running cover, you have Mike Johnson claiming the informant. Now he's trying to back away from it. They're putting up roadblocks. They adjourn people early. You know, they're constantly trying to distract. But look at this Dershowitz clip. You ready? This shit is crazy. Look at this Dershowitz clip. Look at what he says here. Watch this. This is nuts, guys. Watch this.
I am now going to actively try to defeat the Democrats in the 2026 election. I don't want the Democrats to control the House of Representatives. I don't want the chairman of the various committees to be members of the squad in the House, to be senators like Senator Warren, Senator Murphy, Senator Sanders. These are people who are not good for America. They're terrible also for the Jewish community and for Israel, but for me, America is first, and they're terrible for America. So I'm going to actively oppose.
Yeah, America's first. That's why you talked about Israel, right? Dude, you notice there he's like really bad for America. I'm America's first, but let me first tell you how bad they are for Israel.
A Democratic control of the Senate and the House. I'm going to vote for some Democrats if I think they're good. The guy running for governor of New Jersey is very good. There are some Democrats all over the country that are very good. So I'm not going to automatically vote for Republicans. I'm going to vote for whoever is the best candidate. But there are many Democrats I will actively oppose, and I will financially oppose and contribute to their opponents.
But again, right there, dude, he is very deep in the files. Okay, there have been some significant allegations against Dershowitz, many of which were levied by Virginia Giuffre, but then he threatened her with all kinds of lawsuits. And so she like retracted the claims because she didn't want to get sued into oblivion and have her fucking entire life and all her finances destroyed. Now, you have to remember that the original bust, the original arrest and prosecution in Palm Beach, it was Dershowitz who came in and started talking to Barry Krischer. It was Dershowitz who got heavily involved and made Epstein's charges go away. Like, he, more than anyone, was responsible for helping Epstein and everybody else get that immunity deal. I mean, he's absolutely involved in this thing. He is absolutely deeply in there, and he has absolutely been instrumental in negotiating the immunity deal that covered all their asses. But now he framed it as like the squad and you know, Bernie Sanders and whatever. Now, I don't think this is realistic. Like, Bernie Sanders, has Bernie ever been a committee head? Like, bro, we're talking about the Democratic Party here. He's talking about the squad. You think if the Democrats take power again, you think the squad's going to be running their committees? Like, come on, bro. We know it's not about the squad, okay? Sure, they might be concerned about, like, Israel's money getting cut off because, you know, there are people like MTG chiming in about this shit too. But to think that, like, you know, a bunch of squad members are getting chairmanships of committees, we know that's not going to happen. We know that this is really about making sure that the House Oversight Committee doesn't look into the Epstein situation. I mean, we know it. We know it. But again, dude, it's all coming around to them trying to make Epstein just disappear, right? They want this stuff to just be gone. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that's really, I don't know, man. It's becoming more and more obvious, guys, that them trying to make this go away is a huge fucking portion of this. Yeah, no, I saw this thing, right? Where was it? Let me see if I saved this thing. There was something that was amazing, guys. About that very thought, about how this thing's never going away. Dude, it was a funny graphic. Dude, who, Dershowitz? Yeah, Dershowitz is very shady, dude. They don't really get much shadier than him. Yeah, dude, that Caroline Levitt picture is freakish, dude. Does Massey head any committees? He does not. Now, I don't know if that picture is accurate, though. Dude, have we seen her at a news conference? Are you talking about this picture? Right? Are you talking about this? Is that the one you're talking about? Dude, because this one is not accurate, right? I mean, there's a little touching up going on. I mean, this is definitely her future. It's definitely her future, but it's a funny tweet. She succumbed to the Mar-a-Lago makeover. I mean, this is where she's going to end up, right? But yeah, no, there's a definite like retouching going on, dude. Mar-a-Lago face. That is not her. Dude, Mrs. Potato Head. I mean, they end up that way though. But I thought this was pretty funny when I saw it. Oh shit. Dude, that face right there. She's got that look. This one is pretty funny. Dude. Oh, Lord. Oh, somebody said, I wondered when she was going to purchase an upper lip. Yeah, well, dude, it's not her. I mean, there's so much you can tell it's not her with the fucking eyebrows, right? The face, you know. But it is a funny version of her, okay? I mean, it looks like it's probably an AI creation. Bro, I love though when somebody said, I was wondering when she's going to purchase an upper lip because she doesn't have an upper lip. I mean, she'll end up like this though. We know it's coming. In another 15 years, dude, she'll probably look just like this. You know? But yeah, dude, that lack of upper lip. What's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing? Where'd my lip go? Oh, oh, oh. Dude, should we do a dance party? Let's see if we can get one going. Fuck it. We're gonna have a short one tonight. Maybe we go out with the dance. Oh, Lord. There it is. 1 hour. Her and Trump got something going off camera. See, I don't know about that because I don't think Trump has much going, but I think Trump like wants to bang her. Don't you? There's no doubt that Trump wants to bang her. But now this Dershowitz shit though, dude, this shit is creepy, dude. Look at, there's another clip of him here too, saying, dude, let's go, Sam. Let's go, baby. Look at this other Dershowitz clip to get back to the Dersh. Okay? Look at what it says here. He says he'd be happy to sue Rosie O'Donnell for falsely claiming Trump paid Epstein $1 billion. Dude, V. Sneed, let's go, baby. Thank you, boss. So he says she's a despicable liar and defamer of people, and she shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. I volunteer pro bono to help out anybody who wants to sue Rosie on behalf of the president. He has the right to sue for defamation if he can demonstrate malice. Dude, let's go, Jays. Let's go, baby. Dude, this is crazy. So I guess Rosie O'Donnell, I want to see, is there a clip before we do this? Is there a clip of Rosie O'Donnell? Or was it like a statement? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's watch this. All right.
One who called for an insurrection.
Yeah.
And then did not call the National Guard to come help people. And people died and got hurt. That is on him. And his assassination attempt, a man died during that assassination attempt.
Yeah.
A man died.
Yeah.
And it wasn't him.
Yeah.
And his ear miraculously healed. Ladies and gentlemen, will anyone in the news ever say that without couching it?
Thank
His
you.
ear miraculously regenerated.
Yeah.
People,
In
what
like
else
2
do
days.
you need?
One person standing in the way of us all figuring out why his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files. We still don't know why his name appears multiple times in the
We
Epstein
do
files.
know why,
Is
Jim.
Donald Trump.
We all know why.
Yeah.
You have to know why. Why else do you think he paid $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein over the time of their friendship? $1 billion. He wrote in his birthday book, here's to all the secrets.
Wonderful secrets.
Come
Yeah.
on. If this was an
Yeah.
Angela Lansbury murder she wrote, people would be, it's too obvious.
They would indeed. And that birthday letter arrives in Congress tomorrow. Tomorrow. Oh!
We figured it out.
So obvious that he is guilty as sin. And America before he brings more troops into Chicago and harasses brown-skinned people, before he breaks more of the Constitution apart, before he starts having people get killed, we have to do something.
Now, again, there's the claim, which I think goes to Ron Wyden's, thousands of transactions adding up to $1 billion. Rosie O'Donnell is stating that Donald Trump paid that money, okay? Which, accurate, we don't know. I mean, we haven't ruled it out yet, but I don't think there's a suit there. I don't think there's a lawsuit there. There's not any reputational damage. Like, come on, what are we talking about? But here, let's look at Dershowitz freaking out about this. All right.
Could she be sued? I know he's a public figure, so the rules are kind of different here, but what are your thoughts?
Of course, she could be sued. There was malice there, and I would be happy to help sue Rosie O'Donnell. She is a despicable liar.
Do you see what he said, though? He said he'd be happy to help. It's like, bro, if there was a really good, suit there, wouldn't he be doing the suit? He's like, I'd be happy to help anyone who sues, but you sue. I'm not going to sue. It's such a good lawsuit that I'm not going to sue, but I'll help you sue, right? It's like, oh, come on, Dershie, you fucking pedo. What are we doing?
Defamer of people, and she shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. She's now moved out of the country. She hates America. She hates American politicians, and she ought to be sued. I hope she is sued, and I volunteer pro bono to help out anybody who wants to sue Rosie O'Donnell on behalf of the president. Rosie O'Donnell is not above the law, and the president's not below the law. He has the right to sue for defamation if he can demonstrate malice, and I think the malice in this case is very clear.
Dude, his shoulders, yeah, something's going on with him, bro. Pro boner. Dude.
How much would you sue her for?
Everything she's worth. I don't know what she's worth now, but certainly several $100 million. The president's reputation is at stake. He didn't pay $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein. I was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. I know about the relationship between Trump and Epstein. It ended early on in time. Trump.
Can you just think about that phrase, guys? Did you hear what he just said? He said, I was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. Like, what kind of a fucking degenerate is Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer? I mean, is that not the dirtiest, smarmiest possible, right? That's like saying, yeah, man, I was the guy who helped the dirtiest, nastiest criminal get immunity. Like, go me, right? I am the lawyer. I am the guy who helps the mass pedo, right? Yeah, Rosie didn't want to leave. She was just going to be safe to make sure that Trump couldn't pull her shit, right? Dude, let's go. Thank you, V-Sneed. But you know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, I was Epstein's lawyer. Oh, yeah. I'm lawyers for these losers.
Early on in time, Trump, I've seen many of the records. There's nothing to Jeffrey Epstein. I was Jeffrey Epstein. Is at stake. He didn't pay $1 billion.
Here we go.
Certainly several $100 million. The president's reputation is at stake. He didn't pay $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein. I was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. I know about the relationship between Trump and Epstein. It ended early on in time. Trump,
dude, what's his shoulders
I've seen
doing?
Many of the records. There's nothing to inculpate Trump in any way, and she just is lying through her teeth because she hates Donald Trump, so she's willing to make up stories. That's not what the First Amendment was designed to protect. It was not designed to protect people who make up false stories. Even Thomas Jefferson made it clear, and he was the supporter of freedom of speech, that freedom of speech is not a license to maliciously lie about public figures.
Dude, he's pulling out Thomas Jefferson. I mean, yeah, Trump didn't have $1 billion. He did not. The Russians had $1 billion. But dude, what is up with these guys, bro? Jesus Christ. Now, if you look at Dershowitz, find a clip here. Oh, I want to find a good clip of him. So Virginia Giuffre alleged that she was forced to, have sex with Ehud Barak. He was the former Israel PM that met with Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein. Governor Bill Richardson, Senator George Mitchell, Marvin Minsky, Thomas Pritzker of Hyatt Hotels. Okay, dude, Thomas Pritzker, is that like JB's, right? JB's dad? Is that his father? All right. Hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin, Jean-Luc Brunel, Prince Andrew. And she also, right? She also accused Dershowitz too. Dude, 6, let's go. Let me find the thing. Says, okay, so, because what happened was she had talked about Dershowitz and George Mitchell and some of those others, right? But what ended up happening was then Dershowitz was threatening a suit. And Virginia Giuffre sued him for defamation. I want to see some here where it talks about her. Yeah, this was part of that defamation suit where she made these claims about Dershowitz, about her being basically trafficked to Dershowitz. Yeah, let's look up. Hold on. Oh, so J.B. Pritzker is Thomas Pritzker's cousin. That's what it is. So JB is his cousin. So they're like slightly distant. And he was named under oath by Virginia Giuffre for being part of the trafficking that she was trafficked to him. Okay. But Dershowitz is big time mentioned in here. Let's see what he says here.
I have seen, remember, I was accused falsely in the Epstein, and ultimately I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else.
Dude admitted she may have mistook me for somebody else. You notice how he threw that in there? Right? You notice how he threw that in there? She may, like, she didn't fully, like, back off of it. But basically what happened was he threatened to sue the shit out of her. And she just sort of like, like backed away from the truth a little bit. But he's like, oh, I was completely exonerated. Like, yeah, her saying she may have mistook you for somebody else is not exoneration. Blast, let's go. Dude, we got the donos coming in. Let's go, baby. Dude, we got some Elons coming for you guys. Thank you much. Yeah. she thinks she might have. I think basically what happened was she dropped. I think she dropped the defamation suit. Right? Furrow, let's go. Let's see what happened with that. Hold on, let me find a link here. Let's see how it went down. It was in 2022. She dropped allegations against Dershowitz saying she may have made a mistake. Okay? So it says here, a woman who was a victim has agreed to drop allegations against attorney Dershowitz when she also accused him of abuse. Virginia Giuffre said in a statement she was young at the time she was trafficked and in a very stressful and traumatic environment. And she said, I now recognize I may have made a mistake in identifying Mr. Dershowitz, she said. That's what she said, right? I now recognize I may have made a mistake. That is not a ringing endorsement of, right? Of being cleared. That is like the weakest clearing I think I've ever heard. She sued Dershowitz in 2019, alleging he defamed her when he denied her claims and suggested she and her lawyers were trying to extort money. Her attorney also sued Dershowitz for defamation. Dershowitz filed counter defamation suits, and I believe his suits got booted. On Tuesday, attorneys for Giuffre, Boyes, and Dershowitz filed joint stipulations asking the judge to dismiss the claims with prejudice without awarding fees. And the agreement confirmed by the parties resolves all litigation. So they made some kind of deal. And Dershowitz said, I'm gratified Virginia Giuffre has dropped all of her claims against me and has admitted that she now recognizes she may have made a mistake in identifying me. Again, she recognizes she may have made a mistake. So basically, if you notice what happens here, guys, you notice how this played out, because what they got to do is they both got to, like, they put a little bit of truth in there, so neither one is lying, okay? He says she may have made a mistake. She says I may have made a mistake, but right? But that's a way of, like, you know, she didn't come out and say, oh, it wasn't him. I was wrong. It was not him. Her statement was, I may have made a mistake. And so therefore it's like, she's not really telling a lie. They sort of couched this in language that, you know, is very suspect, because normally if you're trying to exonerate someone, you don't like say, I may have made a mistake. And exoneration is, no, I was absolutely wrong. And then in a prepared statement, he reiterated he never had sex with Giuffre, saying, I have nevertheless come to believe that at the time she accused me, she believed what she said. She is to be commended for her courage in now stating publicly that she may have been mistaken about me. She has suffered much at the hands of Epstein, right? And then Dershowitz also acknowledged his allegations about an extortion plot involving her lawyer were mistaken. Boyes said in a statement he appreciates Dershowitz's acknowledgement that he had not engaged in extortion. The joint statement, they agreed to drop their lawsuits. So yeah, dude, this is so cloudy. You know? I mean, you realize how, like, cloudy this shit is? It is, like, so... There's, like, everything is so murky. And it's, like, a constant source of you know, half-truths and things being sort of hidden inside really peculiar language, right? Where there's a bunch of, like, non-denial denials. You know, I mean, she may have mistaken the identification of me That is like a non-denial denial, you know? Right? I may have, dude, nobody uses that language in an exoneration settlement. Right? Yeah, something happened. I don't know.
All right, people. So I don't know what that is, but that's certainly not my life. And I'm going to edit that out and things, but there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. I was asleep and I woke up to this, but it's all right. You know, you guys got the gist as to what was going on. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back because this is the Kenneka Jenkins week. And this is the time to when we will continue to celebrate. All right, peoples, I'm back. Um, I didn't mean to go that far, but I was asleep. I didn't mean to go that far, but I was asleep. So I'm going to edit all of this stuff out. Hello, Stay Danger. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. And I see that we got a troll in the house, so I'm not going to entertain that madness. But I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna edit all of this crap out, and then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna read your commentary, Stay Danger, and things. I was sleeping real good, but then I woke up to this guy talking and things. But I'm gonna edit all of that stuff out, and we're just gonna only have the part of Kenneka on here and whatnot. But greatly appreciate you all for staying in here and staying up with me on tonight. All of this week is only going to be about Kenneka, peoples. For the next couple of days, anyway, it's only going to be about Kenneka. Like I said, I would have came on earlier, but there were some things that has transpired and stuff that prohibit me from coming in, going live, and talking about the case. But it seems like things is getting a lot better. So, yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, peoples. So, people, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back. And I will be back to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. Until then, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.